This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
NA is on the ropes today as Brazil and LATAM are looking to go undefeated in week one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. Not a sunny day today. A little bit of an overcast sky out here.
It was sunny.
It was raining last night.
Oh, well, I was in Burbank. It was not sunny at all. I woke up and there was rain everywhere. So that's why I assumed. And then I haven't seen the sun since. All right, everyone.
Rain everywhere here, by the way, means like the slightest bit of moisture.
Oh, I know. Like the whole city shuts down. It's impressive. As a New Yorker, it bothers me profusely. Now, coming up today, we've got Cloud9 taking on Leviathan. And then later on, the match that we were denied at kickoff. Furia goes toe-to-toe against NRG. But it's Sunday, friends. And you know
true.
what that means.
Fun day.
It's fun day and the Pulsar Flick of the Week. Oh, this one goes to Zekin. And of course, Zekin just doing Zekin things. I actually got to lock in and remember which one this is.
This is
I
against
remember
G2,
this.
the first round of overtime.
Oh, yes. Oh, man, that game was crazy.
Which was a
Oh,
2-on-4,
come
by the way, that he hits that in. I mean, this was brutal. I think there's so many ways you can sell G2 having a world back into this series. If this doesn't happen, baby, they tucking in, no trade from backside. And then this one, the players are actually set up for it, but it's just all skill from Zekin.
Yeah, impressive. Zekin's a beast. There's your Pulsar, Flick of the Week. Pulsar. See, you say that 5 times fast.
Pulsar. Nope.
See, you tried and failed, and that's tongue twister, I'm telling you. Now, we have a block party going on outside to kick off stage 1, and we have just a person to cover all the action that's going on outside. It's the biggest amongst us, Dan Dryad, standing by.
Hey guys, I'm outside at the block party of the last day of our week 1. And the cool thing about it is that we always tell you about the block party, but there's so many different things that you can do every single time. We have different teams. We have NRG, we have Evil Geniuses as well. In the back, we have Cloud9. And not only do they have... Wait a second, what's happening?
Happy birthday to
I was like, they're not gonna do...
Happy birthday, dear Dryad. Happy birthday to you. Blow the candles. Woo!
Thank you guys. Gracias. Gracias.
I think we're fine.
So yeah, we have a lot of things, including a birthday cake if anybody wants. GB, you want some?
Well, I would love some. Happy birthday, Dan Dryad.
birthday.
That's right. So if you see her walking around today, make sure you tell her happy birthday and bother her. I'm sure she'll
This is when you never tell anyone your birthday.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Factual.
Keep it hidden. Yeah,
Don't.
no. Mimi's birthday's next week.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right. Now, before we
Next
get into
Wednesday.
today's action, friends, we got the party hats on. Why don't we play a little game, shall we? Let's have some fun. This one is called Most Likely To.
Ooh.
Now, while this is an unfinished sentence, let me go and explain how this works, all right? I'm going to read a statement, all right? It's going to start with most likely to. And then you guys are going to pick the team that applies to the 4 squads that are on the stage today. So here are your options. Blammo, right here. Boom. Okay, great. So here we go. First one. Here is your option. The team most likely to run off meta comps is...
Oh, that's a good
comps.
one.
Ooh, what would be...
It's interesting because my initial reaction would be to say NRG. But
Yeah.
I think the meta is. No, I don't think many other teams will play the double initiator. I think what they're playing will
I gotta
still be
say
off
them.
from what the majority are playing.
Oh,
Okay, come on.
apparently
Now
I'm
Dan's birthday
wrong
can't
with
happen.
Furia.
Why are you wrong with Furia?
I don't know, but I'm thinking like Furia, I don't think they switch off onto the sky. I don't think they kind of,
Do you think this guy's going to define the meta though?
I do think so. I do think there's going to be a lot of double
And
inning.
Emily, you got
coming in.
Leviathan?
Yeah, I just feel like with Sato and Neon, they could do a lot of creative things. I think they might just try and stick to the old meta. I really don't know what to expect, but out of all these teams, I think Lev is the most
This
unknown.
is a toughie. This is a tough
this is
question.
actually hard.
Especially considering where things are with the meta right now. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next one. Of course, you guys watching at home in the chat sound off as well. So we have teams most likely to finish top 3 in playoffs. So which team is more than likely to finish top 3 in playoffs? I mean, I kind of feel like you just got to
I
go
don't
with
think
the
there's any
obvious
other
choice.
argument but NRG.
Girl.
No.
Okay.
Girl.
No.
Right.
Listen,
Show your work.
they were on an upward trajectory. Zeus has made a promise to his team, and he intends on keeping it.
Emily,
Okay.
Yes?
I know that this is only your first full year working with us.
Oh,
Okay.
And I just want to tell you about
Cloud9.
2023 Cloud9, 2024 Cloud9, 2025 Cloud9.
We've been here before. I don't know if you
This
know
happens
that.
every
there's a
time.
reason
And
why I don't
I've been there.
graduate.
I've been you. I've believed in them.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Mimi was
I have
holding
to
the
commit
sign a
to
couple
it.
years ago.
They
not
have the
being-
ability to change. We saw it in kickoff already with the how open they were to kind of improving themselves.
Yeah. I like it. All
I
right.
mean, I
Hey,
agree. I
you know
want
what?
them to, but don't trust them.
Let us know what you think and sound off in the chat. But let's move on to our first match of the day. That was good. It brought good conversation. I like that. We got
Dredged
Cloud9
up
going
some,
up against Leviathan.
tragedy.
This is a rematch of the lower bracket where C9 managed to get the better of Leviathan ending their run, eliminating them, Athena. Now, granted, C9 not able to qualify themselves, but this matchup was one where we were looking at it thinking like, oh, this was going to be back and forth. But instead, it was just C9.
Yeah, I think this was one of the better BO3s that they played. I felt like I saw their identity a lot with that chamber of Oxy being really aggressive and making sure that they kind of get all those rounds down to a T. And it really felt like C9, they countered Lev so strongly.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They were so aggressive on their defensive side too. And it completely put a wrench in the way that Lev was playing, which was super slow.
I mean, to almost counter that point, I don't think they were like overly aggressive on their defense. When I'm thinking back to their bind, Lev really struggled to find success in their defaults, and C9 abused that. We saw maybe a little bit of solo play coming in and kind of going to go pick off those ones. But then after that, C9 just kind of sat still and let them make the move into that.
Yeah, I think initially it was like Oxy taking the peaks down long A and long B and just taking those peaks and getting his ones. And I think that's why for me it felt aggressive.
Yeah.
But I guess you're right. He did just sit there and keep
But that
getting
was
kills.
exactly the problem with how Lev was playing this entire kickoff,
Yeah.
right? They were slow defaulting every round, and that's what lost in this game. Because Cloud9 just had to chill and hold angles, and they won pretty handily.
Unfortunately, though, as we noted before, despite that success they had in that game, it did not lead to a qualification for
So
Santiago.
remember what we were talking about.
Yeah, no, I
And-
see it now.
And Emily, now you're getting it, right? You're in the it's a zero,
gonna take this
which means they
off.
haven't been
I think
able
it's
to
not
yet.
party time
And the only team that hasn't qualified is a team that just joined the league this year. So C9 has an upward battle. But I do like where your head's at as far as just this team and the potential and the ability on this squad, because I look at the 5 players on this lineup and I think, yes, surely this is a team that is capable of a qualification for an international.
Yeah, I just think I really liked how open they were to change. Like I kind of said, I like that they're willing to make mid-event role swaps and just find their new identity coming to this year. They don't want a repeat of what's been happening to them. They want to do whatever it takes to be successful. And guys, I think we just got to be a little bit more optimistic.
Okay. And I'll hear out the optimism. We can revisit this when we get to playoffs.
Just yell at us. We need to be more optimistic.
I expect them to do really well in this group stage. I think that they have players that are super primed for this meta. Oxy and Penny can both play that Neon at a high level. You can put Oxy on the off role, playing that kind of Senti flex, your Veto, your Chamber if you want to go that route. You can still play into the double duelist. You have so many options, and I think Zelsis' calling, what really stuck out to me was when they had that unfortunate situation, had to sub Demon 1 in for Oxy in the middle of kickoff. How well they adapted their plan, implemented him, made him comfortable, and then brought Oxy back the next week and showed a different style with the same high level of execution. That's so tough to do as an IGL.
Yeah, it's insane to have that quick of a turnaround and be super consistent as well. And I think even stepping back, big picture, since Zelsis has joined, I think C9 has found a really good new identity with really quick reactions that we haven't seen from them before. And Oxy, he has been phenomenal. We talked about how they played against Lev and how last time we saw them play, Oxy was one of the main reasons why they were getting shut down, because he was on that chamber, getting a lot of those aggressive peaks. And I think for me, Oxy is definitely the player to watch, and if he stays on that chamber role, I really wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, I mean, not only was he finding individual success, if we look at his first kills from when he was on that entry role, he was struggling a little bit. But then in the later half, you see him going 12-4 against Lev, 16-9 in first kills, first death against NRG, even though they lost. But the big thing for me is the impact that he's had, not just as an individual, but for his team. I think he's helped Zelsis a lot by getting those first kills, finding a lot more success in that, and it really improved his mid-rounding.
Yeah, and one thing also too that I've always appreciated from Oxy, he's a very vocal kid. He's always out there, sharing his thoughts, giving his opinions, and I think that's a very powerful thing to have in a young player.
And a hype merchant.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very powerful. And alongside Zelsis, who also does that as well, keeps that energy going. It's very, very important here. But speaking of Oxy, keeping the conversation going, let's check in with him and the birthday girl. Had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier on today.
It's pretty incredible how some guys just keep growing. Oxy, what did you eat after kickoff to keep growing?
I've been drinking Fairlife milk every day, so now I'm growing a little bit.
Look, that looked like a sponsor segment. I have a question for you. It feels like Cloud9 has always had a very clear identity, especially with you on the duelist. But going into kickoff, you were playing a little bit more of the double duelist with Penny. So what should we be expecting for here?
To be honest, I don't know. I just work here, and you know what? I just come to work and I just play. I have no clue about the meta, but we'll see today.
chamber, veto, something?
No clue. Hands in the air.
Yeah, that's basically been my career for the last better part of a decade.
Yeah, that's my
so,
approach too. We'll see.
I mean, it's been working. So, Oxy, I feel you, Papa. Keep rolling with
He
it.
really grew too.
He
I think
did.
he went to work and just grew.
He did. Really trying to get that Fairlight sponsorship. All right, let's go ahead and move on, though, to their opponents on the other side of the stage. It's Leviathan. Now, this is a squad that was treading water, swapping agents, not quite sure what they wanted to do. They were biding their time until Neon, not the agent, the player, came into the lineup. And Emily, this Neon kid, he's disgusting. They're going to be leaning on him in this stage.
I mean, we were hyping up so much, kind of him being the final piece to this puzzle. And when he came in, he had a great debut. We saw him kind of dominate against Crew and then dominate, I believe it was Sentinels. And he was performing really well. But as a team, they just were struggling once they get to a little bit more better teams. Like, just simply put, their macro ideas weren't all there for me, and I felt like they were unable to kind of adapt or really try anything new.
I think there was a shift in mentality for sure within those first games where Neon did join. It felt like they were so much more comfortable. They had more set protocols and they were ready to kind of go. I feel like the most time that we saw that is on their defensive side, where it felt like their aggression was really well played. They were really ready and really fast to take a lot of those aggressive peaks, and I think it didn't work out that well against C9 because they lost so many rounds on attack already, but it kind of showed me some signs of life. But then when you switch back onto that attack side where they're just so slow on their defaults, I couldn't find success.
Let me break it down for you. On Bind, they were running 1-1-2-1.
Yeah, they're so spread out.
Consistently every single round.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they have a double duelist comp. They can take space, they can zoom.
Yeah.
They were utilizing one fade and one duelist to kind of take a little bit of space and then regroup later in the round.
Yeah.
They have no utility because they use it all trying to default without actually keeping any of that space, and they're exiting the sites with literally nothing.
Yeah, it does feel like it's the micro decisions in those moments that have certainly dragged them down a little bit. Those are the things you're going to need to see them really work on as we get ready for this matchup. Dryad once again standing by with Sato to get his thoughts as we get ready for this match.
You think nothing too crazy would happen after kickoff, but these players, they just keep growing. Sato, how tall are you now?
Around 6'2" now.
And before you were?
4'1".
And you think that's a little bit connected to what you were playing, what you were eating?
I think it was like a late growth spurt, it happens sometimes.
You know, me personally, I think it's related to what you've been playing. Because when you joined VCT Americas, you were known for being very aggressive, very explosive. To be honest, in kickoff, we didn't really get to see the team being as explosive. Well, what should we be expecting? What should we be expecting for Lev now?
I feel like now for our team, I think we're now playing to our comfort, and I feel like the team is going to be a little bit more chaotic now. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see it, and also I don't want to scare you, but Oxy is also looking pretty tall, so.
What, is the Fairlight getting around or something like that? Unbelievable. Now, here's the thing. It's interesting hearing Sato talk about that because Leviathan, while they might be one of our more youthful squads in Americas, they do have a tendency to play like 78-year-olds who probably want to wait for their medicine. So you're really looking for them to up the pace. Sato literally said, we're going to inject some chaos. So that could be on the recipe, or on the menu rather.
Owner said the same thing after kickoff, that he didn't want the team playing that slow, but I want to highlight just how slow they are. This is the best team in the world right now, Nongshim playing. Incredibly decisive in their play, willing to take fast executes. They don't spend a huge amount of time defaulting around. And now, as this round wraps up, let's compare that to Leviathan. You were highlighting their bind. This is their Lotus. We're on Looney Tunes speed right now. And look at what utility is happening. Look at the movement in the map.
Dear.
We are 2-2-1. We've sent a bit of fade utility A. Other than that, we're practically putting no presence. Time keeps on ticking. 15 seconds go. Finally, they contact space into mid. But by the time they make a decision, they've dropped their extremity players on both A and B. And with no info, Sato walks into Redux, gets picked, and now with 30 seconds left, they have to snap a decision with practically no information. Chamber is still looking for a pivot to B. They won't even really have time to do that. Now all the util that never got baited out comes in, and they get absolutely rinsed. The core problem for Leviathan was playing with some of the best upcoming rookies, some of the strongest looking individual talent, but never using that to change their pace and get aggressive. And to me, I harken back to 2023, the last Leviathan owner coached, and I felt like it was some of the same issues, where the structure was good to keep order within the team, but when they played good teams that didn't give them stuff for free, they struggled to take the initiative to make the play and create the space they needed. I need to see a Leviathan who is more aggressive, who has intent behind their defaults, and has learned from the failures of kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like an excellent breakdown, right? And it's what we are going to be paying attention to as we get ready for this one. Leviathan, lots of questions for this team, but we do have our skirmish side selection that's going to be in full effect for stage 1, which means we got some more 1v1 showdowns. This time around, it's a good one. It's Oxy versus Neon. So we'll go ahead and watch this, but we'll keep the conversation going. Who's picking?
And also
Oxy's
say,
playing Neon. This doesn't throw us off at all.
Knife round to start, okay.
Right, the knife round meta is coming around.
Oh, a lot of jiggling.
Oh, they're recreating a left backside default with the time it took.
I also love that they're just doing like zoomers and zoomer when it comes to the players on the team. And okay, bringing out the op. Did they agree on that?
I wonder if it's like if you won the pistol or if you won the knife round, then you get to pick what the next one is going to be. I'd do it like that if I was playing up there.
I love the creativity coming into this.
Honestly, doing op is kind of fun. Next step, but Neon's
How do you know where I am? Are you stream sniping me? You're stream sniping me.
And then Neon just chuckling,
just
laughing,
yeah.
just giggling, loving
That's
his life.
such a vibe, actually.
Yeah. It's the odd reaction.
Map changes are interesting for both these teams, though. That it's going to be that classic.
Oh my god.
Classic Cloud9 Lotus coming back in. They were always good there.
Oh!
He wasn't moving.
He wasn't moving!
Nice shot.
Nice.
Oh no.
Yeah, Neon has to be tight about that one. Ooh, okay, there you have it. Neon gets the dub. Leviathan will get the first pick there. And it's a 5-3 finish. Well done. All right, so yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to. These two teams are very interesting just because there's always like very similar trajectories that they both follow, but then sometimes like, you know, they each have their own unique struggles, but now I feel like this is it. This is their opportunity. Similar to what we were talking about yesterday with Envy and Loud. Like this is a big game because these two teams, I would say, are also comparatively near one another when it comes to standings in the bubble and like qualifying for London, wouldn't you say?
But I think Cloud9 is clearly higher right now, and I think it's also important to note that the struggles for Cloud9 are always late playoffs. They always nearly make it and then fail, but they always succeed in groups.
Emily has
This
to
does not look right.
Emily needs to answer to us right now
this
because
does not
she
look
picked
right.
Lev in
I
her
swear
predictions.
I predicted Cloud9. Why would I sell Cloud9 so hard if I didn't
Way to
predict?
throw Kurt under the bus.
You should tell that
Unbelievable.
to Coach Immy, who in the hallway earlier, you told him that you predicted C9.
Wait, you told Coach Immy that you predicted Cloud9?
I thought I did.
It's okay. To be fair, Coach Immy always corners people to try and get them to change their predictions.
Yes.
So you'll get it, you know, over time.
Oh, he was guilt tripping Myrna hard.
That's me. I always pred against
Okay,
them.
and also did get production confirmed. You did pick Lev.
That had to
You
have been a
did pick
misclick.
Lev.
That had to have been a misclick.
Oh,
I don't believe
Keep
that.
backpedaling.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
And the community, they felt like C9 will
Okay,
be
in your heart
picking
of
up
hearts,
the win
who
too.
wins?
Cloud9.
Okay, I mean.
In your logical brain, who wins?
Cloud9.
Okay, but then why did you pick Lev?
I don't know. You tell me.
She was having a
I'm just
crazy
lost
day that
you.
day.
All right, friends, that's going to do it for us here. But we got two great matches that are about to take place on that stage. But let's get our first one underway. Here's Cloud9 and Leviathan ready to take the stage. VCT America starts right now.
Cloud9 is the team that I'm looking most forward to play against. It's not as much as a revenge, but more as a redemption from last time. They beat my ass.
Focus on fighting towards this A side. Let's learn from.
My God.
Got 9 kills on the series on my birthday. It was a little bit traumatic, but you know, served as a lesson.
I'm definitely excited to be playing Love first. It seems we have their number.
They go for a little spawn action first before planting, and they meet a wall. That wall's name is Zausis.
I think the one thing about Lev is they kind of need to be let off the leash a little bit.
Ahora porque viene, esto podría ser para Leviatán, pero vi que aparece. ¡Ay, no!
Leviathan as a team has a bad history against Cloud9. They haven't won against them in a long time, but I can feel it in my heart that this time is going to be the time. We're going to win.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this Sunday started with your first team is Cloud9!
Cloud9 coming into this matchup, I would say, Emily, with a decent amount of confidence, given the track record between Leviathan and Cloud9. C9 have had so much success against this team, so there has to be this feeling of confidence and composure coming out for the boys and girls.
I mean, just basing it off kickoff, one thing that really surprised me is how open they were to making mid-event changes, how willing they were to kind of adapt to whatever will be the best for their team to find their new identity. And we had the Penny and Oxy kind of switching up roles, Vic and Zeppa stepping up when they really needed it, and Zelsis coming in the roster, having to step up and be that IGL. He made a promise to them at the start of the year that he's going to take Cloud9 to their first international, and this is the first step towards making that happen in London.
Y en el otro lado, buscando la venganza, es Leviathan!
And just like we were talking about with C9, the Leviathan boys have to be bringing a little bit of pressure onto the stage with them as well, because they know, you heard Sato, he felt like it was in his bones that this was going to be a big day for them. They need to show up. Zelsis even mentioned Lev needs to be let off the leash. So if the captain of C9 is saying that, you best believe that Leviathan, they had to have put that work in during that offseason.
All of the narrative around this team is about their style.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that they have some of the best talent coming out of Tier 2. This is a who's who of up-and-comers out of South America. And they proved that talent in kickoff. They showed how good these players could be once they got the full roster into play. But what they didn't show was that they had the style to play against the best, that they could adapt to teams that don't give them stuff for free. It's their opportunity to show what they've done with the month and a half. And knowing Cloud9's history and a new map in the pool, Leviathan take away that Lotus. So we go a bit more traditional with the Pearl Haven to start.
Hey guys, again, not seeing Fracture.
Yeah, what the
all.
hell, man? That's just mean.
It's kind of messed up.
It is
You know,
very
right?
messed up, and a lot of these
Guys
teams,
aren't cool.
I feel like could be really good. But
Yeah.
looking at that first map of Pearl, I think that's an interesting pick coming in from Cloud9. Oh no, sorry,
from C9.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that actually makes a lot of sense. They have really good protocols and openings on defense. They're really good at mid-rounding, kind of never leaving the attackers comfortable at all. And I think they're going to try and use what Lev is playing back in kickoff. They're going to try and pick out and figure out if they did make big enough changes to their macro or if they'll be playing the same.
I think too, it's kind of cool that they're playing this map that they've beat Lev on before, and they're trying to kind of solidify this narrative of, hey, we're better than you
We
guys.
have your
Like,
number.
we have your number. We've
Yep.
beaten you almost every single time that we've played you, if not every single time. So it's really going to be interesting to see how Lev has kind of come back into it, maybe taken a step in the right direction in terms of making sure their attack sides are a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, using that firepower to the best of its ability. I wonder if it comes with a new comp as well.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that what these teams are playing before, they both had this solo duelist chamber double initiator with that KO and the Teo. For Cloud9, it was the Neon. On the other side, it was that Waylay getting picked up instead. I think both these teams will want to stick onto the chamber. I think that they have players who are excellent with that scope, who are a win condition in their own right, but it is a change. Oxy plays the Neon instead of Penny this time, even though it's a similar comp, keeping that double initiator now with the Sky.
I think the Sky buffs has to be the best news for Zeppa, because he's
Yeah.
like one of the only people that kept playing it during kickoff because he was so confident
I like the
in
idea of
his Sky
Zeppa
gameplay.
and Oxy really working together
Yeah.
here in tandem, right?
Yeah, they're really good at setting him up, but
Whoa,
on the other
Sato
side
with
here,
the Phoenix.
this is the greatest time in my life right now.
And it won't be at all confusing that Neon isn't playing Neon and that Spike is playing Neon. Yeah, good luck casting this one, guys. Have fun.
It will forever not mess me up. I can't stand it. Unbelievable. But this is very fascinating. That Phoenix is going to be interesting to see how that plays in here, right?
I'm hoping that they pick up the pace with it, because if they continue to play a lot slower, I think they'll struggle.
Yeah, great observation from our desk here, friends. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Map 1 is about to begin, so let's send it over to your casters. You got Riv and Van Silly on the mic.
And I'm expecting this one to be scrappy in a good way, though. Both teams coming out of kickoff wanting to be more aggressive, wanting to find a base strategy where they're fighting a lot and really using the power that they're getting in scrims to put that onto the stage.
Yeah, and definitely for Leviathan, they're super hungry for this victory. They haven't won against Cloud9 since 2023, and that's what Sato was mentioning here before starting this game. Yeah. And we kick things off in Pro, where it's been the most picked map here for C9. Although they didn't go 100% on this map pick, they were 2-2, splitting off a bit with that responsibility with Demon 1.
It's time for that match star presented by Samsung OLED, and this match star is, I think it's going to tell us a lot. Who's going to be able to carry the pistol and then really start to put their foot down. Cloud9 wanting to be in control of these games with all of the thrifties that were kind of a plague. Situations they didn't set themselves up right for. A pistol round would be a good way here. Straight in, right onto the trademark, so Spike's a little slowed, but that does not stop Leviathan.
Well, they did talk about it. They wanted to be more aggressive, more pacey for Leviathan. A 5-man death ball to the A site, a 5-player retake. But this is all util versus util as Leviathan are pushing towards spawn, though.
There's two duelists are trying to put themselves in a position to fight. Easy util to get in and out here. Still a little aggressive on it as everybody starts to back. The only separate fight now is Spike just on the left towards Art. C9 has pretty good movement in. They're not finding any shots just yet. Zalsis is going to be the front of this one. I think to see the first, maybe. Nice little stop. Doesn't even get up to half here, but Penny gets one as they know they're going to be closing in from A main now. It's enough. C9 doesn't know where to look outside the smoke. Lev played it nice and calm.
And it's a great way to show the opening here and what Leviathan brings to the table. As they were mentioning at the desk, we may get confused with Neon playing a Chamber and Spike playing a Neon. But in general, Spike is a Neon. Remember yesterday, if you were watching the cast, where we were talking about Dante, Spike was another one that was a great Neon player in Challengers. So to give the responsibility for him and to give Chamber the responsibility for Neon is huge, because Neon has been an all-star opper through Challengers and also coming into the Americas. So that is their game plan, to go toe-to-toe with the strongest fighters that they currently have for Cloud9.
And it was something they got to refine a little bit, right? In kickoff, they played the 50-50 with PXS and Neon, so they felt like that was going to be a kill right away. Another swing straight into the fight as A is pushed. Gathered by Cloud9, but lost, sifted right through the fingers as King takes down a few before he falls to Zeppa.
You can't have a Cloud9 game or a Cloud9 composition without any Sky, right? So welcome back, Sky, to the VCT Americas, and that's in the hands of a specialist at least. Zeppa is awesome on this agent as he's already flanking across. That said, though, looks like they want to try to group up for a bit and flash for this peak and see if anybody's going to come out, but it allows Oxy to walk a little bit down, but also giving a tell that there's a rotate coming through here from Streets.
Who's first? Noise. I think first contact here becomes Penny, so Zeppa can make his way in. They're still looking. Very aware, but doesn't mean Zeppa can't pick one up. Spike's able to slide and provide on the last one. Penny goes down. 2 for Lev here. Let's see if they can control the bonus rounder. C9 has a trick up their sleeve.
And this is a great eco, at least for C9. This pop was huge. Making sure that you're clearing every corner at the same time, and C9 almost did what was their pain point in kickoff. They lost so many of these ecos against and thrifties against 100 Thieves going in that lower bracket. It was a gauntlet that they had before they got eliminated, where they ran out of gas on that third map. But overall, still, the protocols are there for C9 on this map of Pro, as Emily mentioned before. And they're looking for mid-control.
It should be something they also know a little bit of what the Phoenix wants to do. Zelsis was on this before, on Pearl. So,
yeah.
You know, a little bit of an inkling of what that agent can provide in attacking these sites. Maybe not with a Neon, though. That's what changes as they hit the site straight through. That's going to be Spike in the face of Vic. It looks like control is there for Lev, but quickly C9 scrambles back in. King waiting for the peak. Zalsis just getting the info. Plays his life, plays the concuss, and C9 start to creep. Do they know that little bit of a backstab is there? The trades are still coming through, but everybody's looking, tunneling down long, and it's going to be enough for Neon to solidify the bonus round.
And this is very good. Aggression continues for the side of Leviathan. A bonus round that they had, I want to know what it's going to look like once, you know, you have even weapons on both sides. But for them to continue to get the orbs up, get the ult up available for Sato, and then immediately going forward for that pop. The thing is, for the side of Cloud9, they're really good at these split retakes too, or just finding timings to not allow yourself to really set up. So you did kind of force and roadblocked Leviathan quite well at the very beginning of the initial push. But once King called that slowdown and the re-hit, it was really nice how they re-coordinated that for Leviathan's end. They continue with the same open. The recon dart just to clear towards that pillar and continue to challenge this orb. And I like it because if you're looking at the comp for C9, if you're trying to go toward the A side and Teo's playing more towards Art, you could actually salvo that side. It's hard for you to control that spot. You have default Astra Stars to be able to put usually on this side over here too to deny that early info. So for them to have this protocol to focus on the B side orb for Sato is actually quite nice. Because what usually happens for the defense, it's maybe a Chamber solo holding on that side.
And they're expecting C9 to get pretty active in mid. You can see Lev setting up to receive this. They're already in B, working the other side of the strat.
Recovery.
And Neon takes down Oxy quick to make sure that they don't lose too many guns in this little mid battle. There's two more. A slide through from a spike makes it look easy. And now they hunt 7. Another round in the flawless is going to be nice for the bank accounts here. Lev up to another one and
crazy.
Almost online with that Phoenix ultimate too.
Exactly.
So they're just going to keep rolling this together.
Just like use it last round. With that last kill too, 1 orb away, they could do the same type of conditioning, and now it's the mind games. What's going to come up next? But so far, you can really see here, they haven't really, speaking of Leviathan, started off on any type of mid control. Nobody really watching some early pushes towards doors. They're playing it fairly passively, and maybe C9 identifies a bit of that gap.
Yeah.
These are the smokes that we're talking about here. Control that A side. Maybe trying to prevent Sato from grabbing that orb, and you're seeing that a lot of bodies and resources are being used.
King has that audio too. Heard the flash come through. They work to the left, but Penny has the first say in the round. C9 still going to hold steady on this, just the rotation from the Neon on Oxy as you would expect. They don't want to get too out of place here.
And you love to see that, right? 3 players and condition that same recon to get orb control, yet Penny doesn't care. Swings out, gets the pick, and even eliminates the run it back from Sato.
Right at the front door already to let Spike just be a menace, and he gets right in the face of Penny. They open up the site, having first blood in the round from C9, and still it doesn't bother Leviathan. Crazy stuff. They're going to wait now for C9 to come back through, but this is going to be a trek coast to coast for King to see if he can get any help on this as the Seekers come through. Fast lane gives Oxy an entrance into the site. They look straight towards him, and he is traded out. The rest of the team, I wouldn't say they're lagging behind, but they're prevented from getting any of what they want, and they just get pulled off of half here. Trying to toy with them on street. There it is. Getting the final kills to make this feel comfortable. All right, Cloud9 stop the bleeding. It looked like another round where Leviathan had the answer, but fell away.
Yeah, it looks like King really liked his walks along the beach, but at the same time, when the Seekers come out, very difficult for him to find his timing, because you saw that C9 were definitely accelerating at that point. Love the entries, the over-aggression coming out from Spike that's getting a lot of value so far. But this is the type of telegraph stuff that we're explaining a lot, and a lot of coaches and Team C here for Leviathan. It's a very similar opens, a very same push towards the spawn. This time, though, they're finally showing a new hand on the A side, and it's a walk contact.
It's just util war coming up here after the first few shots. Penny will recall out of this. They dash in, a quick trade. Yeah, they still want it. C9 keeps coming up the steps into the fight, and they provide. Zelsis takes a third. And that's got to feel good. He hadn't been able to heat up yet, and now the ult's online.
And it's basically a 5 versus 3 pretty much when they're fighting for that A main control, because you already forced the line out of Penny when he was forced to TP out. But look at that. The Zeppa out of position. Salvos are beautiful.
Nowhere to stand.
And then they come out flooding here. That's what C9 is really good at as well.
Yeah.
And if this is the type of game that we're expecting to see because of this new meta, seeing a lot of proactivity around Neon, a lot of aggression, I'm loving it, because this is right into C9's wheelhouse, where they like to play with that same type of aggression. Let them come towards you and they'll brawl.
Slow the pace down just to mess with each other for this one, but still explosive once they get to the point. Penny with one shot, even on the rendezvous, Neon's just a little bit faster for the chamber work. Oh my gosh, getting the 360s in there. He's just starting to style right now. 3 left for C9. Even with the ultimates up, they're going to go ahead and hold back here so they don't provide any more. 4 ults there for the side of Lev. Has run it back, fizzles out.
If I'm not mistaken, too, Neon was able to pick up that free op or something like that. Drive-by kill onto Penny in the first place, who unfortunately dies into his TP. But I think if anything that you could start seeing from C9 are, again, how we're pushing towards the spawn, it's really spikes sliding down solo. And if you're looking at the comp from Leviathan, there's no like KO flash or anything that allows for him to get a deep line, like a free kill when he slides deep in those lines. So maybe that's something that C9 could start observing right now when it comes down to the site hits and how they want to start retaking here. Adding another body would really trade out the spike aggression.
I mentioned that obviously it's not just the Phoenix, but an agent comp you should know how to play against, somewhat know how to play against. But one of the things coming out of kickoff that Imi had mentioned in an interview was that the team was getting caught by some set plays and things they shouldn't. Just being aware of the utility that they would be able to meet if they went around a corner or tried to take a site seemed to catch them off guard in situations that he couldn't really explain why. So kind of seeing them fall prey to this and the fast hits once they come through, it's just not an answer yet to what Lev is providing to get into the site.
Yeah. And simplicity, too, to calm things down for the side of C9. Again, maybe the other factor and the other avenue you could look here for Cloud9 to really stop spikes from pushing down towards the spawn is just simple crosshair placement as well, right? You're at the level for a pro team like Cloud9 or any of these players on the Americas stage to know how to deal with the sliding Neon.
Yeah.
Except when sometimes she has the overdrive. That's a little bit harder to deal with, as we saw in that G2 game, unfortunately.
Spike's been fearless on it. You mentioned him earlier, and it's kind of one of those prospects we thought, is he going to explode? And I think the first set with 2G kind of gave him the footing to realize what he could do on the stage, what he's going to be up against, and how to really formulate what would be best for him. And we're getting that.
Yep.
Another first Lev game. I wouldn't say back, but definitely there.
They definitely, even though they're a very young team outside of King as the mentor here around these El Niños version of the Americas, he does have a lot in terms of agent capabilities for Leviathan. So if it comes down to a meta where you're going to start stepping away from this Neon aggression, he could still play some Viper support. He could still play some ISO if need be, or even some Cypher. So they're looking quite good overall in terms of pieces to the puzzle. And we'll hold that thought, though. We have an attack side on the A side. So they're looking to battle Neon.
Quebramos.
Cuidado, pique rua, vai. Quer brigar meio.
Ah, não. Pesquisa agora? Mano, domina a esquerda aqui.
Quer voltar na esquina dele junto?
Vou poupar ele.
Manda de mira aqui, King. Vai pressar lá.
Vou bangar aqui. Tá na esquerda.
Aberto.
Vai.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Vai com 120 nele. Boa.
Vai a grafite, velho.
Tô indo pra A. Quer guardar? Ah, tem bastante.
Trying to work it together here, but you could definitely see that they were trying to isolate Oxy. 5 players converting back, maybe that even 4 once Neon fell in the first place. But Zippa's in a good spot here to surprise.
Ooh.
But Sato gets that pick. That actually evens up the A scenario. A 2 versus 2 on that fight with Vic out of the picture. Pushed all the way up towards this long B.
30 seconds left. You expect no one to really be seen here until the spike goes down. Get one of those people focused on something else. Quick concuss. King does it within the window of getting hit and still gets himself to safety.
This is so tough now. They lose all of that space for Cloud9. Penny's smoked out. He has a total false. He has to wait for the full rotate from Vic. And now they lose all the information, but the last 2 players of Leviathan are posted up in a smoke plant, as they're perfectly set up here for this crossfire on site.
2 stars might be able to create a little bit of panic by taking one of the angles away, get the 1v1 they want. And he is going to buy that time just for this shot. Should be good for Vic. Oh, he hesitates to look towards Secret for a moment, and now it's just up to Penny to move in. And that's a shot from Sato, just completely where the angles he needs to be checking. 4K for him on this round.
He single-handedly won that round for Leviathan. What did he do? Walk. Walk, clear every corner, and win every duel. A mistake came out there for Zelsis. He had a full kit, still salvos, still had an Armageddon, decided to contest here on that 1v1 when his teammates smoked out towards Flowers. But this right here,
you gotta remember, that was the beginning of the round. This wasn't
Exactly.
a different round. This was the round just a bit ago. Oxy did this.
and it should have been a huge advantage for C9 in the first play, not only on a 3K, but with blows getting punished.
Yeah.
Because they were waiting for that flash for Leviathan to clear Oxy out, and he overextended himself in. Sato now saves the round and already has the run it back to take some mid control.
So quickly in the face of Cloud9, just making them sweat. This has to be annoying to play against. You're never in the position to play your own game. You're responding always to this Neon to Spike.
And they just played League of Legends that round. Every single one of them just ran through a different lane. Crossed out, got some mat space, and forced the hand of C9 to push a little bit out to find information. And who better than Penny? You have to give him that responsibility. He is the operator for the team. He has a get-out-of-free jail card from that TP set up towards screens at that B site. But he lost that to Neon. And this gives a time right now for Leviathan to rework that map. The thing is, though, they're reworking and rewalking still into a 3-player stack on B.
And it may not be super fast, but I love the kind of just flex of presence. We're 1 up. We don't need to do anything. Sure, fast Val is great, but they're playing it safe, and that's how they're going to collect more rounds.
They still have to hurry up, though, because remember, Zelsis still has the full kit from that previous round, so he could stall, he could salvo Armageddon.
They're looking for him. Oh, they know exactly where he's trying to hide for that, too. Quick shot, Zeppa gets that, hiding in the corner, just in the cut, enough for a second kill. Can they get him out? This 2v2 is what the round is broken down to. King with 13 seconds as Lev tries to break their way back in. Blows on 1, and the spike is going to be planted here. No way Lev pulls away with this round as well, right? With everything that C9 had set up on this round, already known where he's going to be. The safe pair of hands with Vic. Can he come up with this one? Of course he can. Gets the headshot on blows, and he gets the defuse for Cloud9.
You saw him running away, too, thinking that he may have had time to escape, and oh my god, he was losing that timing right after. But thankfully, you definitely know that in these scenarios of a 1v1, Vic could definitely win it back for C9. And again, another hero play, but this time for Zeppa. Not clearing towards that back of that screens for Leviathan because they were so focused on Hunter's Fury and taking down Zelsis towards the back hallway. He came up huge right there to allow Vic to play that 1v1.
Nice! Big! Nice round, Eric.
Focused.
Laser focus for sure.
Right there.
They need that right now for C9. Can't all be Oxy getting all these frags right now for the team.
Quick push. Oh, that. Neon's
with a
feeling
judge.
it. You gotta try. Neon's feeling it. Oxy's feeling it even more. Yeah, puts the verdict straight down on him. The flashes come through a little bit more.
That spike.
Refining that aim, and blows goes down. Now it's controlled by Cloud9 on this.
That's also spike.
Quick turnaround. That's also spike going down. Yeah, King gets 2, but Zelsis is there to cover. I mean, the round we saw C9 push up and get a little funky in mid, and a lot of these A plays does disrupt Lev. It's just what happens after.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be going in their favor besides this last round here.
And you know that for sure. Somebody like Oxy and Zeppa, the combination of the Neon and the Sky, maybe it doesn't work the best for most of the teams, but for those two around C9, definitely it does. You saw how much value he's able to get here for Zeppa, to give that space for Oxy, to give information for Oxy, to push the line back so that Oxy could actually hold the angle in their favor. It's very nice. Now they change the tempo for C9. 4 players walking back towards the middle, as that's a missed shot that shouldn't have missed.
Yeah, 2 steps to pass the door hit. C9 still in the face of Lev at the door. Incredible trades there to kind of whip this back into a 3v3. And they hold mid. Spike is unknown, which is kind of the big thing here. But blows might actually peek it out. And now they know.
Mid.
Everybody thinks this. What? Wait a minute.
Not as free.
Neon went in for a kill. Didn't expect a second person. You saw everybody thinking the space was safe. It wasn't. They're still able to come up with the round, though. This is something else.
I think he even got that pick before that wall came up onto Vic. That's just unfortunate for Vic's side, but that should have been a free kill for Zelsis. What a shot.
That's when you know you need to make the shot, but you think about it, and that's what stops you from making it.
And that's just a number of milliseconds, right? If you're doing the human benchmark test between both Penny and the young Farrier and Sato, Sato's winning it by a small margin. And that's good enough to get that pick. Look at them pushing down towards his B site. Oxy already falling down.
Yeah, now it's a scramble for Zelsis, but he still has help here from Vic. The rotation is coming over from Zeppa as they throw the ultimate straight down B. Buying a little bit of time here, but honestly, Lev might like what they just saw since they can safely get to this site now.
Felt desperate of when he wanted to use it because he's been holding on to it for quite a long time.
They made a lot of noise.
And the drone now gives his position away, so he has to escape. If not, he's in heavy trouble.
Wasn't expecting them to be looking off to the side, expecting a fight to happen. It was Spike that gave it to him, still pushing towards the back, unrelenting as he goes in with a shorty and low HP. Another kill onto Zeppa, and Cloud9 may be able to get these rounds, but Lev just seems to strike right back.
Dude, this is looking good for Leviathan so far. Fast pace, fast tempo, mid-rounding without an IGL. They're still winning their fights. Off again, coming down to low fraggers, just TDMing through the map, while contacting, and now going for execution. As they finish the half with a flawless over C9.
Definitely in control of the pace of the game from the attack side, but you know, C9 may have the same. We just have not seen that yet from them. Really nice job by Lev following up on everything they needed to do with the sight hits. It looks so calm throughout this first half, but there's a second one to go, and we'll see if C9 can come back when they hit the attack side.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Me busca lo mío, por lo mío siempre me la he bebido. Saben que me busca lo mío, yeah. Castigaste y nunca pido recibo, ahora me busca lo mío. Valencia las tenis las comimos chino y no le cambiamos el chino. Ahora me busca lo mío. Te pregunté porque por esto yo me jodío. A mantenerme todo el tiempo prendido. Tratar de apagarme la movie, ninguno ha podido. Me siento bendecido. Me cambian el tempo del beat, nunca me salgo fuera de ritmo. Cada tema que suelto es un himno. Es que me puse pa' mí, no fue que me llené de egoísmo.
An 8-4 first half here for Leviathan. Able to repair some of the rounds that C9 was in their face and ultimately get to the site quite easily throughout the rounds and hold that defense down. So we'll see if C9 has an answer for it, can bring this back in and start to set up a more even game.
Yeah, exactly. And credit still to C9 though. They started these rounds where in positions at the right spots, especially setting Penny at the right places for first contact. But he just wasn't hitting those shots, unfortunately. So a little bit of a slow start from your star opper for this roster, for this map at least. And hopefully he finds redemption in the second half as C9 are looking for a mid-fight, but so is Leviathan.
Oh, crazy flash. It's quite a few, but somebody was ready for the ante there. Vic comes up with the first kill and a big skirmish in mid to start us off here for pistol round. Okay, Neon still going forward. I think his W button was stuck, but he was having it. And it looks like they pause here for a moment because they have to figure out the King's ready for the backstab. Zelsis unknown, but there's so much reset time on the play. They're looking at every angle he could come from.
Yeah, the util was so nice for Leviathan. Even though that flash was shallow, the follow-up with the relay bolt from Spike stunned so many players that allowed Leviathan to flood back through the double doors. Zelsis will have to try to clutch now with the Spike, at least in his vision, and also give it away.
Oh no.
That takes a little bit of a time before it comes out, but I mean, you got to try what you got to try, right? You know they're going to be grouped up. You already found an exit or backstab, a way in, and that they were definitely playing more around ARP, so good read, but unfortunately just not quick enough for the kills.
Ooh. Spike down. So they kind of swarm again. Almost felt like an attack side from the defense.
And that's where it's going to continue to get very dangerous here for Leviathan, because where everybody critiques Leviathan is how slow their attack side is. But you finish the half in the lead on your attack side, and now people could just run into your crosshair in your aim. So C9 has to be coordinated, very coordinated in these hits, because the 1v1s are definitely in favor of Leviathan so far.
Sight, force, basic plant, get the money in, and now do the damage before the round is over. Would be really amazing thrifty to grab here. Spike starts to sweep that rug out from under C9's feet, and now they're just going to be able to stick them all along. Get this defuse quite easily here once they pick up the kills. The confidence in Lev is nice to see, though, that they're just going for these and they're not kind of hesitating or worrying. There should be no hesitation.
And you're starting to see this play style from Neon that shows up more and more. I feel like a lot of them has been definitely inspired by the movements of Dombi over in Nanshi. Because previously the slides are quite simple. Relay Volt, try to go for the slide tackle kill, but now it's a lot of selfless move as well to take the space for your team and look at the follow-up behind. 2 players with him to swing out.
Yeah.
And if he's able to get the kill while the other ones keep him busy because he has a free shot, everybody's going to be focused on the guy behind. So he just gets the free kill with the judge right after.
It's the ultimate wide swing.
Yep, very annoying to deal against.
Ooh.
Yeah, 5-player hit.
Many pings on that side. Looks like they're about to squash over towards B. And they got a push, actually, from Neon here. This would be nice if they could start the round off 5v4. Pushing Neon out. Yep. There's 1 kill.
Penny just returned to favor to what Neon did before. Kills him in a TP.
King trying to be a rat. Does he have the crown for it? Not this time. Zeppa drops him where he stands. And it looks like it's still a slide in from Spike. He's not even waiting for help. Like you said, the selfless play is getting in there, getting info, getting damage. And they answer back. Shock Dart actually to take down Zeppa here. It's getting a little scarier.
Great salvos.
Missile deployed.
Yeah. They know exactly where he is.
And look how far back you have to stay, right? He can't pick up any weapons. This is very smart from C9.
Yeah, nobody wants to get judged like that. Nobody wants to get slid on. A very much needed round there. And nice job.
And you're starting to see this too, like a very similar outlook to C9 starting off on the B side, and same responsibility. You have the chamber on the other end. Neon has to come up huge. The thing is, they're playing their bonus round in that round, so they couldn't really get the best weapons for Neon yet for him to hold that line with the op. But if it continues in the same type of storyline of pressuring the weak sides and the op is not landing the first shot, you might see a very similar finish in the second half now for C9 to keep this game close. Or to make this game close, rather.
Right up to the line of scrimmage in mid again is Leviathan. Always active at the start. They hear a drone. No audio behind that.
Oh, dude. They're reading them like a book already for C9.
That was really nice. A little bit of a B play to get the initial rotation in. And the time they're taking gets Oxy taken down for a moment, but still, C9 here can choose where to go, and they have the weak side to the left if they want to choose it.
We have time to talk about it now. As they drone down towards that long B side and they realize now that Neon is not opping on that spot, they're like, okay, he's probably working on the A side. But then after, what's the openings we've been seeing from Leviathan early in these rounds if you're looking to fight? It's a Phoenix Flash. So they waited and spawned. And as soon as you see Leviathan not spawning anybody in the middle, they gave up that whole space. C9 walks out, takes an angle, Sato falls. Just simple stuff. But it really catches Leviathan off guard in their positioning.
He gets to the right side. He's safe. Now they set up for the crossfire as Cloud9 feels confident on this move in, but they don't have eyes on Lev. And Lev just takes everyone down. I should say Spike takes everyone down. Oh,
man.
Right up until the last second. C9 looks like they are just routing the play around Lev.
Dude, he's dancing.
That's crazy.
And this is a scary part of Leviathan as well. You're always going to have one of these players that will have an opportunity to just pop off. And so far, definitely on the way that Spike is able to just really take matter into his own hands. Sato the same way in a couple of rounds ago when they salvaged that attack side round.
Yeah. And so in that situation, do we look at the kill they got on the rotation and then wonder why there wasn't an insert there, Street? Because then they gave up the map, went back to B, and everyone was B. No two-pronged hit all in one spot, you know. Doesn't really allow for somebody to stop Spike from flying back in like that.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is after they got that kill onto Sato, I'm not too sure if they broke that trip or not on Street. So if they had that fear, exactly, yeah. So it makes it, they should have done it. If anything, it allows for them to have a second layer of slow tempo to really force these rotates across. But if not, the main thing is the disruption from Spikes. The way that he's moving in towards the site and not really allowing C9 to set up. The one time where they were able to pause things, very similar to how Leviathan was after the ruckus, slow things down, see who overextends, and they could maybe punish it. I think that could be another look and an outlook they could have to really try to punish Spikes' space that he's able to gather with his slide.
No fight there. Cloud9 trying to get back in. Let's hear what they are putting to work.
Could be close to long on the angle.
Yeah. We're gonna dog. We're gonna dog.
Yep. Dog from here. I'm gonna go left into back. Okay.
Recall again. Let me peek this. Ready? Yeah, go. Recall.
Yeah. Recall. Peek it.
Walk down.
Yeah.
I'm not. You can give me bomb, Eric. I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna scale back hall. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna drone. We go. Ready?
Ready?
Droning. Close
one.
Clear.
One back
close
up.
Clear. I'm going back hall with you guys. Good flood street.
I'm flashing right.
They're just playing the flood or something. They have Phoenix Soul.
Okay, give me
on
the
bridge.
I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna plant deep. I need to hold my street. Hold my street.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my TV down.
I stun for street, guys. Call it, alright?
Flash time. 3-1. Very sun. 3-1.
Phoenix ulted.
Call it. Sun.
I'm stun street.
Come out.
Yeah,
Do we break this or no?
Then back off.
Missiling his body. Missiling his body. How many missiles do you have, Jordan? None. I have ulto. Guys, wanna ult first or I suck?
One more flash.
I'm gonna ult for them. I'm gonna ult for them.
Guys. Could be
Yeah,
out.
they're out.
Ulting. Can you flash? 3,
2, 1, flashing.
Hold up, Eric. Hold up.
3.
Two more.
And one jet. I suck.
Two more. All three. Last one, no. I'm tight.
Just chill.
Nice,
boys. Let's go.
You okay out?
Got chaotic there towards the end. I had a couple of question marks coming up on that one on the stall that they're trying to do. So one, they caught the stun, which was great, but it was a little bit too early. So the two duelists were still able to flood out here for Leviathan. Thankfully, you're able to hold that backside. But when they had the communication between Vic and Zelsis to say, are we throwing the grab wheel or are we ulting? And then he ults into the right side to defend Oxy instead. That's huge util on the miscomm that could maybe turn back in favor of Leviathan. But thankfully, those players in the back of the hallway stayed alive here to save that round for C9.
Yeah. I like the fact that the way to get to Spike was to have somebody in the same spot just with a shotgun now. He's gonna dash into that spot every time to take out back halls.
On the lower buy too, they had what, 2 rifles and a Lucky and a Stinger, and they made it work. So great on them to leverage also the ultimates for Cloud9 in that pulse plan, especially when Zelsis got that plan, because if it wasn't for that plan, he didn't have the Armageddon.
Lev on a bit of a lower buy. C9 will temper their aggression as they go in. I think this is kind of the entire identity we've seen from them from the start. They may be worried that Lev's going to make a pounce move at any time, so they really want everything to all their ducks in a row before they do hit the site.
This insert in drone is very good for Cloud9 because now they can take full mid control. So, or they push out towards Art, they wait to see if anybody's pushing out towards the door side, and then wherever they get the pick. If they're able to punish Leviathan, they could always finish towards B, but if they get this pick towards the A side though with the walk down, that allows Vic to go for the super late lurk from that B site.
30 seconds in the round. Spike is mid here. Could actually get into a fight as C9 are feigning towards the site, and now the Spike is down. Lever just going to start overdrive. King goes in with a kill from the right side. This is the lower buy than C9's last round. Penny keeps it alive for a moment here, but he is treading some heavy water right now. Gonna go into blows. He knows blows backs up 10 seconds. Gonna need that time to plant. And he's just gonna be able to stare him straight in the eyes and make a shot. Oh my gosh. C9 let another one slip through their fingers, but mainly because Lev just had the answer.
It was a simple, you got to land your shot. That's exactly what I was talking about. They're trying to make the noise towards the A side. They couldn't find any contact. They sold that fake with the wall. Zeppa had to win that fight against Neon. Had first shot towards it, whipped it, and that drops the spike. It now forces C9, this hand, to push all over the place. And because Leviathan already got that first pick, he didn't need to rotate anybody yet. King gets the free kill onto Vic on that B site. So all of them getting dismantled when they had such good map control in the very beginning. And unfortunately, another one of those thrifty that might come in costly for C9.
It seems so interesting because they look like they're ready, so aware for Lev to do something. And the moment the strat begins, they forget someone could be here, there. They could get hit with the util, and the state of the game kind of loses its way. All right, still trying to get in. Penny looking for the close quarter combat there. Couldn't get anything down as Spike drops him. They're still finding some kills around the map here, but Lev stands strong with 4.
Wow.
And they're not going to lose any numbers after that play either. Neon gets another one here. So confidently taking the site back. Walls drop, and Lev is just on the other side. Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, Vic's able to stay alive for that, but he's still getting swarmed from every angle, and there's just no answer. Leviathan sweeping through Cloud9's pick of Pearl.
And a great answer back. Talked about redemption, but the revenge starts on this map too, where it did go in C9's favor the last time they played against each other on Pearl, and it has looked good with Spike and also Sato at the point and Neon as the anchor. Not afraid to swing through to pick up some fights, not afraid to overextend with the op as well. And I was scared too, because we were looking at the skirmish. You have Oxy playing against Neon, and Neon's already offing out. You kind of just let him warm up into the game. So you should have changed the strategy a little bit there, but hopefully the strategy changes for C9 for the next match.
They were ready, and if there's one thing that is starting to become real after that game is that Leviathan is adding aggression to their gameplay. We're going to see how the second map turns out. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
Play themselves in. Sato with the stick, backside control there. The flash is perfect, but no clearance on the King. No clearance at all.
I just feel like they took the longest road there, but I like it. calling feels like it's been pretty inspired.
Good timing for Oxy, and he mows him down.
Leviathan dominate on that first map with a 13-6 and owner. I remember last time that we talked, I was asking you about how passive the team felt for the fans, and you said that the team, first of all, needed more time and that you didn't necessarily agree with it. So now we got to see that playstyle that you've been preparing. What was the preparation like after kickoff to make sure that everything is looking as clean as it is right now?
You know, the last time that you asked that question, we were losing, and every time that the team lose, it seemed like a little bit more passive. And right now we are winning, so of course we look more aggressive. For this team, this is actually the first tournament of the year that we complete like a whole process of the preparation. You know, the kickoff was difficult for us in that sense. So I think that the boys are like more relaxed and more prepared, and they are having fun.
I mean, it looks pretty fun and they look so explosive. Thank you so much.
Coach Owner said that they needed that time to prepare, and the results certainly speak for themselves. A 13-6 conclusion on Pearl scores Leviathan a Map 1 victory. And a lot of that just came from just how good Leviathan were working together. Just, you know, hitting these sites very effectively, being aggressive, as you heard Coach Owner saying. They looked very aggressive because they were winning, but you can tell, Emily, that there was a difference in their approach.
I mean, they were doing things that made sense. They were picking up the pace a lot. The only time we ever saw them exec previously in kickoff is when they were egoed, and even then it looked good. So I'm glad that they're starting to pick up the pace, starting to bring in these much needed changes. And throughout the whole entirety of that first half, we saw them prioritizing Phoenix Orbs, kind of going back and forth, and then ending in a site together as a team, maybe with one lurk, that being the chamber, and it was very successful.
Yeah, it feels like with the way that they're playing, their comp as well, it really added up. And we saw them being really aggressive in their post plants as well, making sure they were taking a lot of that space. And it almost kind of completely shut down C9. The only counters were if C9 were ready with that mid-round, ready for a trap to kind of counter what it was. But other than that, I mean, they had such good success.
The players looked a lot more enabled to take risks as well. That last round we just watched, seeing him slide into spawn and just take a 1v1, that's not the percentage play. That's not what, as a coach, you're telling your players to do. But those kind of risks are what can close out games for you and bring you back into games as well. They lost so many first kills. Cloud9 had so many advantages throughout this one, but continually, it was Leviathan continuing to fight and winning out these late rounds, and that confidence, that willingness to take these risks felt completely absent in their run through kickoff.
And you also did have some big individual performances as well. We, of course, hyped this guy because he deserves to be hyped. Neon playing the chamber, of course, but the thing is, Athena, he was bringing the numbers as well. On the opposite side, though, the chamber on the C9 side not finding those same the same results, the same numbers. You definitely get this different vision.
Yeah, it felt like completely night and day. I mean, just this clip right here, getting that 2 kills in that window spot almost instantly, and that was like, what, a 3v4? It was so hard to do, so hard for them to win, but just with that raw firepower and the chamber positioning, it was really good. But Penny, on the other hand...
Yeah, do you think it was the right move to switch him to this chamber?
No, in the pre-show, I was literally hyping up about how impactful I thought the swap was originally at the end of kickoff. Seeing this, Oxy back on the Neon and Penny back on the chamber, it kind of surprised me because that's not what was working for them originally.
Do you think the team's skill ceiling would be higher if Oxy was swapped back to chamber?
I mean, the way that I see it is that you have Oxy. I feel like he's going to perform on any role.
Sure, he's a great offer, especially.
Great offer, yeah. He was struggling a little bit on the Neon, so I get why they did that swap in kickoff. And coming back into this stage 1, he's going to perform on any role. But when you look at Penny, he was thriving on the Neon. He was having a lot more impact. And while I do believe Oxy's Neon can go crazy, it's like, do you want one player kind of being up top, popping off, or would you rather have 2 successful players?
I can really understand it, though, because I think for so long, Oxy has been the #1 win condition for this team. I think that's still true. And I think we're in a meta where as teams move towards playing more and more solo duelists, having your duelist player be an expert on Neon and have consistent success on that team, on that role, is so important. I think playing this sacrificial neon where you're going in and you're dying. That doesn't work to the same level. The metric for success right now is Dombey, and I think that Oxy is the player on this team that can get closest to that level.
Yeah.
Yes, you're sacrificing Penny some. Yes, he's going to be a worse chamber than Oxy was, but I think he absolutely needs to step up and deliver on that role, because I think you're limiting your ceiling if you're taking Oxy off the neon.
I mean, based on what we were watching too, the way that Penny was playing that chamber, it felt like a lot of the time it was his positioning that just wasn't the best. Sometimes he was getting like a couple of whiffs, which we all do every now and then, but some of those shots were crucial. There were a couple rounds too where the angles he was holding just wasn't the best. But C9, they did do a really good job of punishing those extremity players, punishing the Phoenix, trying to get that orb towards A main. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where C9, they did do a good job when they did have a trap play towards the right side of the map.
But arguably, they did the exact same thing with the role swaps, except Oxy was getting so much more impact with that off on chamber. I feel like, yes, the swap originally was great. I get your understanding, and I get why you want Oxy on neon so bad, but I just feel like they were doing the exact same things, just with more success at the end of kickoff.
But do you think maybe their scrims were just like so nice, so easy to go?
Well, we'll never know.
I mean, clearly they got some intel in their scrims that gave them the comfort to make the switch again.
Yeah. It's one map. I'll excuse it for now.
Exactly.
I'm steadfast that I think their ceiling will be higher if they put Oxy on this role. But I think to do that, it's the golden handcuffs of having a player that is this good at two different roles.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you cannot sacrifice your best guy in order to make someone else comfortable.
No, good points. Good points across the board. All right, well, let's go to Coach Emmy on C9's camp. See what's going on over there as we get ready for map 2.
We usually see a Cloud9 that dominates against Leviathan, but this time around, it didn't really start your way. Something that I want to ask, though, is for this first map, we saw a swap compared to what we saw in kickoff with Penny and Oxy and the roles that they were going to be playing. They're both incredibly flexible players. They can play whatever, and we've seen it in a few matches. But what is the decision-making for who is going to play what in this situation?
We tried out both, and Oxy's been dropping 30s as he does, so, and Penny's also been playing really well, but these guys just had a plan where they just ran us down, and we lost a lot of advantages that we shouldn't have lost, so, yeah.
What should we expect going into Haven?
Hopefully not more of the same. Hopefully a little bit different, but yeah.
I'm hoping for a map 3. Thank you so much.
I mean, you know, Coach Emmy frustrated about those mistakes that Cloud9 were making. Leviathan, on the other hand, they were vibing, having a grand old time there. Of course, so question on everyone's mind is going to be whether or not Cloud9 can step up here. But speaking of, though, we actually do have some definitive proof that Emily did, in fact, submit her vote for Leviathan.
No,
you can see it there.
You know what it was?
She
I
hit the
submitted
button.
these on April Fools.
They made a custom graphic to prove
No, you didn't.
They
You
didn't get my
submitted
joke.
it on March 28th at 6:13 and 53 seconds in the morning. I don't know why you were up at 6 a.m.
Wait, why was I up at 5 a.m.?
Yeah, what is wrong with you, Marina?
it's
What is wrong with
Why are you
you?
waking up so early?
It has to be,
It's probably in the afternoon, and it's just because this is why 24-hour clock is way better. That's a complete discretion. But there's never any confusion when you use 24-hour clock. There's the reason the world uses it. Sorry.
That's actually wild.
We were actually talking about why the 24-hour clock is the one.
AM PM is a waste of writing, and I hate it when you're not using 24-hour clock and they put a 0 in.
Oof. Yeah.
Mimi's
got a lot of pet peeves. Mimi's got a lot of pet peeves. All right, well, guys, look, we're getting ready for Haven here. And Dryad had asked Emmy what we should be expecting as we get ready for Haven. And I guess that's the question I want to pose to the panel here. What should we be expecting from C9? Because we cannot see those errors again like we saw on Pearl.
One thing that Cloud9 like to do is force the other team to play into their game plan. We saw that when they went up against Lev the first time, conditioning that A main and then setting up for a mid-round mid-trap. And Lev fell for it the first time. This time they called their bluff. We saw them get absolutely destroyed in A main by Cloud9. And guess what? They went there again. So Cloud9 had to be ready to pivot from their original game plan and make sure that they have a backup plan for when Lev calls their bluff.
Well, let's see how C9 and Lev play this one out. Can C9 force that map 3? Don't sweat it though, folks. Raven Vans got you on the other side of this break. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back to our second map between Leviathan and Cloud9. It is 2:55, or if you're like me and you stand the 24-hour clock, it's 14:55, and we're ready for our next game.
But you should say 2:55 p.m. though. You have to specify.
Oh, that's true. If I do say it that way, see, that's
exactly.
why. Oh my gosh, I've ruined it because it's
Mimi
not
had it right.
24 hours.
Mimi had it right the whole time.
Okay, here we are for Agent Select, going into Haven to see how the chess game is going to be played out.
We've seen already how it panned out on Pearl previously, so they're going to use that again on Haven for the side of Leviathan, and I feel like this is also very owner-esque, where they try to fit the same mold into different maps and then just try to make that work, but it works. We've seen some Phoenixes already in the past on this very map. It does defeat this double controller very, very well. It fights against it very well. You can't really say that it defeats it very well because some teams could still run the double controller and win, which is why here C9 is still running that on their end. Rolls back to the normal for Cloud9, so nothing out of the box on that side.
Phoenix Haven, the drones and broses, back to it. Love to see it. Sato, he's just ready, locked in, focused. And let's see if Cloud9 can get an answer under this. I mean, Emmy said, I hope a lot of that doesn't happen anymore. So obviously the talks were, I feel like that shouldn't happen, guys.
Yeah.
Let's go, right? Emmy's kind of just gonna be blunt about it with the team. That's my speculation, and they are not on their own here, but kind of in a situation where they should know what they need to fix.
Well, let's look at the last round, right? They got one thrifty against, or last map, they got thriftied once. They got 1v5 pretty much against Sato.
Yeah.
And then they just had the op just take him down and not winning their first battle. So if they're able to course correct their duels and their 1v1s and not be as shaky as they were in that first map, they'll be looking definitely a lot better here in the second map as they're finally going in.
Which is the way to go. 3 sheriffs and a ghost there with a little bit of armor for Vic. He's got the regen.
Standing ahead.
Oh no, he's got regular. All right. They move in with the spike down across the map here just to get a sense of info. But the same thing Lev is going to try to do here in mid. Trademark to collect A if they want to retake.
Game plan for C9 is definitely to add that pressure onto the A line first, because that turret is watching fairly passively, so it doesn't really watch a walk down into garage or into mid. So they actually have to be a little bit more passive in those angles and see what they could break. So they break the trip on that A side. Look at how it instantly forces a rotate. You were talking about Lev trying to be fairly slow, but they react fairly quickly on the sound of the alarm of the A side and kind of very far to really flood back into the C side fight. So we'll definitely see another 5 versus 5 retake.
Nice play across the map. Even the simple take of the trademark is something we weren't seeing. Oh, a little concussed up. Lev takes 3 on that. Just a bit of shaky screen is all it took. You go for staff. Try to get that as the snake bite comes down. And that's a quick shot from King there. Another just cool, calm, collected retake here from Lev. It does not seem like they're feeling pressured.
And my mistake is I was saying a 5 versus 5 retake. Leviathan found the window. Because of that push on that A side and breaking that the trademark from the chamber over on A side from Neon, they find that timing to say they should be weak on C side. Let's just flood in as a team. We have Util with the Phoenix and a Neon again with how good they've been flooding back on Pearl. And they just overtake the 2 players, 3 players even on that C site. Smoke on the top C. The other 2 are isolated and they can't do anything for both Vic and Oxy. So nice reaction. Call by King. Leviathan score a very nice pistol round.
King's been having a great series so far. Already starts off with 2. And they're going to go ahead and start focusing orbs. God, ready for it with Oxy Spike Shorty here. The judge rings out and Spike gets a few kills for himself. Still into safety. Vic was thinking to get the spike down quick in the chaos, but there's still an answer from Lev to be had. And now Cloud9 waltzes about the map to see if they can find any kind of chip damage on this armor. That's not even really something they have to worry about.
Nah. Just walk in and give your life away too. Want to make sure you have the econ to work with in the next round, and it's a simple walk into the crosshair again. Penny is trying to at least waste Util, as you see Sato use both of his flashes, but this is a very nice hold in the end. I think they were ready on the side of C9. They'll tried and true of drifting around lower by. Let's just get into this B site for a plant.
Okay.
Penny almost got 2 for his work there to flush Leviathan up against him. And fair game that he does that too. They identify that Leviathan will probably want to try to farm some orbs as well. So in a non-winnable scenario where you can't pick up the spike for a plant, you might as well let him come towards you and try to do as much damage as you can. So smart play on his end, but it's still here, Sato 2 away from his ult.
Well, that entry too, Celsius Oxy looked the same way. Kind of just, you know, basic entry, left, right, clear corners. Seems like it might have given him an upper hand there. So just the little things seem to be falling to the wayside when they're needed the most.
Covering it.
The bonus round is where it really counts, though. This is the one that C9 wants to lock in. They've spread the side space. What is this push? Oh, King almost catches them off guard through the fast lane. Love to see plays like that, but also it's great for C9 to be able to stop them from happening now. Okay, still get a few of those, though. Traded back through the smoke. The same entry for Spike and Squad now, and they just start to capitalize. Going for the peak. Lowe's has the upper hand on Zeppa here. The smoke is there for Vic.
Going up.
He wants to make it weird and put the one-way up. No, it's actually not counted up. Sato with one more. Beautiful Phoenix wall here to get this defuse down. And they're still going to get it. The push up from Sato, the 3K from him, builds onto the ultimate for Phoenix, and Lev stop another C9 bonus from going, or taking that away.
You see the nice thing too of having a Phoenix in your Neon in a composition, and probably a nice little understanding if you're watching these games, you're like, how is Phoenix really good on this map? How does it play double controller? Those walls that they're using to slice out the map in a retake is a very similar style as having that default wall from the Viper for the Flare retakes on C-side. It's just now you're a little bit more proactive with these two duelists that allows for you to do the very similar walls for any type of slice retakes on these sites. And then you add flashes on top of that. You're adding a lot of disruption too. It's just very nice how they're the meta is approached here and evolved from this double controller to this. And yeah, they can do no wrong with the spam through smokes for Leviathan so far.
How do you get into A without smokes now? Your wall, right? Your walls to encroach into the position to use the smokes.
Fingers crossed it's Oxy that's gonna put the walls up.
It has to be. It's fast lane to enter in. I mean, the position that C9 used to play from was that kind of Oxy would say, I'm going to run it down anyways. It's 4v5. So he's ready to go through and be that one to open the door. But as a follow-up there's where it's been lacking. They have this side of the map somewhat to themselves. You still have King to say something about it, though. And still not even a big committal, just an insert.
Yeah, because Vic just calls for a recon that went through on the A side. Okay, now it's committed actually towards the C side, but Neon still takes that fight. I was about to mention, they're even canceling on both the garage and A side. Yeah. So there's a little bit of miscomm going on around here too of how they want to finish out the round. But you saw that Vic couldn't really get proactive around the map. He didn't really pick into sewers because he was afraid of any angles, and there's always a trademark this time out in the open. And as it never gets broken, it doesn't really allow for C9 to play the contact walk into this A site, which should get blows ready to reposition. There you go. Falls back, waits for his teammates to play the flood retake.
And this will be the plant, but in seeing that as well, we saw C9 destroy it the first round. You think they might even be on a search and find mission for it in the following rounds to come. Spike with one. Good money for C9 here to start banking back, but the round is really what they need. Oh my god, Spike is just toying with them right now. Walked behind Oxy, tapped him on the shoulder, and then got him.
And the utility support too. King putting in the stars at the right spots, and that's pretty much the lay of the land of trying to see how you can activate your duelist to the best of his capabilities, and great support util coming out from the side here of Leviathan.
And that was a shotgun for Oxy too. Just got bopped a little bit.
Stunned by the relay bolt.
Yeah. Still thwarted in trying to make the answer for the play happen. Somehow Lev has an answer.
C9 seems that they don't really have an answer. It's all the questions of how they can really work that map and still trying to study the playstyle of Leviathan so far. Talk about tendencies and easy to read, but almost seems like even if the macro's good, it's the micro around Leviathan. Even the movement around Spike is not that heavily punished compared to when Oxy is trying to move around with the Neon here.
Give up a little bit of space. But it does seem like they're on a bit of a search and find mission to see where some util might be and what that bigger advantage entry would look like. It's like they delete sites from getting hit right now on the side of Lev. A is pushed, so they know it's not A. B has a trademark. It still could be B. Zelsis hits a nice shot to start the round off, but still, it's not a panic movement from Lev.
They heard the slide earlier on, though, so Neon is trying to scout it. And that eliminates already the first rotate kill that Zelsis was so good at. And now Spike plays the off angle.
Patience. Ooh. They're droning to make sure they didn't make it by as well. Knowing Spike went down, they have to make sure every angle is covered. C9 with 4 to move into the site. Zelsis still on the left side, see if he can get audio cues on rotating, but everybody from Lev's already gone. Blows takes down Vic. Somehow, King gets one there in the face of 2. And now, they're waiting. They're wondering, wait, no way.
No time.
Where could he be? Was trying to find more info across the map, but they're just too separated from the initial macro play Lev was making. Wow. C9 seem a little lost in the situation.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because, again, a nice, beautiful, perfect pick from Zelsis onto that B site lean. But as they lose Neon and still commit towards the A site, Zelsis probably thinks he has another type of timing where he could actually punish Neon maybe on a rotate. Neon being the chamber, that is. So he goes back to the garage, but everybody rotated out towards the A site, so he missed his window.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, the door shuts down. And that's a round here for Leviathan again.
Separated from the initial macro play Lev was making. The 1v1s going Lev's way, the retake protocols, the relay bolt we saw hit Oxy, those little things going Lev's way. Rounds where they take down Vic first, no smokes, all the rest of the round basically goes Lev. Yeah, this is tough for C9, so Emmy is going to get in their ear and start laying down the strats.
The re-clear is still pretty good though, right? As I mentioned, an off angle being played by Spike towards that cubby of the A site. He actually played a line.
They're still aware of kind of that forward position.
Yeah, he actually played a tucked in angle instead, so you had to really try to deeply clear that angle. So Vic did a great job at that to score his first kill into the round, but overall here, that's pretty much the only thing that you're able to get in for you. If you're looking at it so far, that's what, piss around that you lost. The second round was elimination, but they've lost the Spike right away into a B-side hit. 2 defuses, a 5th round where you lose out on time. And that just shows right now a team that's very far behind in the second map on the read of what Leviathan's currently doing here on the defense.
Operator Neon. Now he's just looking to shut down plays right away. He's going to get himself into sewers fast. He might meet the molly, though. Zelsis has been throwing this. Holy. Never stopping. He spikes in the window. You just saw him on the left side of your screen fly through. Man is on fast forward this game. It's insane. And he's going to have the... Oh, okay, smoke's there. Smoke's there. Slow down for a moment. Sato now from the other side, though, and they can't even find safety if they wanted to.
He's running and gunning like Rambo.
Here comes Spike now, trying to finish a little bit more. Zeppa get doubled up from a slight high-low there. 5 now, and the timeout squashed by Lev.
What a change of pace, too, for Leviathan for that round. It gives so much time to, on Emmy when he called the timeout for Cloud9 for Owner to look, okay, what's the state of the game? We have these big ults we can work with. They're going to probably try to do something on their side as well, as they have a lot of ults on their side, so let's just try to cancel that right away and just string some rounds. And a trap play that they have is instead of the Hunter's Fury towards the A lobby, they go for the crunch into window and grass. Nothing they can do here for Cloud9 side. They pincer the other 2 ults on the other end with Neon on the flank. And then Sato playing the running back on that back C site.
That's wild. And the amount of confidence this is building in Leviathan, not just because they're winning, but the strats are hitting 100% everything they want out of them. So they're trying more. They're feeling confident to go for more, and that's catching Cloud9 off guard even more.
King's just slapping his decks because everything's working out perfection on everything he's calling. He's like, dude, this is so good.
Here comes Oxy. They need an entry. They need an opening, but there's 3 members of Lev already here. C9 doesn't care. They are able to squash the force of Lev down. And now the site's taken. This is a round they need to come back on.
It's a little bit nice too. You had the TP from Vic in the back, and interesting that they didn't break it. So it allows now Oxy to slide through to double swing onto the person in the back of the site, and now you have a pretty clean post plant. And not having to waste out a lockdown or a pit going into that type of hit. Yeah. That's a great way here to salvage the first round back in your favor, and hoping to rotate a couple more. Allow for C9 to maybe start closing that gap on this first half.
It would be nice to see that style again. Fast. It seems, oh no, just the last one. It seems like when C9 waits in the round a bit, the 1-in-1s or a 2-1 trade doesn't go their way, right? But hitting the site, they can be behind each other. There's no chance to lose somebody as they go in from across a rotation on the map. Seems much stronger, at least for the way they're hitting right now.
Nice recon too. So yeah, a lot of things were missing, at least for Leviathan, when there were 3 players inside that site. The main responsibility is to try to break out a dart. That wall allowed that TP to happen too. That's probably why the Vic was able to fully stick it. So quite nice in the timings on how they're executing that site.
And again, rinse and repeat. All the angles. Oxy is just a sentry into the site. He'll take a fight if he needs to, but he is the eyes of the team. An extra drone. The ult goes down. Remember, there's quite a few more here if C9 feel absolutely pressured in the situation.
This is scary though, because a lot of them are playing inside the pit to deny spawn, but 3 players of Leviathan are looking to flood out from garage.
Relay bolt everything for Spike here if they want to get in. Sato looks up. They were expecting to see a little bit more util before the entry. And the walls drop. Oxy's huge with Celsius for a moment. And that's a 3rd one in an instant. As Oxy brings it up to 6 kills for himself in his 2nd round for C9.
Locked in on that one for sure. And good thing that Zeppo was the one that threw out his Hunter's Fury instead of using it as a lifeline towards the end of the round, as if everybody falls, I could try to save it for the team. He's proactive with it. So it forces the hand of Leviathan to scramble around the retake from that garage ramp. Or just too many players to deal with here for C9 on site. Thanks to that pit, they could put 4 players right there to go for those trades. Now back to the standard. Looks like we're trying to potentially take sewers control for the KG ult as well, unless they're able to get the instant opener against blows on A.
We got the anchor smoke. Holds for as long as he can to hide. Zeppa tries to feint the plan, but it's already Spike and the rest of the team getting inside the site. Cloud9 never had a chance. And they're just looking now for Celsius. Playing a little anti-flash as he moves through the wall. And he has a welcoming committee just on the other side. Oh no. That's what you got to deal with. And he gets one out of it. To take that, but Lev will take the round and be much happier.
And at least he's still got Spike, who's been jumping in and out of that wall. But 3 players were just ready when the wall came down to trade instantly against Celsius. And you're seeing what just happened there. Just holding inside that smoke. Looks like C9 almost felt like they had the timing to move into the site.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's him looking at the kill feed and all of his teammates falling down one by one. But I think that was a big flash, if I'm not mistaken, that came from Sato all the way towards spawn, from spawn back into the A site. 2 players are fully blinded. They coordinated the flood retake and fight back on the side of Leviathan. So as much as it looks on that first map that you had a little bit of hero plays from a couple of these players, but the team play is actually very good for Leviathan now as well.
He's going down the notes. He's going down, counting every finger off there to get back in their ear. Setting kickoff, the timeouts, he felt like some were on him because he went back into a previous way of them using timeouts to calm the team, which is actually something he gets out of Celsius now. So he said going into the stage, he wants to focus on a more tactical approach, getting the team back in line with what's really going to work against a team that's giving them trouble. So we'll see if this one can count. Lev has just been able to read C9 like a book here.
He also hates the fact that he has to face against Leviathan as the first team of this stage.
Yeah.
Because again, as he mentioned that, you know, Leviathan should be easily read or readable for us to be able to fight. We don't have to play too many antis. But at the same time, if the protocols, you know how they're going to play, and even if you know how they play, you're still losing these rounds. That starts to settle in, and you're starting to find doubts here on your preparation going to this game. So having Zelsis is good, and hopefully the timeout is better, but it's not. First blood for Leviathan.
He backs up. Rendezvous puts him safely for a re-entry into A. And this scatter in the smoke, the anchor smoke, is a big place for the fight to go down. And oh my gosh, Lev's just able to find every kill outside of it. Still towards the left side of the site. They're just reading the way a C9 hits methodically every time. A few up ramp, and they're just waiting for the sewers guy.
And how stoic they are for Leviathan on that site. Look at this first pick after on the Zelsis. As Blows gets that pick, he just hides the corner.
Yeah.
He doesn't care to run down to break the lockdown. And you know for C9, like, we got to protect it, we got to protect it. We could delay some people. So to run through the smoke, get picked off, and again, another round that just does not work.
The duality of man. There you go. Holy. And it's true, I mean, Blow's over there just using the anchor smoke like a boss these last few rounds here to collect multiple kills. King, he judged from the left side last time, why not from the right? Those little switch-ups enough to quickly catch C9 off guard, knowing the play is always a quick dash into sight. Again, seeing the method that C9's using and being able to stop it at the front door.
Yeah. It's desperate times for C9 too. I do like a little bit more of this buddy system, at least now. Because last round, why are we not together to protect the lockdown? Why are we not taking sewers control together?
Coverage.
Great punish. And it's close to that minute mark as well, so.
Teleport's ready.
Very similar type of flash peek a la Jogamo. Punished now by C9. The advantage back is back on their side. Also a weapon upgrade. So 4 rifles to work with in the pulse plant against 2 now of Leviathan.
Big shot from Zelsis there. Build more confidence with 4 alive. An operator most likely saved if the timing of Penny isn't right here. Oh no, they're actually just gonna force through. They have a pretty good chunk of change in their pocket. Zelsis falls. Penny creeping around from the rat position here as the rest of the team is just buying time.
One enemy remaining.
Sees the gun, and there's the second one. Penny coming to life there at the end. Some easy shots for him, but getting back online, getting on the board a little bit more as they get the rounds in there.
And Zelsis had to be selfless there. Yes, it's obvious that he has to swing on that tap, but he has to jiggle, try to give his life or something to delay so that you get value out of the Viper lurk.
You gotta draw the eyes.
Exactly. And he did. And then Penny right here draws his crosshair right to the domes of the last 2 players. It works out. They salvage some rounds here. And last one to go with, thankfully, with all these rounds that looked very much in favor of Leviathan. It's a strong buy they can have here.
Changed up. Zelsis putting the alarm bot there, alerting C9 that this play is getting rerun by Lev. This absolutely squashed Cloud9 the first time too, so adapting in very much needed rounds. Could get a 4th one here to end the half.
Yeah, you saw it. The Hunter's Fury is available for Blows. The setup position was the same way. Great, great pivot from C9.
Nice dodge out on the concuss. Easy from Penny too. Seems more comfortable that they're reading the plays of Lev now. Before it seemed like C9 was scrambling for their kills. Blows here, just on the heels of Zeppa's jump. Penny and King kind of read each other, but have to give up the time it takes to look a little longer. Jump shots drawing the eyes of Blow, gives C9 another one, and it looks like they're gonna nicely be able to finalize a 4th round. Kind of just deja vu to the first map we saw in Pearl. It took a little bit for them to get online. They finally get online, but it's still a battle for them to get the rounds. Here a little bit cleaner, and hopefully they can bring this in the next half, fans.
Yeah, definitely took them a lot here to get these rounds for sure. And 4 rounds after a dominating first start from Leviathan, that is going to give you a little bit of confidence moving through again when you have a perfect read. That's exactly what I was talking about. Okay, if they have a read and they're getting these picks, the confidence is going to come back. So it's a great way for them to finish this half to start strong on the next.
We're going to swap sides and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action when we get back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, an 8-4 first half for Lev. They take the lead once again and could possibly close out the series here as they are on their own map of Haven and swapping to that attack side.
And Leviathan were dangerous on the attack side in the previous map of Pearl, taking full control of moving around the map. Now you have 3 sites to work with as well, and that will hopefully not keep C9 guessing. And at least for now, lots of information set up once we get into the server for them to look here towards this A side, but this is a standard stuff. I like that we're seeing this type of wall now for them to try to take a little bit more mid control. It makes sense. You're playing against a Neon. Sorry, you're playing against a Chamber that doesn't have a turret to watch down lower B aggressively, so already Oxy's gonna start walking down.
Not kill util, but definitely a bit stall util today. Here for Zelsis as they separate the squad a little bit. A nice push though by Oxy. Going to be able to feed information in these early rotations. The stall they need to get a bit more in position, both hugging that right side, but what's the angle they're going to look at? They put themselves in the corner of the box and it's just too hard. Spike, hello. Gives Zeppa a quick handshake there as he's already pushed up farther than they expect. They have enough time to reset and look behind, and Lev is 5 minutes ahead of the play. Wow. Oh my gosh.
At the beginning too, Oxy got the position inside window for him to cut the rotates if they were able to stall back towards the A site, but look at how many bodies moves in. It doesn't even matter if they're getting recon pinged out by the side of Zeppa. It's just Spike that's so annoying playing through these smokes in the spawn, these slides. He's been a nuisance right now. Solo plays, by the way, every single time. Responsibility given to one sole player to watch the flood retake. Break the timing on the side of C9, and that's a costly pistol round here. Losing both on this map, that's not what you want to see.
He doesn't get another one, right? He doesn't just like look 4 people in the face and get another one, right? Oh, Neon. King's already there. You'd expect the team to be halfway across the map doing something else because the Chamber's doing alert. No, they're still in a position to get the angle and cover each other.
And look at Oxy jumping around very similarly to how Spike is, but then he just gets one tap by King.
Yeah.
Crosshair placement very good right now on the training of the aim from Leviathan against C9, who, by the way, also during the offseason was also boot camping out in Santiago, Chile to practice against different types of meta to find their own.
And that's just vibe practice, right?
Yep.
It's not like they're having to make sure things work for the next day. They go in, they have a lot to test against the best teams in the world. And it
also
seems like it paid off a bit.
And also able to defeat some of the best teams from the world as well when they played the off-season tournament in China and won that one too with Neon in the roster before he was eligible to play in this very stage at the end of kickoff. So now you have reps coming in. You have Owner that has the read on how Neon and Blows likes to play. All 3 of them coming in from the Leviathan Academy as well as the assistant coach. So the system is already there. They've built foundations and layers on top of their foundation. And now it looks like an empire.
And it was so interesting how it happened too, because kickoff happened and Owner came in as coach and we saw a bit of slower play. And the funny thing is we're like, oh, Owner's slower play. And he's like, no, I want him to play fast. I think they're playing slow because this is what we used to do. And I think we're getting the fast now. So it's funny to see that they just had to correct that. And everyone seems online. Sato saying last stage it was more free-willed and kind of creative. Now it's more systematic, and he thinks with the wild players that they have, that benefits having a systematic gameplay because they can all just kind of benefit off each other's strength advantages. We're seeing it in this matchup now. 3 away from taking Haven. Oxy slows this round down a bit, but Lev will not stop encroaching into the site. Sato with 3 and another one as they try to stand toe-to-toe with Sato. The crowd chants for an ace. And it looks like Zelsis will find a corner.
He'll have to chase for it too, yeah.
Then the ace chant chase, and he can find it. Where is he?
Nah,
they're not even going to go for it. So another round, and honestly, it doesn't look like Lev is finding any trouble when they get to the site.
We just talked about what was really good in terms of util that really helps and enables here the duelist to move in. That single grab well that was at that spot, even if Oxy's able to get first blood and stall on that right side, when he's trying to re-pivot back towards the A, he goes right into the grab well. And as he falls down, the other ones couldn't really follow up behind him because they were being stalled by the grab well as well instead of a smoke. And then Sato, well, they're playing lemmings against him. Crosshair placed. 1v1s. It's a skirmish when they're all running to his crosshair.
No.
It feels like that never changes. In APAC, you got one coach slamming desks. Here you have one coach just hand in hands consistently.
That was the last bullet, too. Yeah. Felt that at home. Results for Owner. He is ecstatic right now, seeing his team be able to put up these numbers in their first match on stage for stage 1. And here, they'll even slow it down. And this has to, get under C9's skin, because when this happens, they start peeking out, they start looking, because they're not really sure what is going to be effective against Lev right now.
Biggest thing is really playing around Zelsis' information. And they're going to smoke out the turret too. Actually, the star was placed and they broke it even before, so. Same results. You're start forcing players to peek out for info, and almost there, you got that, almost got the punish from Zeppa peeking out. With the recall smoke and he continues to jiggle, he's should be calling that there's nobody really moving there. So C9 works together. Instead of giving up C site, they push into the garage, re-clear the area that was taken up first place by Leviathan. But the thing is that they think that it's still an A main control.
They're squeezing to their teammates.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And now they know, no steps are being heard, no runs, no util, everything is C. So this leaves that 5v5 retake. Util's there for C9, they lose Zelsis. And they're still going to be pushing in. You see how aware they are of the timing too, right? They took a long time, hit the site, and they still think somebody can be lurking at that point. Just on the ball right now for Lev here, about to thwart or try to this C9 retake. 2-2 from garage and spawn. The quick shot is traded back from Neon as Spike helps out Lev a little bit more. Oxy with the judge, rolling through, picks one up, but he's low on HP here as they're somewhat limping around. The King concussed, they not really have eyes on the Spike, and it pulls Oxy away. Half there. Penny needs the round to keep him off game point. King hits another one, and Leviathan start to wrap this one up.
Map and series pouring out for Leviathan. The push continues to be very good. Oxy tries to do whatever he can with this Neon and the judge. Nice slide kill for
great too.
One enemy remaining.
Taking that space for the team, but that lurk, the double flank in the very beginning, they separate themselves a bit. Zelsis gets instantly picked off by an outlaw, and Vic is like, well, I can't run into the outlaw. I'm playing small shield, so he gives up that space. So those players playing off-site has better control now. We saw the value that they have with King staying alive with that Nova Pulse. So yeah, nothing working here for Cloud9. Seems defeated from coach cam to voice comms to facial expressions from across the board. And nobody is really there. There's no Vibe Merchant that's going to try to lift up their spirits unless Vic could come up huge here on the hold at the long C line.
Thing is every time a corner is breached, it's 3 or a bunch of util and something. You're always only good for 1 against this Lev squad. They make it so tough. Spike all the way to the back. They've clean taken the site. And they're going to hit the trademark on the way around, so they know they have a bit of time to breathe before they even see anybody. They're going to use this time to get a push on spawn. Looking both ways, pushing back C9. They want to have the time to use the teammates to get back in, but they're just being taken out. A good hit by Oxy to come back in, but it's only Oxy and Zelsis here. Blow is hiding in the corner. They're not going to hit the shots. A big one from Oxy here versus Neon. And that's going to be the kill that they need. Nothing else. It couldn't have gone any other way. Oxy gets the round for them. 5 for C9. They stay alive in the series.
Another big round by Oxy, and this time finally has a little bit of teammates to follow up and support him. Great hold and stall leads from the beginning. It almost looked like it wasn't winnable there for both Zelsis and Penny on the crossfire setup towards spawn. And great util to push them off so they can't swing off each other anymore. So it became 2 individual 1v1s.
All freaking good. C9's done this before.
Trying to remember when that was. But at least it starts with that. Your star duelist again being Oxy, getting multi-kills for the last 2 rounds, and then finally converting onto that one too. And economy. Plenty for rifles for Cloud9. The only thing though, it's half shields. Neon goes with the op no matter what on the attack side. Leviathan goes back to a slow tempo.
Penny found out, sitting, judging, waiting. He will not be able to do anything from that position. Called on the util as well, so now it becomes a worry for C9 in that garage area. Still playing A on the wall so they can anchor each other. C9 on this one is just allowing Lev to make the first move, but again, it's always very fast at the front door. Can anybody be there to answer? Tries to get that king play in that we see in at long C. Good for 1. And they don't expect the timings right now. Lev is just moving too quick into these positions.
They should expect spikes. He's been doing this the whole series.
Right, but that's the thing. He's doing it in different spots every time. So they're like, oh, well, I'm safe for the next 10 feet. No, you're not, actually. You have to consider he's around every corner. It becomes a nightmare to play against him right now. Falling, Blows gets a headshot on Zeppa right there. Vic trying to stay alive. The last one here is Lev. Puts the finishing touches down. Oh my gosh, it's actually from Neon there with a slow-mo Hunter's Fury looking cinema as Leviathan 2-0 Cloud9.
Sato gets what he wanted. A redemption arc for sure for Leviathan. Again, no victories for this organization since 2023 against Cloud9, and comes back with a convincing one this time around.
That seemed like a 100% trust in the process for Leviathan. They brought home what they worked on, they amped themselves up, and man, they came in strong. King out there putting up a lot of numbers from that top spot. Everybody else playing their hearts out here, and the team, the cohesion in the plays looks fantastic.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be big smiles for King walking on this stage right now in the front of everybody else. Again, when all the calls are working. How many timeouts did we really see coming out from Leviathan?
Yeah.
Right?
Owner just wanted him to play. Keep going.
If anything, he should have gotten a bag of popcorn from concessions, because he was also
just having it. Oh,
yeah,
that
exactly.
Been so
it's been
good.
working out too well here for Leviathan, and they've been looking refreshed here on the amount of work they put in from the off season at Santiago until now. That's like a month and a half, pretty much of prep they could do, and off the movement of this player. Talking about the identity of Leviathan in the past, where a lot of the success was around the Yoru when Neon was playing it with the op. But now him on a chamber, the space making by Spike, the shooting from Sato. All the little elements are really falling into place here for Leviathan to look good.
Blows is becoming a hell of an anchor from his initiator position too, as we saw in this game, being able to work multiple angles on that, because he was getting swarmed. He didn't have help in that situation all that much yet. And really just being able to figure out the hotspot situations is something you want to see as they go. But coming out of kickoff, King was saying we knew we went 50-50 between what we needed to do and how we were playing with PXS and how we were playing with Neon.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward. It's for the future. It's for London. It's for champs. And this looks like a team that could make a scratch at that.
It's definitely a great first step towards trying to make it into London here for the setup Leviathan. For Cloud9, though, I gotta say, maybe seeing this neon in the sky is still quite good, even though it didn't look into perfection right now for the side of Cloud9 in the series. The meta seems to be working quite well with the well, not too well, but well enough, you know?
Yeah. Something they definitely
they're finding something.
Have to refine in that one. Right now, we're gonna send it over down to Dan Dryad on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Sato.
Happy birthday!
Thank you, guys. Let's hear for Leviathan and for Sato. With an incredible win, Sato, you look so dominant. And I asked you at the beginning of the day what was going to happen, what you were cooking. First time playing Phoenix, how was that?
It's fun. It's a fun character to play.
Compared to the Neon, to all the other duelists, are you just a one-trick Phoenix now?
I feel like I'm more of a baiter, and Spike.
I feel you.
Yeah. So and Spike is kind of like a crazy man. So you let him do that, and then I would just follow. You know, that's the whole deal.
And that's the thing, because Spike, going into kickoff, he was playing a lot of the Viper. So this time around, you have pretty much everybody's able to play duelist in your team, even King as well, that has played Raze in the past. So what is it? Are you guys tossing a coin? Are you guys fighting? How do you make that decision to who's gonna play what?
Yeah, we always knew that Spike was really good at Neon, and then like we tested him out on one map, and then we're like, this guy's different. This guy's different. and then we started running it more, not all maps, but like this kind of method we found for our team is working pretty well because of our aggressiveness and because we cannot stand still for a second. So.
Do you think that method works because of how aggressive or the natural playstyle for each one of you?
Yeah, I feel like King really likes to have that kind of aggressive playstyle, and obviously all of the other four also like that. So I think it's working pretty well for us.
The last question that I have for you, something that owners said towards the beginning of the year is that the end goal was not to make it to Masters Santiago, but to win London and to win champs as well. It was the end goal and the long route that they were taking. So how do you see that now? How are you taking those possibilities and the growth that the team has had?
I feel like that really makes sense. One of the things we talked about before coming into this match was like that this is the first time the team actually had the preparation that we wanted to, and because the other time we had to play with a sub. Neon was not of age yet, so this time we finally went into a tournament like prepared.
So feeling good for stage 1?
100%.
Thank you so much, Sato. Congratulations once again. Can you hear one more time for Leviathan and Sato as they get the win of stage 1? This is everything that we have for our first series of the day, but when we come back, we haven't seen them since Masters Santiago, is NRG and Furia.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Demon for these two guys to overcome.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
players dropping down. Time. It's not the weapon of choice, but Alan's straight there with them. And Furia achieve the absolute impossible.
They've overcome every challenge that's been presented to them. They've not lost the match.
Even though we got first in kickoff, like I still view us as like an underdog, just because our ceiling is like nowhere near. We're nowhere near our ceiling, pretty much. Starting off with NRG will be a good way to start the season. We've never faced them yet. I think like the biggest thing we have to focus on is like making sure Mata just doesn't get free space 24/7, because when he gets like all this free space, like that's where I notice his team excels.
Time pressure, Mata! The amount of aces this guy gets.
It's definitely not going to be an easy game against Furia. They're obviously a top team. They showed that in kickoff. Looks like they mesh very well. They have very good chemistry. Pretty similar to our team environments, and I think it makes the great teams great. So they're going to be super solid because of that, no matter what. I think that both of us will be very determined to win this match.
They have good individual players over there, especially Ethan. He's like a 2-time Champions winner, and Kiko is a beast. So I really respect their team in general. They're probably the hardest team to play against.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of the week. And boy, oh boy, it's a good one. We got Furia taking on our world champions in NRG. I'm Golden Boy here alongside, once again, Athena, Mimi, and Emily as we break it all down. Look, I mean, it's safe to say we have an exquisite matchup that is about to take place here. Our number 1, number 3 teams from kickoff. And on top of that, first match of the year. This is a well, if you're a fan of both of these teams, it's going to be an exciting match. If you're the players, it's probably not what you want to have your first match.
I mean, I think it's exciting. It's a great way to kind of see where both teams are at here in Americas after Santiago. And for Furia, it's kind of like they're collecting the Infinity Stones right now. No, in kickoff, they beat G2, the Kryptonite of Americas, right? Then they beat MIBR, the super team. Now they just have to defeat the world champs.
That's right. It's simple. You know? Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Right?
That's it, right?
That's it.
Yeah, but they also had very different trajectories after that win. NRG turned it around. They looked amazing to qualify to Masters Santiago in that lower final, and they had a much better run at that tournament than Furia did.
Yeah, and Furia, though, I got to give them credit. They did shoot for the moon at Santiago, though, even though they missed a little bit.
I just want to clarify. I said they could get the Infinity Stones. I didn't say they would. Just quite yet.
Yeah, I could fly tomorrow.
Just so you know, Emily is just constantly making sure she doesn't get caught with the proof again. That's what it is. All right, let's talk about Furia. All right, because look, this squad, without a doubt, was one of, if not the biggest surprise coming out of the Americas region. I would even argue for the majority of the VCT, it was such a surprise given, Myrna, where Furia were as an organization here in the VCT versus the success that they found leading to Santiago.
Yeah, it just felt like an insane turn of events. This team, they genuinely came out of nowhere for me. All these players constantly battling out to make it to this stage in the first place. And they ended up winning with what I thought was the power of friendship. And what I mean by that is all these players are so insane. They're playing together, their synergy, the way that they talk to each other in and out of the server. You can tell that this is a team that cares about gameplay, knows that the unanimous goal is to win, and they don't take any of these things personal.
Yeah, I mean, by far the most fun team I'd say we have in Americas right now, with just how hyped they are and how supportive they are of each other. But I think their storyline in kickoff was actually really funny because they came in completely reinventing themselves. We see them win against Crew and Sen. They still didn't get any credit for it. It was just, oh, Crew has a sub roster. Oh, Sen, they're just not looking like they're
Sen's not Sen.
But then as soon as they 2-1 G2, that's like, oh wait, Furia is actually pretty good, guys. Hold on. And then they just go on to win out the entire tournament. Although they didn't have the results that they wanted at Masters, they honestly just lost out both of their matches that they got to play there. But in Americas, they're looking pretty good.
And it was close games, though, right? I mean, that's the other thing you got to take away
2-1s in
from
both
that.
them, getting a map off PaperX in particular. That team that went all the way to the finals, that crushed all the other Americas squads, was a big accolade for them.
Yeah.
I'll be a little negative, though, and I'll say that I still think an asterisk can be put on their run in kickoff and in their run in Santiago if they don't perform this stage. I think if you win two games against teams who are excellent, and they played amazing in those, it was also a low for G2 and NRG. And despite the map wins, going out without a win in Santiago, that adds another little piece. So this is their opportunity to show this is no flash in the pan. This is a team who has come out, who can adapt to the changes in in the meta and can continue to succeed. This is where we really prove if they're a top dog or a one-trick wonder.
Well, what does help this squad, though, is that they have players who, have been here before. They've had, different degrees of success. But one player I want to highlight in particular has been EU, because he's always been that X factor. I mean, we've been singing this guy's praises for years.
Amazing for a long time, but it was a different level in Santiago.
Yeah, no, he was absolutely insane. This guy was the only player on his team to consistently go negative in both those games that they played, both those BO3s in Santiago. Positive, sorry. Okay.
That was like, wait.
No, sorry. Consistently go positive. And he wasn't doing it with an absolute bestiality mentality. He was using so much of those util to get a lot of those picks for himself. And on top of that, he was consistently being the hype merchant as well as being the positive voice in the rest of his team, who's vocal, consistently giving that. And you can see him at the end of each round giving those fist bumps, being like, it's okay.
Yeah, he's also been the anchor mid-round when things are getting too out of hand, a little bit too hectic, and when they're riding on their high of the success that they've been having. He's the one to kind of be like, okay guys, let's lock in, let's focus, reset comms, reset whatever, and to really just ensure that they can close out wins. Why are we laughing?
Why are we laughing? I am.
Yeah, sometimes, man, you just gotta have that bestiality mentality, baby.
I was hoping no one caught on to it, man.
Wait, what?
No, I was just.
No, I was trying to say beast, and I said bestiality.
Oh man!
This is
that
why
was
they
just
paid me
too
the
good.
big bucks.
It's
That was
rare
too
that
good.
something breaks me that bad. I'm sorry.
We couldn't hold it. Literally, our crew was falling apart behind us.
I was so good until I looked at him and then I heard laughing in my talkback, man. Come on.
I can
bad
only
when
imagine
even
chat just
production
dropping
is breaking.
question marks nonstop. Dryad, por favor, save us. Take it. Talk to Nerf.
I'm sorry.
Back in kickoff, everybody was talking about Furia, and Nerf, you got a chance as well to get some international experience. You played against BBL and against PaperX, and also with the scrims behind the scenes. What were some of the learning lessons that you were able to get from all of that?
Yeah, I think playing against teams like PureX and BBL, they have a completely different approach and stylistic to the game. So I think we were able to take away some things from them and apply it to our game, which helped us a ton. And just even scrimming teams like Nongshim, who won in Santiago, is we got to learn so many different things.
So you're going to be running it down like PaperX?
I guess we'll see.
Thank you so much.
All right, now, of course, NRG, look, these guys have avoided that champion's curse so far. They managed to pick up a couple big wins. They won the lower bracket at kickoff, and they placed third at Masters Santiago, which, honestly, when you look at, how things were shaping up, how strong Nongshim were looking, how devious PaperX were looking,
For sure.
it really is a credit to NRG that they were in that conversation in the top three.
And when you look at how they were playing at the beginning of kickoff, this was a rough run for them. The losses early on, that middle bracket loss to G2 especially, came as a big shock, but they improved massively at this tournament. They were the one team fully committed to the double initiator, and their execution was incredible. They had great reads of how to deal with opponents playing that double duelist meta. They had specific preparation for the top level squads, and their players that needed to were stepping up big time. Yes, they crumbled at the end against those top two Pacific squads. But I think even looking at that upper final, there was a real world they beat Nongshim.
And also looking at
this
the
was a
grand
very
final,
different story.
I also want to be clear too, looking at the grand final, I don't think anyone was touching Nongshim, to be completely fair.
And one thing that I want to point out is for NRG, the way that I can describe them is they play like they are a unit, especially on the attack side.
Yeah.
When they're execing, it's like they have utility covering every single piece at a specific time, and players always holding in angles. It's like they're building up a wall on whatever side they're going to, and teams really have to fight hard to kind of penetrate that and be able to break through it. When we saw them first go against PureX, on Bind specifically, their execs were super strong. Sorry, I just see smiles all over the place.
We're happy to be here.
We're engaging with you.
I'm happy to talk about NRG.
Yes, no, and
me to
PureX,
be angry?
Yes, PureX were not able to break that, right? And then when we see them go up again on Breeze, they were doing a lot better. We saw them kind of finding holes and not letting NRG just play how they want to.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think for NRG as well, the nerfs that have come through, the changes to the meta, only benefit them. Yoru killed, they don't play Yoru that often. Sky buffed, who's one of the best Sky players of all time? It's Ethan. He was already playing this. Everything feels like it's lining up, GB, for this to be an even better meta for NRG than it was before.
And you were talking about the plans and the ways as they approach the game, a lot of that's got to be attributed to Ethan and, of course, Coach Bonkar. Great synergy that those two guys have been able to build together here. And Athena, I know you could speak to this specifically because of your experience as well. It is so paramount when you have that IGL that is able to make these big plays, these big swings, and be able to keep you in the game with some great gameplay himself.
I feel like Ethan, just as a player, has such a good job of being consistent in the game. He doesn't have to frag out because his IGLing is textbook. I feel like when we're watching NRG play, I don't find that many flaws in their gameplay. The only reason why I feel like they lose rounds is when you're playing against the Danby or when you're playing against the something. They are just getting these unbelievable picks that put your team between a rock and a hard place. But I think Ethan does such a good job still managing to call around that, try to kind of retaliate or get some of that space back or get some of those frags back. And I think they just fell short of that. But other than that, Ethan, he is insane. Plus, like you said, the sky buff, that's only going to make him even stronger.
No, the way that he was playing it before we even got his heals buffs was so smart. Before, when we saw old Sky, we would see players using his flashes for util and for fighting because it came back. But with this new Sky, you had to be a little bit more reserved with your utility.
Yeah.
When you're watching him play, specifically on Split, he never used it for utility until the mid and late round because what is that going to do for you, right?
Yeah.
You know they're there, but
info.
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You start predicting that flash, then they're just going to hide from it. And he knew that, and oftentimes just had his players take space early on and then use his flashes later to set them up for success.
Yeah, I mean, look, it goes without saying that Ethan and his contributions to this team, obviously winning a world championship as well, cannot be understated. But he's going to have his hands full here with this Furia team that's going to be
Winning
looking...
two of them, GB.
Yeah, how could I forget? Actually, yes, two-time world champion. Gotta put respect on my boy Ethan's name. But for now, though, let's actually check in with the coach of NRG. We had Dryad had an opportunity to talk to Coach Bonkar earlier today.
We recently saw the departure of assistant coach Strong from NRG. Bonkar, how does the preparation change now that it's only you?
It changes the procedure a little bit, but I've always done the prep myself, and I most likely always will do the prep myself. It's a lot easier when it comes from my head, so not too much.
And how do you prepare going into this event with everything, all the meta, all the changes?
A lot of testing, just keep testing all the time and being open-minded and having healthy discussions within the team and just listening to everyone.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
If there is one team that I know had those conversations and those conversations were effective, 100% it's NRG, because you have players on the squad, Mimi, that not only have incredible minds for the game, but they all have a lot of versatility and they all have just a uniqueness that they bring to the table. And Coach Bonkar has been able to take advantage of that to great effect.
For sure. He's at the helm of this, but I think this team is just so well suited to succeed right now. I look back at this list of players. Ethan's best role is buff. The style they're already playing with Double Initiator is in a better spot. The overpowered character Yoru that they don't play, he's nerfed away. Mata, one of the best entry duelists at having good spacing with his team, at being very intelligent about his positioning. I would say he plays Neon.
Yeah.
I think he'll be good on that role. I think he'll be great on that role even, because he's already shown us his excellent ability to make good decisions in how he specifically entries, playing the Waylite. I think that'll continue on Neon.
Yeah, but then also you have other weapons on this team too, right? Scuba, another guy. He came in with Mata, had one hell of an opening season for him, winning a world championship alongside Mata, but he's also always been a reliable hand in that circle. He's in those 1v1s, Scuba is 9 times out of 10 going to pick up.
I feel like when we talk about these controller players, these Viper players, we're constantly pointing out anchoring and clutching. But Scuba, this guy does a masterclass of it. Not only that, he is so good at being aggressive with his lurk timings, as well as getting a lot of that information on that defensive side. When he is playing weak side, he's not afraid to still jump spot, still jiggle peek, get a long, deep line down towards those longs, towards those shorts, just to get that much information and pass it back to Ethan. He has been phenomenal and consistent the whole time too with it.
Yeah, and oftentimes I feel like he's kind of the saving grace of the team. You were talking about his clutches, but even further than that, like when I think about specific rounds, especially on attack, again, when they're execing, when things start falling apart, when they get disrupted, he's always there to kind of save the day. He's always there having his players' backs, and that is such an important role that he plays.
Oh, 100%. It honestly does remind me a lot of Leaf from G2, right? A guy who's just like reliable. You know, he's always going to give you something. Maybe a multi-kill this round, a kill here, but he's not leaving the round without taking something away from his opponent. And I think that is something that is a testament to Scuba's skill, and of course we'll continue to see it as you know, the season develops here. But let's go into some skirmish side selection, shall we? Because we have our 1v1. This is a good one. Mata versus Koala Noob. So let's see how this one shakes out. We're going to have a Viper and a Reyna in play here. I think that's going to be the Reyna for Koala. And already Mata starting things off. He's also been the skirmish guy for them as well.
I think that's valid. If you have an aimer on your team like Mata, I would just send him every time. And he's so calm.
Yeah.
Too. Every single time. He gets up and he's just like, yeah, man.
I would hate playing him in a 1v1.
Yeah, it speaks to both these players' mentality, though. A lot of teams don't want to send their star player, or really anyone, because they don't want to interrupt the warm-up, they don't want to get tilted if they lose, those kind of ideas. Neither team has a concern here, but they carry themselves in very different ways. Koala is this really happy-go-lucky, energetic guy who's kind of that sink for his team, whereas I feel like Mata is just calm, consistent, so level in the way he carries himself and in the way he plays.
Yeah, I mean, after all of his experience that he's had so far and the team that he surrounds himself with, I feel like he's not the kind of player that you would expect to ever shut down or tilt or anything like that. So I'm not super worried about that. And honestly, this is kind of a warm-up, no? Just 1v1ing two of the best players on each team.
Yeah, I think that also speaks to how each of these teams play too. Like Furia, we see them with their emotions. It is in the server, but NRG, they are all calm and they're all ready to kind of get into whatever form they need in order to win out a round. And I think that really shows the kind of differences between both these teams, and it reflects in their players as well.
This might be one of the worst
Koala Noob plays a very frustrating skirmish, by the way. He is constantly peeking corners nonstop, whereas everyone else is just going for the straight-up 1v1 contact, fight each other. No, and then he gets the win. That's insane.
That's funny.
We spent a lot of time talking about how well suited NRG was to the meta changes, but I feel the same way for Koala.
Yeah.
I think you can be worried about a lot of the op abusers right now, right? The people who were getting the most value with the op and the outlaw on Yoru when it was strong. Think of a team like BBL with Lovers Rock, who both of these squads ended up playing. There, I'm not worried at all about Koala because I think he's just as good when he plays the Jet on Breeze, when he plays the Omen on Abyss, or when he plays any other role at getting value with his op and being confident. I think both these teams are actually very well suited to see the Yoru nerfs and be minimally effective.
Yeah, I think even on Haven, he was playing Omen and still getting those entry peaks with that op, but it was kind of insane. But I do think the meta definitely favors them. I don't think they're going to be bullied off of angles anymore. I think Koala is going to be able to kind of push through and be that person that's kind of in front. So I definitely agree with you. I feel like this meta change isn't going to affect them that much.
My question is, if Furia goes towards single duelist, is it going to be Koala perma towards that kind of flex role? Did they put a limb on the Neon?
I feel like a limb's going to be Neon, for sure. His movement on Waylay is kind of insane, and I feel like he already was playing
but
that
I also think
dive
he
role.
was kind of the lightning rod of a lot of the struggles for Furia. I felt like towards the end of Master Santiago, he was really struggling to get value the way he did in Americas with entries on that Waylay. And I think we need a return to form from him of how he was playing in Americas, especially if he is swapping roles.
Yeah, it felt like they couldn't get any of the initial first picks, but also you're playing against, like you said, BBL and then PRX. It's kind of impossible to kind of get.
It is a difference in the opponent as well, right?
And I feel like when you were coming in with that first siege, you do kind of get a little bit of that struggle because you get that buy and everyone else is
you don't get to play against the low seeds in the groups.
No, I mean, we all saw, we were like, oh boy, they're going to be coming into this one, and these boys are going to be, the crowd was hype, it was intense over in Chile, so it makes a lot of sense, right?
I will push back on that a little bit, though, because Nongxin won the tournament undefeated with the exact same situation put ahead of them.
True.
And I think if you can't close out those kind of games against Paper X, sure, I'll shoot you bail. They were a top 2 team in the tournament, they played amazing. Not closing out that BBL game affects me more in terms of thinking about Furia as like a top 2 squad now. I'm not in my opinion.
She is affected. safe to say.
Yeah.
She has been affected.
She has been affected, folks.
Yeah. And you know what? They're going to have to pay for this. In any case, so speaking of
They
that.
don't, for the record.
We did get an opportunity to catch up with Kuala9, talking to him about his play style, how's it changed with Furia and the journey he's had. Let's take a listen.
My mindset is just to like be the best teammate I can. Like the meta changed, so you know I'm gonna be more on like supporty roles, not like flashy like characters and stuff. I think that's where I excel as a player. Like I have like identity syndrome where like I'm a super good opper, but like I'm not a main duelist right now, so I'm kind of like. But like the way that I excel outside of opping is being like a trade fragger, so it's gonna work out for me. But it's like now I'm committing to this. This isn't like something that I've done in the past. Like I've played smokes on like the odd map here and there on like other teams, but like now I'm gonna be like permanently on a different role, and it's something that I'm just gonna have to learn to adapt and like benefit as much as I can as an individual and like support my teammates in the best ways I can to put them up in good spots.
Interesting perspective there from Kuala9, who, you know, this guy's been waiting for his opportunity to come to Americas, play on that stage. He's had opportunities and has already had those immediate impact moments. But hearing him in that brief snippet there talk, Emily, about the role swap, it sounds like he's going to be the one that's going to be the tip of the spear moving forward here for Furia.
I mean, that kind of answers the debate that me and Athena were having that whole time, just going back and forth, questions.
Yeah, you guys couldn't have just played that earlier.
Yeah,
right?
come on. What the heck?
Just delete the bot. I mean.
I gotta say, I am a little sad that we're not going to be seeing him flex as much, because I agree with you. I think he played a really fun and impactful Omen, but I'm excited to see what this new team is going to look like with Alim taking on whatever role it might be.
I also think if Alim was having a better performance on the entry at Santiago, might have been somewhat of a different story. And I think Koala is very strong on that role. I can't remember off the top of my head how much history he has on the Neon. I mostly remember him from his NA Tier 2 days, just locking Jet every map, but he's a player who's very adaptable. I have no doubt he'll be able to play that. And I think Neon is a good opper on defense, and he'll still be allowed to pick up that
I just think, you know, to just play slight devil's advocate in this instance, right? And Myrna, maybe you could touch on this here. Like, Kuala9's coming in, he's going to be playing the Neon, potentially, right? But as we know, we don't know what we're really going to get from there. On the other side, you have Mata, who is like a god-tier Neon, who's going to be covering that role. And it kind of goes back to the conversation we were having about Penny and Oxy, where it was like, you put someone on the role that they're good at versus like, you know, minimizing your damages, so to speak. Is that going to be the case here? Because I do kind of feel a little bit of concern if Kuala9's going to be taking on this much responsibility right now.
I feel like for Kuala9, he's been one of the best defensive duelists in terms of opping and making sure that he's getting that deep line, whereas with Mata, I do think that his Neon goes kind of insane. A lot of that movement has been really good, especially for post plants, especially for retakes, using his util to get onto site. So I do think it's kind of hard to say. I guess in a way, if you're expecting Mata to just run it down and hold W at Koala, I am expecting it to go the way of Mata, and I do think that for Koala, he is going to struggle just a little bit. But at the same time, I mean, he's talking about in that clip too, how he has that support from the rest of his team. And I think that's going to be what they're kind of relying on, because they've been smacked before by that duelist just holding W, especially in Santiago.
Yeah, we had this conversation going into Santiago when we were having a double duelist meta, but I want to ask again when we have a little time before the game starts. Do you think the most important role right now, what is the most important role in a team right now? Who is the player that matters the most in this meta?
The dive duelist,
the dive
for
duelist.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree.
Everything's being built around that, so I'd say yes, the dive duelist.
I agree. That's my argument as to why I want every team putting their best player who they think has the highest ceiling on that role.
And you feel like Kuala9 is going to be that guy?
I think Koala is that player.
No, hey, look, I think there's going to be a lot of questions, but we will get those answers very soon. By the way, I do want to let everyone know there was a slight delay on the stage. Everyone was making sure it's all good to go, which is why you're hanging around with us a little bit longer, but don't sweat it, because we're going to be jumping to the action in a little bit. For now, though, we'll keep the conversation going, and we'll talk more about Furia's arts in here, because kind of the point that we were referencing referencing before, right? About, you know, who are going to be these impact players, who are going to be these guys that are going to be stepping up. Well, you're also going to be looking at the leaders as well to be properly utilizing those players to their greatest potential.
I mean, we saw what he was able to do with Allen. I know he was struggling a lot there in Santiago, but I thought their macro ideas with how he was going about taking space was good, and I think seeing him start to kind of more focus on setting up Koala now and focusing around a lot of his utility around him, I don't see it being bad.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think, like, if anything, it is just going to allow Koala to have more of an opportunity to be set up properly, and is going to allow Arton to really just manipulate the map the way that he wants to, ideally.
I mean, I really wonder if he's learned a lot from Santiago, because that kind of tempo that they were facing, that they were losing to, is something that we've been seeing a lot, even today in Americas. So I feel like he's got to adapt. And if anyone can, I feel like Arton really can. He is so experienced in so many other teams that I feel like he can kind of bring that energy to it. And we talked about Koala, we talked about how to set up this team. I think for sure they have a really good game plan going into it, and that's why Koala being on that duelist is what they kind of settled on.
Yeah, it's of course going to be an exciting matchup. Here are the predictions as laid out, and on the desk we're unified.
First time.
But Brent Van Silly and Riv decided to go with Furia. They're not here to answer for their transgressions, but we do want to. I'm actually quite curious as to why. We will be hearing Brent's perspective in a little bit, I assume. But yeah, I mean, NRG kind of goes without saying, right? It's a World Championship team. You got to go with them.
I mean, World Championship team, yes, but I think just of what we saw at kickoff and the fact that they didn't get to play against, or what they saw at Santiago, and the fact that we haven't seen them play against each other in kickoff, I think if we did, I still probably would have leaned towards NRG just based off, towards NRG just based off of how they kind of took form towards the end there. And going into this, Furia had to make a lot of changes, whereas NRG didn't. NRG still had the foundation that they can play off of.
All right, folks. Well, the time for talk is done. So let's send it down to the stage and bring out our two squads.
Riot Games Arena, your 2025 champions are back. Let's hear it for NRG!
NRG, your world champions, making their way to the stage here to kick off stage 1. And after a third place performance at Master Santiago, you know that the team that once was at the top of the mountain, Athena, wants to ensure that they're right back where they left off.
This is the first time that they get to face Furia. Before kickoff, they've never seen this team this year. And I think they're learning and kind of looking forward to turn the tides. Because again, you have a two-time champion leading this team with so much firepower, so much cool, calm collectiveness that they really want to make a stand and make a staple out of their name to prove that they should have been that #1 seed.
E agora, do outro lado, o time número 1 do kickoff. Make some noise, façam muito barulho pra Fúria!
And then, of course, Furia. Now, as you heard Athena talk about before, these two teams have not met in the past. So this is an opportunity here for Furia to show not just that they are not a flash in a pan, that they are the real deal, but an even better opportunity for them to show what they have learned since Master Santiago.
It's such an opportunity for any team to get to attend that first global event, to get to learn from international competition, have that
They were there the whole time.
to scrim against the best.
Yeah.
But it's very different for NRG. They've been there, they've done that, they've gone through these revisions, and they've already proved to be that first team to go up against the championship curse and keep their team together and perform at the first global event after. They're still seeking another trophy, but no doubt this is the most menacing squad you can go up against. But if Furia could beat them, if they could do it here, I think that is the definitive proof of how legit they are, that kickoff was not a one-time deal, and that they can consistently be at the top of the
Emily, we got Fracture!
We have Fracture! It wasn't instantly banned!
They said it wasn't possible. And look at that, they were wrong.
Yeah,
Damn them.
Now I really hope we get to see a third map. I mean, Fracture being back, the fact that we haven't seen it yet, when a lot of these teams, I feel like, could be very, very strong on it.
I think I think these maps make sense. I think for NRG picking Pearl.
That was a wind-up there.
Sorry, I was just like, yeah, fracture. Anyway, I think Pearl makes a lot of sense for NRG because we've only seen Furia play this one time in kickoff, and they lost it to Crew, and it was the Crew sub-roster at that time. So it is a rough map for them, but I'm wondering, since they let that through, since they know that this might be what NRG picked because they've won this so many times, 6-1 is their record so far this year on this map, that maybe they've changed something up in order to counter.
I mean, going into the second map split, we have seen so many VODs and footage of NRG on that map, and Furia, we haven't really seen a lot of it, especially now that they have made a couple of these role swaps, or at least hinted at it in that little post-match, or in that little interview. So we don't really know what they'll be bringing. I'm excited to see if they will be sending Koala in a lot more and just kind of going to take a lot of that space, and we'll see if they bring it here on Pearl.
I think 2 surprises in this agent select for NRG, and even though it is the same as what we've seen before, keeping the Waylay 1, despite the nerfs to that Pinder. Mata's movement on that agent is obviously excellent, and he's very good at executing on it, but it is a little bit more difficult now to hit that usual combo on the agent. Interested to see how he pilots this one compared to others who played the Yoru with that. It's a little less common to see him go for that combo, but on the other side, Koala locks the Phoenix.
Yo, deja vu, anyone? It feels like we may have just seen this.
I just saw this composition.
But for all the talk we had about him saying he was playing the primary duelist now, this is a map where it is a limb on that Neon, and him playing the Phoenix. My question is, does he op on this role? What's his play on the defensive side?
Well, ask and you shall find out, because it's time to start the game. We were denied this matchup at kickoff. The time is finally here, and we got 2 great casters with the call. Here is Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, bound to be a fantastic match between these two teams. You've got the #1 seed coming out of kickoff versus the current, former world champions, right, in this form. And now we get to see how they're tested with a new meta on these maps with the changing map pool. If we get to Fracture in map 3, that's bound to be sick.
Oh, dude, I'd love that.
But then we start with Pearl, right? And Pearl's also an interesting conversation to even have, because this is a map where, for NRG, they're quite comfortable in this map. For Furia, they're not. They've been banning this. They've been avoiding Pearl, but they have had about a month to prepare off the back of that Santiago performance.
Yeah, the maps are really interesting. You've got super comfort territory for NRG, then very comfortable territory for Furia, and then a complete unknown in Fracture. I'm very interested to see how this Neon Phoenix look works for Furia. We've seen tons of different teams running this. I think it fits them. It seems like it would suit them.
Yeah.
But NRG are one of the best teams in the world on this map.
Set up towards mid here. NRG looking to receive some form of aggression, and Mata takes point. The bullets though go straight to the head, and that is going to be that saturation. Lay it down, stuns on top of it, ensuring there's no quick follow-up.
God, that's much harder to get the saturation out in time there. Well played by Mata.
Nearly gets out of dodge there, just going to be retreating to safety, and looks like a full retake setup over towards A. Furia will have access to most of this side, but there's a bit of a punish onto Alim.
What a shot.
Nasty shot.
Great plant position though from Furia. Open to Art and A main. Will allow them to get really good post-plant positions here. If Kiko could take down Nerve on the flank, that would make a massive difference.
Extremely disciplined, though, from either side. Nerve has got his eye on it, just with the jiggle. Spots it. Tension drawn. NRG, though, are making moves over towards this side, already gaining a bit of ground. It's a tap to try and pull out some form of util. Wall 10 flying forwards, but that's that flank dealt with. Nerve's gone still. Arts in an EU. Kicking and active now, looking to see if they can put a stop to most of this, but bullets still raining down on them. Shot through the box, it's a lot of damage done. Art, he's got a lot on his plate. Addison just can't quite do it, not against NRG. Pistol round early on for them.
So crucial there that NRG both managed to take down the Astra with pull disabled, and then are able to get half on the defuse as well. Kiko is inside his monitor. Bro's living in the Matrix.
Yeah, I mean, he's fiddling with the audio.
Yeah, he's leaning over to...
One enemy remaining.
Don't really think about that as a piece of post-plant utility to deny the defuse. But
yeah.
Just threw it out.
It actually does a ton of damage if you can land it onto somebody.
Yeah.
Bonka very happy there with success on this map. And Ares being picked up by Brock. For all that he's known for these kind of spam weapons, he doesn't use the Ares a huge amount.
He does not. Just the one salvo, and all quiet from the rest of NRG here. But now we're going to start to see again those signs of life. Alim, Bucky in hand, he's traded out quickly enough here, but damage definitely being done.
Another situation where it does look a bit more awkward for Mata using the hinder there, but he did manage to get it off, just overwhelmed. Neon can put a lot of pressure over towards A main.
Gonna be a slow round here from Furia. You can already see them thinking about the long term of this map, how to play it, making sure that they farm up the orbs.
Yeah, I mean, there's another one over on the other side of the map that
wanted to
try to play for, if they want to go in that direction. He's got the Marshal in his hand at the moment. I think it's pretty unlikely that he's going to be doing a lot of opping, generally speaking, here on Pearl.
Yeah.
Phoenix just does not suit that. And I agree with the desk that Koala should be pretty resilient to the changes that we've seen. He's not going to struggle as much as some other people in terms of this patch change. But on this map, you're probably not going to get him with an op in his hands very often. That, if they want to run it, would be more for Alim, I think.
30 seconds left.
Well, Furia just cut noise, looking to go for a bit of a re-hit now, and the hand is revealed. Didn't really do the due diligence of clearing a lot of that Killjoy util, so NRG still have players ready. Here's Brock just spraying them all down here. Ares in hand, big reveal from the drone, and he's adjusting the aim with Kiko by his side.
Looks good in his hands.
It's a swift dismissal, isn't it?
Now, does he have a game plan in terms of... one of the things that Brock is amazing at is going and looking at the VODs of the teams he's about to play against.
Yeah.
And destroying some kind of set idea that they have on the attack side. But you don't really have a lot of footage. You know, in fact, you've got zero footage.
That's a great point.
Of Furia playing this composition on this map. So I've got to imagine it's more to do with just the general value that you can get from these kind of guns.
And it looks like the game plan pretty clear. A lot of contention happening over this A area. They understand the importance of denying the Phoenix these ult orbs. Bit of spam from EU. They can't contest through the salvo.
I have the spike.
And sometimes NRG are going to fake this. They'll throw down that same Astra utility, throw one salvo, and there'll be nobody behind it. And instead NRG will be fighting a different area of the map. It's hard to read.
Yeah, it really is. Just one player spotted, and it was only Alan.
I like this from Ethan, though. Just denying it, and now even if they do give up A, there's no orb for Koala Noob to pick up.
Yeah, fine to do so. Stun, Prime, ready up the attack. That's a Prowler drop down, Stun will connect. Alim's there, though. Pulls the back of the box, already cleaned up Scuba. Walk laying down that suppressive fire, but the Rifles are winning the day for now. Quick little fight occurring, and Matt has cleaned up on the flank there. Deep push, hoping that nobody was home from that pressure.
Risky business.
And it's really slow and steady gameplay by Furia. They're not willing to rush into anything.
No, I think this is the right call. Nerve opened up B. Furia took a couple of pot shots, but then extracted themselves, and they're going to end on the easier side. There's still going to be a little bit of
There's
danger,
an orb
but
there too.
Yeah, in a 2v4 scenario like this, it should be fairly chill.
30 seconds left.
Brock's waiting. He's got his shock darts out, hasn't he? Looking to deny the plan. 25 seconds left. Time pressure here. EU. He's got to respect that because he is low. Shots from Ards in. He's hoping to deny this pressure again. Watchful eye onto it. Hold on, Kiko. And now just leaves it down to Brock, and he's low as anything. Plant down. Furia waiting, biding their time. They call for the swing together, and they take the fight.
A little bit of damage done. Otherwise, though, well navigated for Furia. They're on their attack side, 2 away from being able to deploy that Phoenix ultimate. They've been a little bit slow, maybe compared to what you would expect from a top team getting the Phoenix going, but you could definitely still have Koala Noob's ult in this round.
Come on
an orb
now,
and a kill,
baby.
something like that.
Come on now.
Yeah, extremely diligent gameplay, though, gotta say. If you had any worries about Furia potentially falling flat on the other end of Santiago.
Here we're back to an A-main skirmish. Once more, NRG deploying 4 players in this area of the map with an Odin and an Op.
Early on, over the top. Sidestepped and avoided. NRG are forced to concede their space, but Alim's just wandered right into that. Darting a salvo at his feet. It's a lot of damage taken. He could have avoided that.
Yeah, I don't really know how he's ended up dying to it. It was great utility pressure to keep NRG back. Maybe he took a bunch of chip damage from the Odin or something.
Yeah, it could have been.
Unseen. In the meantime, though, Furia have been quite good about getting into double doors. They recognize how many people were fighting over A main and have taken space elsewhere on the map.
It's an instant reaction, isn't it?
And very passive positioning now for NRG because they had to give up mid in the early round. So now Brock's just got his eyes trained on it.
That Killjoy util was dealt with. Drone's going to be used about that minute mark now. NRG just got that info. Brock, he's going to know these angles like the back of his hand.
Yeah, it's a good job you didn't get tagged by that.
Yeah. And again, all quiet, sneaking, trying to take as much space as possible, but they show, again, signs of themselves matter. Spotting it, but a flash in his face. 85 half has to back out. Smokes now propped up. It's an open plan now, open sight for the taking for Furia to get the extension. Now asserting themselves into deeper post-plan positions. Previously, very much offside. Looks like they want to fight aggro for this one. They're holding. Well, results. There's a Nightfall. First wave and layer of things forwards. Hinder, though, it's going to be slowing them down, but still the rifles in the hands of all these players. Oh, they're just dominating. I mean, Koala, who've got that in midair, I think.
Yeah, he really did. I think Mata was going down no matter what to the second player behind, but that is a huge, aggressive post plan there from Furia.
And it's a big switch up.
They were in a disadvantaged position. They were in a 4v5. But the plan was actually quite nice for them still to play passively. They choose instead the more aggressive option, and it pays perfectly.
I like that they're already trying to upset some form of conditioning, right? We saw the one post plan where they were going into very passive positions, trying to play order util. In that round, they just fight them.
Yeah, mixing it up. Take a look at this on the replay then. How exactly does Alan go down here? Oh, he got blinded. Blinded by a teammate.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, then ended up being unaware of the salvo at his feet.
One enemy remaining.
No matter though, because Koala Noob redeems himself with that at the end of the round. Two to two. NRG invested with an Odin and an Operator in the previous round, so their economy's not looking good, and Furia have a chance to get a real snowball going.
Completely moving away. Koala Noob has the ult. No reason to really fight over that A main area this time. Instead, just send it. Why not?
Yeah.
He's going to be acting as a bit of a human drone.
You sweet. I can bait for you to...
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys hold on back on? I can resmoke heaven, okay? I'm playing post with Molly's guys.
Yeah, yeah. I have deep right, Toro.
Smoking heaven. One bit.
Yep.
You just go fight with them. Yeah. Drone decline.
Spawn, Omen, or Saba. I gave, yeah. Odin spawn. I try to walk out.
Yeah, lots of time here, boys.
Yeah, just keep holding flank art.
Yeah,
I have a resmoke for heaven, okay, Jenny?
Yeah.
I just talked about bomb. Yeah, in three, Jenny, three. Okay, be coming out.
I'm Molly.
I'm out of here.
Reeling. Play bomb, guys. Play bomb.
Yeah,
we're good. Saving the Odin again? Or...
I'm out of here. Down.
Oh, cringe ass player.
I'm done.
Come on, boys, let's go.
Yeah, a little corner at the end there.
Yeah, a little call out.
One thing I will enjoy, though, is, I mean, you expect that, I think, from players at this level, but there's a level of seriousness even when they're going up against the eco.
Yeah, I was wondering actually whether they knew 100% that this was going to be an eco round for NRG, because there was an Odin saved and a couple of players that could have possibly forced up, but they were very fast and they used the Phoenix ult instantly and realized that, I mean, I think fairly quickly, oh, this is an eco and they're gambling on the other side of the map. But I think Koala Noob will be all right that he invested the Phoenix ult, but it does now mean that they don't have a big way of knocking NRG back down onto an eco here.
Do have a Cosmic Divide, though. It's going to make dissecting up the B side a little bit easier. And they're all picked up, so that's in now with that lockdown earned.
The important thing is, how do you play against the defending lockdown?
It's going to be used, primed, actually preemptively placed down on either side. The plant also going to be full committed, so Nerve going into this. Furia have faith in their long-range utility, something to try and push back the retake attempt. As both teams having to call for a bit of a stalemate when the Venn diagram's up. Oh, and that's detainments, at least across the board. At least one of the players are now a rapid regaining a bit of the ground. Alemi's eating a lot of damage though, and Kiko's locking down that one area towards back halls. Jump spotting, looking for the info, but not aware of the corner. Koala Noob still here, trying to play his life in, but that hinder is picture perfect. Nana Swarms from long range again. It's NRG with the advantage in a spot like this, but potentially turning the tide. Bit of spam through the smokes and a pull now being played for. It's a lot of damage done. Matter's weak. Brock though locking it down. Odin in his hands, finding where this last player is. Hold on, Nerve. He finds his time. How about a defuse? Oh my! Not enough. It's Nerve who saves the day. Down to the milliseconds.
Mata was so weak going for that defuse. Had to get into a position where he was the one to be sticking onto it with an off staring down into smokes. And unfortunately, the rest of NRG weren't able to defend. Great play by Nerve there. And also great awareness from Furia as to what their win conditions were. No flank on the retake, no possibility to take down the Astra.
That's very intelligent by Nerve. He doesn't attempt to trade Brock with the Odin immediately. He baits it just long enough where Brock starts looking in a different direction at the end there.
Tactical timeout for NRG. They've got to figure out a bit of a solution here. They gave B site very easily on that round because they were confident in their retake. And they got into a decent situation, but took a while dealing with things. And it's not like Furia's composition is the most keyed up for post plants. You know, they're not the ones running the Tejo, for example.
Yeah.
Tejo Astra with the Killjoy would be even more devastating to get through. When the side swap and NRG are on the attack, that's something for Furia to think about. But NRG's game plan economically has been to go for Mada with the Operator and go for Brock with the Odin, and we haven't actually seen Mada really take too much contact early doors with that op. They have been in a situation where they're needing to spam to deny the plant over towards A, or in this round, playing retake on B. These are hard spots to play as the Opper.
Oh yeah.
And most of the early rounds involved some kind of skirmish here on A. This is where NRG looked to fake it. So one salvo, those same pulls, or the same smoke, sorry.
Similar util though, offloaded by Furia.
But neither team takes A main, and I think NRG can be fairly happy about that.
Big reveal on a dart, I think, as well. Clears that space. NRG are aware. Furia weren't taking it. They set up themselves here for a bit of a play towards the mid-angle. Koala flash ready. Power broken, and that's going to be sending it, but the anti-flash positions are played for here. Mana just peeks out at the right time. An attempt, though. That's from Kiko. Who's waiting in the side of the wings. Brock looking to supplement Hunter's Fury from long range. Skipping a hop over the top of it and just avoiding most of the damage. This is spam through the smokes. Artindo can hold on against that one. Ethan finds the perfect timing to strike.
Accelerating fast there, Furia. Alim doing a great job of increasing the tempo and disrupting NRG. A 2v2 retake again. Ethan did well to equalize things.
He's got a big ult here too.
It's going to be tough though.
Yeah,
again, they're up against Nerve.
We'll see what util he's got ready and waiting.
Yeah, I was just looking at the cooldown on the pull.
Yeah, one start.
He's just got it back.
Laid it down. Slow take. Armageddon's now going to be used just to clear out that backwall position. Give them a bit of peace of mind, but it's a big tool to be used. A situation like this, start broken immediately. Time. An attempt at a body block here, Ethan. It's perfect. He's got at least half. That maybe potentially has earned them the win con, but Alim, overdrive in hand. Delivers them another round. 5 now for Furia, and they are getting one step ahead.
The post plants are lovely. They've been winning these rounds by getting into post plant scenarios and then playing the situations beautifully. NRG really tried to scrap over things here. Brock's ult, a major distraction. Found a pick. A couple of players tried to play off it. Scuba swung towards the bottom of B-Link, got destroyed. Mada was trying to play off it as well. He got taken down by a judge in the face. A lot of people, I think, we're looking at Furia and thinking, maybe they are going to be a flash in the pan kind of team. This team has demonstrated some serious ability.
And they just keep doing it, man. Keep it rolling. Outlaw in the hands of Koala Noob. It's a perfect round for it. And you're right, Josh. They have demonstrated that perfect ability, but it's the little elements that they throw in.
Yeah, I think they've just got a great understanding of how their meta works, their team fights work. They're fast as well to make decisions.
Yeah.
Everything they demonstrated at kickoff was fundamentally sound. It wasn't just being carried by, you know, some individual or...
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Not going to go for the disrespect play.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd be in for a knife there.
No, but you're exactly right. This is a Furia squad. They've got really well-drilled, I think, fundamentals of the team. We use that word a lot. We toss it around, and sometimes it loses its meaning. But this is a team that right now they're playing with intention, I think. Every move they're making.
Definitely. And they play fast without playing sloppily.
Yeah.
One enemy
They're in a great position in this map. This map should have been favored towards NRG. They're incredible on this map. They have great ideas. The metas come towards them. There's a lot of teams right now running very similar compositions to the one that NRG were pioneering when it was anti-meta back in the previous patch. They've got to win this one.
Operator for Mana is punished immediately. And the follow-up from Scuba, no attempt at a trade. Ethan's right there. The stun will barely slow them down. But an instant, Brock. He's that last line of defense into that area, but even he has to retreat and still being followed up and through. This is EU getting a bit overzealous.
Yeah, that one is an overfight. He heard the Prowler connect and wanted to confirm the kill. But it's still a player advantage from Furia. They did so well at the start of this round.
That planter's down immediately. They're using the information. They saw that 2 players were there, but this is a fast position by Kiko. He's trying to take a flank on a rapid timing and hoping that it's unexpected, but it looks like Artin is aware of it. Yep, Crosshair was very well trained.
They are shooting today.
They are. Both these teams are trying to hit as hard as humanly possible. But Furia just a little bit harder.
That could well be curtains in this map, honestly, for NRG, not winning that round. The opening peak from Mara got destroyed. And then the follow-up skirmish over towards Art still ended up going in Furia's favor. Look at this, the repeat from Scuba, who's got a goose egg on the board, by the way. Scuba's 0 and 6. It's not... I don't think the map is on him by any means, but it's just a demonstration of the fact that some of these crucial moments, they're all going the way of Furia currently. Koala Noob, I said he wasn't going to op on the Phoenix.
Well, here it is.
What do I know?
Yeah. They're so far ahead in terms of the money. Doesn't matter if it goes wrong, really, for them, does it?
No.
All that space on B-Long conceded up here by NRG. They have stall setups here, but Nano Swarm, alarm bot's going to be triggered early.
Okay, this time NRG know for a fact that it's towards B. They've heard noise over in this area, and the Tejo drone is cleared fully out over towards A main.
Yeah. The only issue is there's a lockdown waiting for Furia and no counterbalance. NRG, they don't have any ults of their own to be using a situation like this. Only the one player spotted from the drone as well, broken up. Doesn't really spell out the whole picture.
They've got fantastic retake ultimates here, though, with Mada and Scuba. But with so many players stacked over here, they don't really want to be playing full retake.
Yeah, still slow, cautious. That's the way that Fury want to play. Trying to make the most of Koala Noob, and he has this operator in his hands, but now looking to send it on this timer. Hits that 40 seconds marks, moving forwards, and all the angles really accounted for once more, but still this is a rapid flood. An attempt at the defense by NRG. Barely there with the bullets. Brock eventually falls. As a lockdown is going to be used here, and Scuba, I mean, he's just sitting. He's stuck onto the side. He's going to try and make a play into the final moments, but he will fall as a result of it. Plant down. Fast on the flank is Ethan, but I believe heard out. Yes, Ardsen's got his eye again, watched onto that. He understands the angles.
It's so clean from Furia. They go for the exec before the lockdown. And then as they draw NRG into a skirmish, the lockdown catches people.
Yeah.
It's so nice
really
what we're seeing from them.
I'm assuming there was a slight window there. Because Addison was watching the flank despite the alarm, but he must have known that it went down for a split second.
Yeah, they're really aware.
Very aware.
They know that their job is to fall back into more passive positions and coast. Frog had no awareness that back hold was compromised too. Walks out through the heaven smoke and didn't realize that he'd been seen completely by a player on the side.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, the Phoenix op is so weird. Yeah. The Phoenix op is weird. But yeah, whatever, you're up 7-2, and the only rounds that you've lost are the pistol and the follow-up.
Dominating them.
They really are.
The timeline is unbelievable.
Turn out.
They are shredding them to pieces.
And this, by the way, should have been their least favored map in the series.
It goes to show what a month can do.
And a composition change.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, it just bears reminding people that Furia kind of looked awful on this map when we saw it from them earlier in the year. It was one of those that they, I think it was their debut map actually, in kickoff. Alim looked a little bit nervous, overplaying his hand on the neon. They looked a little uncoordinated. And they didn't want to go back here very often. Now they've left it open in the veto, and you can see why.
Yeah. What a difference in styles as well from the previous series to this. I mean, this is as slow going as you can get. Very methodical, always trying to think about all the pieces. Creeping up onto the line here. Outlaw into the hands. They've been tracking the economy. Koala Noob could do some damage to this one, but playing fully offside. Lockdown's going to be used again preemptively, this time by NRG. In a deep push. Alim, he's all the way behind them. Hold on, what the hell is all of this? That is unbelievable!
Going for the jump up onto the box, but Kiko catches a bullet into his head.
Now they have full access to the side here. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting this one up here. Start to see the util raining down. No sound cues to really be working off Prowler. Just catching that contact again, but Ethan, he's got his eye on, again, the appropriate angles. Good snapback as well, just watching all of these players. And there's only so much that Nerf can do from a spot like this. The pull just used while he's being pressured by too many players. NRG finally get themselves on the board outside of that pistol follow-up.
The only round where Furia get themselves into a post plan and kind of mess up the execution of it, but eventually, I suppose, one of these had to work for NRG. This could have been the play that won Furia the round as well. Alan coming around behind. He sprinted through Secret. No noise cues given because of the Cosmic Divide. Almost a beautiful play.
Yeah.
I'm worried for NRG with how passive they're playing on defense. early on in the half, they were fighting over A main, but didn't really take like solid skirmishes. Now they're just sat back. It feels like Fury have bullied them into submission.
Turn out.
Marta's not really been able to get anything going at the start of these rounds. They are also going away from him.
Yeah, they are running away when they feel, at least checking the money, seeing if he's got an operator in his hands. A lot of contact plays by Furia. They're taking as much space as they possibly can.
Last couple of rounds, they've just contacted through A main and called NRG's bluff.
Deep drone is going to be used by Ethan nice and early, but already the hit might start to come through. It's Hunter's Fury. I believe that's from Brock here. Yep, across the map. That's going to be looking to put the punish onto them. Qualanu's going to be dropped. More damage other than that. Alim, though, is very much alone. He's on a bit of an island here towards the back of the site. Nightfall's going to be scattering, not much to help him out. Kiko, the stalwart defender, trying to push them back. Posture potentially. He's got Scuba by his side. The damage surely done. Artsin now left in an impossible scenario. 1v3. Overfinding from Furia. Smackdown and punish here, and the spike is way out in the open. You're not going to be getting away with that. So, 4 rounds for NRG, potentially salvageable. If you look towards the second half, they get a pistol round win.
Some really important rounds to put on the board there, as you're saying, from NRG. But generally speaking, that is a dominant half from Furia. You lose the pistol and you're still up 8-4 coming into the halftime. They're going to be so pleased with that.
Yeah.
I think the key is that they ensure that NRG don't get into comfortable post plants in this next one.
There we go. We're warmed up into it. We're warmed up into it.
That's what it's about. Ethan clearly keeping a chipper mentality. Morale is up for NRG, but we'll see which way this Pearl map goes on the other side of this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Me busca lo mío, por lo mío siempre me la he bebido. Saben que me busca lo mío, yeah. Castigaste y nunca pido recibo, ahora me busca lo mío.
It was a dominant half of Fury here, but we're not willing to count out NRG just yet. You don't become world champions by sheer luck, and they've got that grit and resilience. They've done it before. They know what it takes to come back into maps like this, and already you can see popping off in the coaching booths.
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly important point. NRG are a difficult team to put away. Even when you get an advantage over them, you've still got to play really great to make sure that you actually get the map victory in the end. So, Fury are on their defense side. They've got lots of opportunity here with a new composition that NRG haven't seen before. Don't know exactly how Fury are going to play it. To throw, you know, interesting looks at them.
There's a bit of a scrap though, potentially in mid. It's a jiggle. Heard though with those sound cues, and Matters looking to get an opportunity to jump on somebody. Immediate reinforcements arriving onto the scene of the crime, looking to put a stop to it, dropping bodies in that lane angle. There's a fight occurring all over the place though. Both teams are trying to take advantage of the timings that are being taken. Ethan's already slipped his way through Art. Gonna deal with that turret though. Not quite the best weapon for the job, but he gets it done in the end. But Art is in.
Oh, I love that cancel. Really good call from Ethan. Takes down the turret, baits these rotates coming over, and now all 3 of these players are over towards the A side of the map. He can cancel Ethan at any point and start pivoting back through to B, decide to go for the A split, and this is how he as an IGL ends up messing with teams. Can Furia get the read? They spread back out. There's just too much to cover here. You can't stay stacked. Unless you're really confident in the retakes, but against Scuba and Ethan, that's tough.
Footstep Potentially heard from the drop down and now making all the noise in the world. Smoke in the face of Alam. He hears the contact play occurring. As the team's in there, he's going to be calling for reinforcements to the right. He's very much alone. That damage done. The right click's just not paying off, but blind shots firing into the dark again. It's Alam hoping for a little bit more. Plant down though, and that's the important element. NRG look to play this one, but do they know about Artisan? Waiting from behind here, looking for the right timing onto it. He's cleared up a ton of space, and it's given Alam the awareness that there could be a player lurking onto him. Players though, back's not open just yet. They're just missing the timing on one another. And a series of question marks from both teams, wondering where they could be. Alam's position spotted out, but low as anything, and Brock just missing a mark there. Alam onto that high ground, never removed, and he denies it all.
What a map from Alam so far. A far cry from the debut Pearl that we were talking about earlier on, where he struggled a little bit. He's grown into himself here with all of the success and experience gained. He plays the distraction on top heaven beautifully, and then even ends up getting both of the kills in the end. I like the positioning from NRG, but without a pistol here, Furia in a perfect spot to close things out on NRG's map pick.
Yeah.
One of those positions where you got the plant down, you got a bunch of kills. I could think about NRG going for a force buy, but they don't bother.
Bit of exploration towards mid. Very spread though from the rest of the team here, and just the one smoke off, seeing how much they can get away with. It is a much deeper alarm bot than normal. It's not going to be catching that lurk into lane, but there's a level of awareness from Furia already.
Yeah, there is.
They understand their defensive setups. Oh, there could be a moment here. Nerve was holding.
I think he's just giving it up, and EU's going to pick it up. And there isn't
like
really too much of a timing there that NRG could have gone for.
And the rest of them just sitting quite happily, comfortable into their positions on the defense side. Haven't really been pressured that much. The alarm bot did go down, so that's causing a bit of concern, but Furia are fully aware that they've lost control of the entire middle section of this map, and they've got an eye on almost every single exit.
At the same time, though, they are not reinforcing Artisan at all. Artisan is just calling for them to stay stacked on A.
Recalling my boss.
Furia are still going to be left wondering where is this hit potentially going to be ending here. We
Well,
know NRG are moving. They do have the right read now.
Yeah, they've got the right read.
And they've got the guns for it too. They'll be putting a stop to it. Stun has just sidestepped an EU. I think that shot was meant for somebody else, but Alan's there to help out. Fade and switch, take your time with it. Kuala eventually brings him down, and denial of the orb, I believe, towards the end. Ensuring that there are no consolation prizes for NRG.
It's a really good read from Artisan. The fact that his alarm bot gets broken, the turret gets smoked off, and people are chipping at it, and yet he still calls for 4 players to stay stacked to defend an A split. He's got a great idea of how NRG wanted to play that one. Assuming perhaps that NRG just never contact B long against a team that might have an outlaw looking at them.
Now big group up, NRG sending everything towards this A-main fight, but Alan's already going to be way ahead of this. He's forced out and racked nice and early. The bullets shredding potentially up into the corner. Shots going back and forth wildly here. No casualties just yet.
That's where Kuala Noom's molly is so good. Denies anybody from following up on Mada, and Kuala Noom secures the orb.
Quick reaction from NRG here, looking towards the mid.
Basically the same setup from Artisan, right? He's just holding B completely alone.
It's incredibly passive. NRG are making a lot of noise here, not scared to show presence.
But crucially, they haven't made any noise in this area of the map over towards B long. And so Artisan, I think, is still super confident. We'll see if NRG can take B long without making that noise. I think that's what they're waiting for. Artisan's thinking, there's no drone. Ethan would definitely be Tejo droning B long if they were genuinely coming B.
40 seconds roughly on the clock here. Time to make the moves, and now here it is, that Tejo drone that you were talking about.
And I think this should inform the rotate. Yeah, look, as soon as the Tejo drone comes out, now Artisan feels confident that this is actually B.
Hearing multiple footsteps. Sin getting close into that, but that's okay. Preemptive matter, just spamming it just in case. Fully aware of the dangers that could be lurking around the corners, but EU, speaking of the dangers, he is stunned up for now and just spotted off into the corner. Can't quite claim that kill. It's all matter. Keeping it in his own hands, and he's got his team into a winnable spot in a round like this.
A must win for NRG.
What? Okay. Spam into the pillar. It is must win for NRG. Ethan is weak. But surely with these post-plant positions, you've got to imagine NRG Got to be favored to win this still. It's clinical stuff. Taking a peek as soon as those smokes are popped.
I think Kuala-Noob's pretty happy about that. Gets his ult online for the next one.
Yeah.
Alim's just saving the gun in spawn.
That was a nice micro adjustment. Let's try for a little bit more. Why not? Okay. A lot of damage being done here. What should have been a really good round. You got to keep that one. Ethan's dropped and falling. My God. It's a round win for NRG, yes, but Furia doing significant damage on their bonus.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for NRG. It's a must-win round, and they get it on the board, but at what cost? Furia could even think about picking up an Outlaw in the next, because you know that a bunch of these NRG players have got to be on light armor or give up a ton of utility. And already we're seeing that Artzine's read is correct, right? He can just stay over towards B alone until he hears drone util down B long. And this is one of the big differences between these two teams. Furia can prep for NRG, assuming that they don't change their composition. NRG can't really do that specific anti on Furia. All right, here's the drone. Does this inform the rotate again?
The rest of this team, looks like Furia are stacked up in through mid and sewers, but we'll find out.
Target destroyed.
Peeking. Nice, boys.
Take him back. Careful, guys. Careful.
I missed the street.
They're Phoenix flooding street. I'm going through on flash.
I'm missing street again.
I'm slowing street. Skills.
Find out. Back hole, boys. Pillar.
Back hole.
Back hole dead. Phoenix.
Back hole dead.
Relax, guys. Relax. I have street. Just relax.
Spike planted.
I'm holding street.
He's gonna run out. Dead. He's gonna run out. Heaven. Coming out.
Last player standing.
Unknown, boys.
Play back all. I'll jiggle for you. Bring her under Rosie.
Holding right at him.
You guys are good. Nice! Oh, let's go, bro. Let's go. Hey, shout out Sam. You see that flick, bro?
Okay. It was getting a bit hectic in the comms there, but Scuba, I mean, the one thing I noticed is just him saying, calm down.
Yeah, I think it's also important that Mata was calling when the rest of his team should scale. I think that's a really crucial call. Also, the op and the decision to swing the op in order to get the punish, because you know that the opper can't be somebody with, you know, it's not like you're playing into a Yoru or a chamber that can get out. Best case scenario, they're going 1-for-1 in that situation.
To be hard committed. Stress mounting.
Yeah, definitely
Big
stressful.
juxtaposition between the reactions of his team and him.
But at the same time, I think the team has got the right idea here. That was such a crucial round. It's now knocked the economy down for Furia. You got away with, you know, the big ult situation that Furia might have been able to mount against you. And now you're actually in a spot where you might be able to run this back. It's still a 4-round deficit, but the next one should be easier.
Money knocked significantly for Furia here. You're right. 4 rounds can quickly be evened up, and a team like NRG, they've got the caliber of players. We were talking about it. Grit, resilience. They know what it's like to come back in maps like this. They're going to be just taking it one map, or one round at a time, I should say. A few ults online. Alan does have the overdrive in case he does want to use it if they get into a position where it feels a little bit more winnable.
I'd like to see Artazine swap up what he's doing in some of these rounds. Maybe the next rifle round, he's going to change things. Because at the moment, he's just been doing the same setup, this 1-4 setup all the time. And while his read is good, like he knows when they're coming B, in the previous round he just swung and gave his life away too early, and the rest of his team wasn't quite there in time to be able to win things out.
Outlaw Zone, Mata tasted their own medicine.
It's basically the exact same situation again.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is fine. This is an eco round for Furia. But what I'm saying is I want it some adjustment, some different layer to it in the next. Because right now, Ethan's identified they can go B on a fast timing.
Plant down, been maxing a couple of these orbs. Brock's gonna have the ult. You're gonna use it in future rounds.
Kuala-Noob or Nerve would love a kill and a death in order to get closer to these ultimates that are super good for retake.
Now I'm just trying to pressure contest over towards the flank as well, pull attention towards him. The rest of his team also alongside, and you're right, these ults, I'd love to build up to them in a big way, but around like this, we're playing into the final few moments. Salvo's maybe to just flush them out, root them from the hiding holes, as Ethan is going to go hunting. It's going to be flashed up though. Alan with a quick punish. Start again to reciprocate on either side here. Bit of a handshake with that util. The pistols are doing a significant amount of work here. I mean, Alan is just getting away with quite a lot, but you don't want to save it into the next. You do want to go down. So Still around with NRG, 2 players surviving.
Koala Noob not quite getting there with the Phoenix ultimate, but Nerve now has Cosmic Divide. So big tool for the retake that NRG are going to have to think about. Whether you save Brock's ultimate maybe to play for that, maybe try to save some salvos, you know, so that you have long-range pressure and can wait out the Cosmic Divide, or whether you want to play on-site and use these ults early. It's a big decision for NRG to make. And we do see the defensive setup swapping over for Furia. So Artazine, now that it's a rifle round, going over towards A, looking to just jump peek on B, but still keeping the stack of bodies in the middle of the map. Both teams making an adjustment out of the tack timeout for the rifle v rifle round.
The dart wasn't broken early in A main, so already this looks a little bit different.
This feels like an old combo.
Yeah, here it is. Convergent paths. Alim seems to be able to get out of there. Stuns, fast lane, all just going to be used to see if he can get the hell out and bide his time, play his life. NRG potentially going with a bit more pace now, but again here, orders Killjoy util. They know it's a bit of a different setup. The Molly over the top. Scorched feet there for Mada. And calling for a bit of a disengage. NRG very good at this. Pauses into the right places, but might be meeting EU. He's going for a bit of exploring. This is an off angle from him. And this could be everything right now, but he's just not able to get a kill. No claiming on that. Mada wins the fight out.
And now does Ethan call another cancel? EU bought enough time that the defenders could have reinforced B, as we can see.
Fakes on fakes.
But now NRG have full control of the middle of the map, so they can go in whatever direction. Furia have to play a bit more spread than this. Artazine needs help.
It's a heavy stack, isn't it? Furia overplaying their hand over to the one side of the map. It's all on Artazine. Now it's just going to be sidestepped.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't want them to be alerted to his presence. Still going to be playing to control backside control, but that is a plant down for NRG in a forward position by Ethan.
Remember, the Cosmic Divide is in play here.
Massively forward position, and Ethan unaccounted for, but that's a... No! Rowan Hunter's Fury, that was meant to help him out. Alan now leading the charge. Overdrive is going to be unleashed, popped off. Bullets raining down, but that Cosmic Divide is going to be denying a lot of it. The util has to come in handy for this. Any attempt to try and deny this. The fuse from potentially going off, but it's all going wrong for NRG and also right for Furia.
What a problem round for NRG there. They got everything right in terms of their macro to get into a post-plant situation. With advantage, really. Ethan decides to play in an aggressive position, which I think is the right play. You know that you're up against an Astra ult. E2 Brock.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, deciding to... If they want to use the Hunter's Fury like that, other people need to be with helping Ethan aggressively. If you don't want to do that, then maybe you want to save the Hunter's Fury just to delay the Cosmic Divide. Wait it out.
Only getting it a little bit odd here for NRG. Stinger and a Sheriff forced out. Ethan and Kiko. No spread default as well from them. They are all in over towards this A main angle.
Silver lining is that Ethan's calling so far has actually led to them getting onto sites with plant down fairly well. The big difference between these two teams is that Fury were pretty much immaculate in post plants.
High-low with a turret to block some of the bullets. This is devious behavior, but the Cosmic Divide is going to push it back regardless. Molly's going to be used, though, slowing down the approach. Any attempt to try and stun them before they can get through the gate. Double dash, though, over and abound. Mada's in there. Refractor's going to be wasted away in a moment, but he does get that plant down. He is very much stuck here. And I found it! What's going on? Carnage occurring. And long range now, they're just lobbing in the artillery, aren't they? Nanoswarm's going to be deaded nice and early. This is NRG expending quite a bit of their util, but they have the guns. That Odin spam is coming in through. Alim can't quite get half on the defuse. And still these players are just waiting for that smoke to dissipate.
What now, though?
Half onto the defuse again. What is the next layer towards it? You just have to face this one with bodies and fighting towards it all together. But the full stick, that's what reigns supreme. And that's what wins Furia this round up to 12.
It's a cute idea from NRG. We've seen them run it one time before that I remember. Tiny little gap in the Cosmic Divide, get the plant down. In theory as well, you should be able to throw the nanoswarms, and they're much more difficult to break too. But I think actually Furia got rid of them fairly early on. And there was no final layer to that. Too passive in the positioning for NRG. And Bonkar takes a tag timeout because there are now 5 opportunities for Furia to steal away the map pick of the defending world champions. And one of the best teams in the world on Pearl.
Oh, yeah.
Furia are making them look a bit daft in a lot of these rounds.
Oh, one step ahead. A lot of plays, as much as NRG have been doing well to try and drag it back into more equal territory.
The money's also been bad in these last couple of rounds, and it's not getting any better for NRG. This is good. If they are to make a comeback and force this to overtime, this would be one of the most difficult rounds to put on the board. They have no ultimates.
Barely going to be working with no ultimates. Maybe Bulldog, Guardian, Stinger is what I'm looking at right now.
No one's got enough money to even buy a single rifle.
No. It's going to be half armor across the board if Furia. They are quite good at this. If they just do their diligence, hold down tab, look at the money situation, they might want to get an outlaw online.
But this is the best chance Furia are going to have to draw blood early. And I think they should be good to close things out on split. They've looked so good there. But we're perhaps getting ahead of ourselves. NRG, they've got resilience.
And they've got things up their sleeves, I'm sure. They're not the only ones that haven't been sitting back. Upper end of Santiago. Both of these teams walked away from that event quite unhappy. You can be sure that they've been working on absolutely everything here. So a quick drone from NRG. Again, very much all in. 4 players from them. Just make sure grouped up over towards B. Flooding with the util here. It's both shock darts committed nice and early, seeing if they can clear some of the nano swarms, and now looking to back away. They've left an insert though.
It's a different look. Previously, any time that NRG have made noise towards B long, they have finished B.
Brock will be that insurance policy. Just sitting tight, doesn't want to overplay his hand, doesn't want to go down too early. Doesn't look like Furia in the mood for any sort of aggressive reclear, so he should be safe.
Really, really passive setup on the A side of the map from Furia.
A drone from Brock now at that 50-second mark, making it feel like they were just waiting over towards B long and now trying to send it flying forwards, but it is just one man and one piece of util. And already, it doesn't really feel real enough. You can already see the rotation abounds by Allen. He's going to be back over towards A now. Dash though, forwards. Allen's going to be just sitting into his own team salvos, but just head just popped out. Popped off, clean off the shoulders. Allen now looking for a little bit more! Sliding and gliding to the side. That's Kiko removed. It's into the trade, and that is too damn fast. No one ready for it at all. And late to the party is Brock. He was just trying to sell that fake, this defuse. Could be thoroughly stuck now with full safety in numbers. That's in. He's going to be sticking this, but he needs to get a handle on it because the damage, oh my! Almost a world. But Furia get it done. 13-7 on our opening map in this series. Split coming up next.
A great performance from players that had questions about them. What were they going to do in this new meta, Furia? What roles were they going to play? The desk was talking about it. Who's going to be the primary duelist? How do things look? Honestly, immaculate. Like, really beautiful map from Furia, with Alim going 24-11 on Neon. And Kuala-Noob having really large impact, not just by fragging out, but also by using his molly in beautiful positions too. The calling was nice from Aldazine. I've got nothing but good things to say about Furia on this map.
It's got to be one of the best maps we've seen in America so far this week, and it's delivering right now. Map 2 of Split coming up should be a banger. It's a great map for Furia as well. Potentially closest one out, but again, got to remember that resilience that NRG have in their back pocket. We'll find out what they can do though, and if we will go to distance just after this. Do not go anywhere.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Koalanu with a rifle.
Potentially, it looks like he was lying in wait there. The sight and the spike. His way out to the open. MIBR, they make a call to try and fight forward. Attempt to be blocked here. Half onto the defuse. The salvo though will have to be respected. The vulnerable applied. Potentially significant damage done. And potentially but a shot from Brock!
It's a 13-7 map one that goes the way of Furia and Shaw. After Master Santiago, people's expectations for Furia went down. But now you're showing that the team is still here, it's still very strong. What happens? What was the conversation after you got eliminated to make sure that you figure everything out the way that you just did?
I think we tried to fix some psychological problems. We have a lot of rookies in this team. And I think we need more time to develop this part, because when you are a rookie, it's more difficult to understand some stuff. But I think our team is very resilient, and we improvise a lot in these last weeks. And I think we are good to this new meta.
For the rookies, who do they rely on? Is it you? Is it somebody else in the team, our team, for example?
Yeah, me and Art, we spend a lot of time to talk with the boys individually and in group. And I think we create a lot of connections, and these help a lot in this process.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Dryad. Great insight there from Coach Shaw. Welcome back, everyone. Furia picked up a decisive win against NRG, and it started off with a really strong attack that we were seeing from Furia. And Mimi, you were hearing from Coach Shaw there talk about some of the challenges that they had faced. They're bringing in some new players into the fold, rookies more importantly, and this is the result that they're seeing against the world champions. Gotta say, it's pretty good so far.
It was a very impressive first half. When you look at NRG's strengths on this map, when they're playing this double initiator, double drone kind of composition, what they're very good at is re-clearing space and getting people onto a strong side at the right time later into rounds. What Furia did was just absolutely simplified. They were running execs for probably the first 3 or 4 rounds of this game, just pounding onto the site every time with the combination of the Neon and the Phoenix. They looked excellent at doing so. And even once it wasn't just the hard site hits, the team fighting and the way they were scaling together just like a step above NRG in this match.
Yeah, it felt like at some point they didn't even have to go way too aggressive, because NRG, they were struggling to even get out on site within those post plants. It looked like one of the players is anchoring. Furia absolutely dominating by getting that initial pick and then spamming to deny any kind of information coming out from those sides. But NRG, they were just hesitating to come back in with their retakes. The fast floods that they normally do felt like they were struggling to kind of speed up and make sure they match that energy of Furia.
Yeah, you can tell that NRG had pretty solid game plans going into it, specifically on that B round. We had an anchor, we had Broxy in heaven getting ready to go for spam kills. Unfortunately, they just weren't coming through, and our anchors weren't able to kind of survive, at least get a 1-for-1 trade. And the flood coming in from Scuba, at that point, you know, Brock is dead because he got spammed through smoke. Great job by Furia for kind of predicting that. Unfortunate that they couldn't get an anchor, and Scuba was just kind of left like, do I flood? Do I play more back? Yeah. Either way, he felt the need to go for a hero play to at least even out numbers for the rest of his players.
And it's a great job of recognizing game plan, because back in Master Santiago, back in kickoff, this is how NRGs like to play this map, leaning into those fast flood retakes. So I was really impressed with that. I think the Phoenix also helped out big time with dealing with that. I was seeing so much value out of the mollies, especially on their hits over towards B, when they were throwing it towards street and stopping the players who would normally fast rotate in from street and be able to flood. That was great. And also flashing deep, normally saving one of those flashes into the post plant to be able to further disrupt, I also thought was really, really good from Furia.
You know what's actually crazy is Koala saved so many of his flashes because he was just taking his wands on Mata with the operator, on whoever is pushing towards that A main, and absolutely destroying any of their trap setups or their aggression just by peeking them. And I think that is kind of insane to be saying right now.
Yeah, and I feel like they carried over that same pace, that same momentum onto the second half. It was really hard for NRG to get into comfortable post lanes, because a lot of the times we have Alum and we have Koalanu kind of just going up and full fighting sites. And even when they did get into those post lanes, it didn't always work out for them, because as soon as that utility was gone, you know, Furia was able to kind of just kill them.
I feel like you're talking about Alum. This is the perfect time to kind of see how he was playing. Earlier, we were talking about who we thought was going to go up against Mada, who for some reason is still playing that Whaley, which I'm not too convinced about. But Elim on this Neon, man, he has done work. Koala, he did a good job of getting those opening picks, but so did Elim. Not only that, on all their post plants, he was the one that was going aggressive when they needed it to be. He was not afraid to slide all the way into spawn, get a lot of those free picks, and consistently trade off when it came to getting the picks on Mada, denying any of the entries and making sure that the anchors were dead.
My stocks for Elim were lower after watching Master
Really?
Santiago and the way that one went.
Fool me.
And I really wanted to see Koala play that Neon, honestly, when I was thinking about this matchup ahead of time. But all I can do is laud Elim for that game. I think that is the best single match he's played in Tier 1 yet. It was a really incredible performance from him.
Yeah.
His entry pathing was on point, his mechanics were great, and he was so confident to follow up on this game plan of Furia. Just an excellent game from him. And now Furia in such a good spot.
Oh yeah, they are just one map away from defeating the world champs at the opening week here of Stage 1. But speaking of those world champs, we got Coach Bonkar standing by to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
NRG is down one map, but Bonkar, last time that you played a split, that is going to be the next map. It was in Master Santiago against Paper X, and that was a composition that today is very meta, with Mata on the Neon, Ethan on the Sky. Is that what we should be expecting going to map 2 or something else?
We have something completely different from Split now. It's because of Sam. It was his W chat. He was suggesting it to us, so we W using it now because he's a W streamer.
Makes total sense. Good luck.
Does it, Dan? Does it? We'll see what we end up getting out of this one, Athena, but very curious on those compositions.
I mean, if this comp is coming from Twitch chat, it might be cursed.
Well, you know what, Twitch chat, you're going to enjoy some ads for now. We're going to take
as punishment for your comp.
As punishment for what you do. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with map 2, Brandon Sideshow. We'll see you on the other side.
Straight back into the action here between these two teams, and Split is the battleground where they're both going to be facing off. And for Furia, they're off to an absolutely incredible start, to be honest. The map pick of NRG went their way, 13-7. And so Furia sitting quite happy as they go into their own map pick of Split now. We take a look at the compositions, and that is what Bonkar was referencing. Okay,
yeah,
so if it goes wrong,
yeah, blame Som.
we know who to blame, exactly.
Well,
Everybody mass unsubscribe from Som.
Oh, yeah, I mean, do we blame Som or do we blame Som's chat? It was a little bit unclear.
Wait a minute.
But either way.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The call for protest action, I fully support, though. The deadlock is an interesting idea. On the other side, though, not a double duelist composition coming out from Furia. Instead, Artesine playing Vice, and you've got Koala Noob on Omen. So both teams making some adjustments to the way that they want to approach this map. Probably both teams slowing down the game a little bit. Furia used to be lightning fast, even on the defense, in terms of how they would refight over areas. Their ult usage was super clean on Split as well. But with these changes, I mean, based on the meta changes, Pearl went the opposite direction to what we were expecting.
That's true.
You never know. In theory, Furia have an advantage on Split, I would argue. But the reality may be different, and all eyes are going to be on the deadlock. Brock on the deadlock as well, by the way.
Certainly interesting. Different look at things. I'm glad we're back to some form of normalcy as well, seeing Viper on Split. We've seen some teams lose their mind, but...
Yeah, that's true.
Listen, what do I know? Deep flash, though, tucked into the corners is rapid and letting loose immediately with that util. They are fast trying to take up sections into this B side. A TP up top, that's going to be accounted for. And a second right click just does him in. Koala Noob, he's got more than his fair amount there.
Yeah, that's amazing impact from him. Mada making a play on the other side of things. They're in a disadvantage. They need a play.
So the aggro play is what was picked up and ordered. All drop down. These classic shots are just not quite working out. Barely just sailing over the players' heads. Furia, though, dropping down and slowly asserting themselves over the side here. And Matt is the one who's got to get a bit of a move on. It's found a perfect timing. That's going to be it. Deleting! Oh, my! Complete collapse. They pinch Furia before they can even get started.
Mada and Brock combined together for all 5 there. Brock actually walled off Mada from reconnecting with the team, by the way. Mada was forced, once he pushed CT, to actually wrap on the heaven flank. Otherwise, there was no way that he was going to be able to reconnect with his squad.
Yeah.
But he was lightning fast with picking up that second kill.
Awkward, but we made it work, bro.
Yeah. A bit unintended, but like we were saying, it worked out in the end.
Well, he also threw the grav net very early on. It looks like they're going to go for that again. So if you're contesting early B main space here, you've got a Trailblazer in your face. The grav net's actually been saved this time. Brock was throwing it off Trailblazer contact. Previously on the pistol round, he just threw it off rip. But if you imagine fighting into B main early on here, or even refighting now that the sonic sensor's down.
I mean, it's looking clean.
That is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's looking real clean.
And that is designed to try to nerf Koala Noob. Normally, it is the defensive Omen who is going to be fighting in that area. Sometimes it might be Alan. We've seen Neons fight in that area too. But already starting to see some theory, only a couple rounds in from NRG, about why this comp would work well.
Acknowledgement. Some presence over towards that ramp angle. Alan will have to respect it, backs himself out.
Meanwhile, Brock is just going walkabouts into B.
Yep. He's got a lot of space here, hasn't he? Getting a bit of a read that this is the stack on the eco, and he's got all that space calling for his team, especially with the deep wall into CT.
Yeah, he only has to be worried about a single place, and now there's a smoke there. I suppose
Same time, Nerve's going to be able to hear this.
Yeah, but also what can they do unless Nerve is able to pick off 2 in this spot?
Fast reinforcements will be arriving though. Alan is already there with Bucky. He's trying to take that timing, but as he falls off the box, not quite favored. Alan. He's on. I mean, he is in there.
He sees the wall. He knows.
No, Nade and a grab there. That's filthy. And now the rest of it should be quick and easy. Indeed, it is for NRG. I'm loving the theory they're putting into this. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. It's really nice. On the defense side as well, you can see exactly how this would work. I mean, defensively, Deadlock seems like a great idea to try to shut down the Neon.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Vice being a nice counter to Neon too, but I think it's very easy to see how that grab net would be very difficult to work around. And the amount of assists, look at the assists on the back of that too. I'm not sure what Mata was making that reaction about. Maybe he died towards the end of the round. He's 1 away from getting his showstopper online.
Could be looking for a chance to get it now with that rifle in his hands. Here it is. It's a refi occurring. Alim, he's just sending it now. Not going to be swayed by the conditioning from earlier.
Well, this time Brock didn't actually get a sonic sensor down.
Bomber fell back. No. They hitting all the... There's a Vice wall right here. Oh my god, nice. There's a Vice wall right here. I really think... Listen, can you guys come up here? Can you guys come back here?
Yeah,
Keep playing slow. No, we're going to go prim. We're going to go prim.
One more top ramp.
I really
There's 2 here. 2A, guys.
I hear you. I'm going to come down.
I'm going to go, no, stay. I'm messing in the corner here.
Alright, I have ramp. You guys going with the rope?
Yeah.
Okay. Flashing. I'm gonna flash heaven when you guys get here for info.
Do you want me to go heaven with them, Ethan?
Yeah, you should. We should all 4. Yeah. We should. I'm gonna flash ramp right now.
Okay. Group up, good spacing, and we win this round. Just trade out together.
I hear you. We're going 4, bro.
Wait down.
Wall down,
guys, wall down.
Let's see this. I'm gonna walk up. Gio, walk up.
Yeah, 3.
Walk up my side.
I think it's
I'm gonna wide peek, ready?
I think it's tag.
Wait. 3, 2. We have to go here. Wall's here.
3, 2, 1.
You guys can 3, 2, 1 it. Baiting the wall. Come, Scoo.
Okay,
Standing on it, Gio.
I'll flash there for you guys. They walled me off, man. Walled me off. Wait now, boys. Wait now. We're good. They thorn me behind.
Gio's gonna blind elbow. Gio's gonna blind elbow.
3, 2, 1.
Get bomb, Gio.
One outside. Nothing out.
Elbow in the smoke. Together, guys. Together.
You can play. I got you.
2 side.
I'm holding left.
Could be heaven, guys.
Last player standing.
Play
Spike down A.
Keep it out.
10 seconds left.
You're gonna rewalk.
1 Geo.
1 jam.
Neon had judge.
Bro, Scoo, you guys can't catch him.
That is a massive play from Koala Noob over towards elbow. The 2K... Blinding. I mean, the comms, they have like 10 different ideas. And then they align on one towards the end.
And what I really appreciated as well, though, is as hectic as it's sounding, is just, I think it was Ethan just saying, every now and then he adds in, I hear you. Yeah. Just making sure there's confirmation to it as well, making sure it's just not going into the void.
Koala though, definitely making the round-winning play there. They might have been able to plant for Heaven with one holding. Decided to take the fight into him, and he sprays down 2. Snakebite this time over towards B main instead of the grab net.
Trailblazer. Yeah, that's, I don't know if you want to be going into that.
The wall in mid is what I'm humming about.
You might be able to break it with the showstopper now to try and follow up onto it, just catching onto the heels, but the shot goes wide, and the rocket straight with it. Ethan, though, is willing to apply a bit of that brute force pressure now, trying to make moves, but the coverage there up towards Heaven, the squeeze into these B anchor players, but they do have Heaven under control. NRG, the ones trying to get that plan down, seeing for the next signs of life, just trying to take these fights together, but with all that damage, Nerve from that high ground brings it into the 1v1 now as he falls Scuba. Has the spike, has the orb.
There's so much time to play with.
There is, he can slow it down.
He could fake the rotate as well.
Poison's on.
The problem is, the more that he hangs around here, the less, the more static you are, the less information you get about which areas of the map are actually safe. It's really unlikely, though, that Artazine is going to be pushing down mid and behind you at any point. And Scope is going to go back into B.
Left.
Same concerns are going to be
Poison's on.
there for Artazine, wondering where Scuba could be, but he's going to get the acknowledgement soon.
Yeah, it's easier to play for Artazine, I think, because you just let the plant go down.
Oh, he's in the middle of the map. Might be able to hear it. Scuba is fully pushing. He's just trying to get any sort of clearance, making sure that
10 seconds
everything is empty. But now, yeah, Artazine is going to be hearing it.
You're
Knife out, walking.
You're thinking about Heaven here if you're Scuba.
And it all comes down to this. Which player finds who first to drop down? Artazine had his rifle trained on the angle. 2-2 here.
And you saw that Scuba was thinking about Heaven, but didn't quite realize the timing was there for Artazine to drop into hell. Into a 1v1. And Furia come out on top. A big brawl towards the back of the site as well. Like you said, great impact from Nerve. And slightly messed up in terms of how that round worked out for NRG. The mid players got delayed for a long time because Brook's wall actually stopped them from going through on the B split.
Yeah.
One tendril of the deadlock wall ended up cutting them off from Mail.
The call for the pause. Now we're seeing it again. Outlaw in the hands of Koala Noob. With Kabais, they do have 2 rifles for NRG to work with, but it's a lot to get through. Trailblazer is evacuated from Koala Noob. What is that?
He was moving.
Oh my. Okay, bullet to the dome. Alan's doing backflips.
Might have made noise going through the thorns. Has to dodge the bullets.
It's dangerous, real dangerous spot to be in, especially when Koala Noob's there. Prime position for him with that Outlaw. 2 knocked down in the blink of an eye. Scuba, the only real danger player with that rifle, but he's all the way over towards A. He's calling for players to move over towards him, especially Ethan with that spike.
Still potential for danger in this round. But NRG would have to hit some nice shots. It is only Scuba who has a rifle to work with.
He's making moves. There's a lot of the A side. Ethan's just thinking about min-maxing at this point.
Well, he also gets Seekers if he gets a plant down. I mean, they know that the A site is completely open at this point. It's the weaponry that's the problem.
Yeah.
They've got time to play with, and I think they're just hoping that somebody will go into A and walk accidentally into Scuba. So Ethan's just trying to distract with that orb pickup.
It's very disciplined, that flash. Avoided from the anti-position of the jiggle, but Scuba there for the punish. Quick.
Yeah, nice.
Straight onto it. Now the pit online. Place down. Plant can be played for here. Gives significant win conditions here for NRG.
You have Seekers. You might even get a flashback.
Oh, here it is. And the rifle picked up. Where's Brock found this one? Reclaimed Hudson. 6 cents for it. He's always got his eye on the flanks and where these players could be, but they're still surrounded now. Furia. Got to try and find where these players might lie. Scuba evacuating, playing out of it. A game of instincts, just spamming onto the angle. He doesn't quite get it, and that's Shorty eviscerating and shredding them. Scuba can't stand up to it. Didn't have the health to really contest. It's a massive round, to be honest. NRG feeling like they had to invest ultimates, or they could invest ultimates, I should say, to try and win that one. It still goes the way of Furia.
It's really impressive how good the top teams are with their anti-pit protocols. I think it's something that's massively improved this year compared to previous years. Like the way that they have one player jump in with the shorty, the other one tucked behind, outside of vision, ready to spam. It's very clean from Furia there.
Yeah.
Brock is one away from getting his Deadlock ult online. I think that's an ultimate that can actually be really useful on the attack side. Swap up the defensive setups too. Instead of looking to potentially play aggressive in B main, they have Artisine covering that.
Yeah, it's the same setup they had on the prior round. They're keeping it simple. Money though, still being strained. There's 4 players on half armor, and again, it's Furia opting into these outlaw buys, just trading hands with it. EU though, this time it's his turn.
Well, there's 4 players on NRG with light armor,
exactly,
isn't there? Yeah. It's the perfect team to outlaw abuse into. NRG love the light armor.
Trying to make the most of it. Trailblazer though pushes it back, and because of the outlaw, he actually couldn't break it. Wasn't willing to reveal it, but it kind of just gives it away regardless. Flash is avoided for now. 1 shot fired off, but he is strained. Bullet tagged down and slowed as a result. The Neon stun to try and supplement, but now you're both stuck into elbow. 1 player gets out, 1 player gets in. Alan does need a bit of a bailout, but with that judge in hand, oh my God! That's filthy! Somehow gets 2 in the midst of all of it. Player advantage here to Furia.
Massive assist off the C's.
Ricochet now though, we're going to see that one. Ricochet even connects there, so Brock, wow, he can't even claim that kill. It's immediately broken. Furia ready to respond for absolutely every contingency now, and a peak potentially there. Scuba's trying to make the most of this in the midst of, again, the chaos, but it's all down to Brock. 1v3 would have to be excellent and discipline. Fully in control as Furia, always taking these fights together, making sure that they trade each other out.
Yeah, the support for Alim in that position with the judge is marvelous from EU. Throws down a C's, which whittles down the health of the targets that it hits, and just sets up Alim for a 2K in a spot where he really was the player under pressure. If that C's doesn't come through, NRG are probably just slow squeezing him and getting the pick. Maybe Alim goes 1 for 1. It is difficult to root the judge out.
Yeah.
But when you've got the level of utility that NRG have, in theory, I think their comp should be good at dealing with it. Those are the massive ults gone. I mean, no Seekers, no Pit. We saw those used already. Now Brox utilized his ultimate as well. This is actually looking like Furia are running away here with Split.
Calls for the timeout. Panic button being hit here, because as much as the theory, I was liking it from NRG. I think all the looks of it, it's Furia that are just refusing to be conditioned against the deadlock. And we've seen a couple of missteps from NRG as well in terms of the execution. A couple of walls that have gone awry every now and then.
I think the post-plant play today has been much stronger from Furia.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it in terms of their attack side on Pearl, because that's the half that they dominated. But the retakes here have been really nice too. Even if NRG managed to find, you know, that lurk play into B from Brock, the lurk play into A from Scuba, actually Furia are still really solidly in control of the positioning around the map and just end up squeezing NRG out.
It's a very clean game from both these teams, and it takes a lot for a team to outmaneuver the macro of NRG, but Furia are doing it. And now, deep push down mid here. There's a bit of brute force to throw into the mix to Paranoia as well. Sweeps, but it does miss. Sidestep for now. Brock is looking to see if it can contain most of this one here. But look at the util!
Oh, that's
crazy! It's all there. The supportive elements, powers on top of it, and the reaction from NRG is called for. Okay, if they're going to be pushing mid, we're going to try and work our way into A, but they're still working with a massive disadvantage, and Kiko will look to at least even it out.
You have to
2v3.
You have to go for a play like that if you're NRG. Down in a 2v4. But now you still need the additional layer. Furia have got a lot of missing info about where these NRG players are.
Very aggro line here by Kiko. As we're saying, risks need to be taken. He just reveals himself for now to Paranoia. And missed Alan, and he's moving forwards now with that. Nightfall connects. Decay is there. Nerve just follows through, and now with the overdrive. It's easy pickings, isn't it? Ult's expended at the end of the day, but a round win for Furia. 1 more added to the tally.
The set play is so sick. NRG call attack timeout, and they're trying to like figure out what the adjustment is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And Furia respond with a very unusual set play. And you don't normally see people go all the way down mid and then have another layer to it. I love the jump off the box as well. So Alim is so high up here. Really breaks crosshair placement. Even if he hadn't got the second two,
Come on, man!
he would have been able to play in his teammates there.
Bro, what did you do to them?
Alim is playing so damn well today.
Maybe they're pacifists.
It's unreal work from him.
Don't get in my way.
Deep pit now going to be layered into that mid angle. Plenty of footsteps and all the bullets going to be followed up where that came through. Alim gets unfortunate, but paying a price perhaps of maybe the judge gameplay.
It's just karma coming back to bite him.
You call it karma, I think, yeah.
Double outlaw being used here as well by Koala Noob and EU. Reading into the economy, knowing that every single player on NRG cannot afford full armor.
Poison's off.
Trailblazer looking to secure a bit of a power forwards up towards A, but device setup has now moved and shifted once more.
Screen down.
Might be able to hear a lot of it, just a distant hum, I think, as they're taking that ramp control, but even wanted players inserted. NRG. It's a round where they have that first kill advantage and they're not looking to waste it. They are going to be stalled out though if they try to go into this one. There's only 40 seconds left, I got to say.
Yeah, I think Artesine's ultimate should be devastating here.
If they go slow, this could be really worrying, but now they're making noise up towards heaven, and here it is, Steel Garden. Let loose. Overlapping all of them. It's going to be taking away every single section of the guns, and Sonic Sensor, it's going to be placed and attempt to try and...
There's 20 seconds.
Save them back. 20 seconds. They're going to get onto the site there. I mean, Furia have got this one anchored already, down and out. This is going to be really chaotic into the final few moments. Down to the elbow play. EU just swinging out wide. Artisan perfectly responds in time and nerves straight there. Once more, Kiko. 45 health, not enough to survive that onslaught that was awaiting them. Just the time getting ahead, just getting away, isn't it?
A little bit of indecision in terms of the defaulting from NRG. It took them so long to decide that they were going to commit resources on A, despite the fact that the Vice was there, and they didn't get a proper flood out through heaven. Artisine picks up 2, wins the round off the back of his ult and that 2K. NRG are really struggling. Yeah. I think their attack side calling was actually still fine on Pearl. They just were getting beaten up. Here we're seeing some rough parts.
Something going to get hard about. I mean, double outlaw and a judge in play. That is some devious work from Furia. They're up against the weaker guns, and I mean, listen, there's no armor online here for NRG. They are all grouped up, but it feels like they're just lacking options. Round like this, of course, not going to be favored, but not used to seeing NRG getting beat down like this.
No, they normally come up with answers,
yeah,
even when they're down. At the moment, though, they are really struggling. It's a difficult composition to push into.
He's just all the way down mid already, just pushing into them. I mean, the flash will connect, but again, there's plenty of players where that came from.
Yeah, they're turning them into mincemeat. It's such a nice kind of mixture of aggression on the defense, combined with 2 really difficult agents to get through, the Viper and the Vice. But when you're playing a Viper-Vice composition, you don't expect them to be as aggro as Furia have been. And so there's just such nice mix-ups of the tempo in it.
That's really catching NRG unaware.
Furia look elite, man.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
If you just zoom out, big picture, like how do Furia look after taking a little bit of a beating at Santiago? They lost both of those matches, but I actually thought they played fairly fine. Yeah. I don't think they choked at Santiago. They just came up against difficult competition. They've come back in here and just continued the excellence from kickoff. They've yet to lose to an Americas team this year.
They keep it building, keep it rolling. Looking to keep the trend going in this opening matchup. Very strong start.
Koala Noob Ops alone on A.
Just willing to hold this one down as a lot of players just slowly drifting over there on the NRG side, but the spike is in mid.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, Judge lying in wait. The paranoia will at least force the issue, so call on it. Can't really play that angle.
And now that they've forced the player off the A line, coming back over towards mid.
So no, oh my god, this is the danger zone. If that connected, it could have been absolutely dire. But luckily, they dissuade and slap down Alan back to earth once more. Trailblazer, not quite broken. That is insane target selection. Nerve, how the hell has he managed to get 2? And that, I mean, EU is straight in there, isn't he?
Again, it's that blend of defensive aggression with the heavy anchoring. Artisine and Koala Noob lock down their areas of the map.
That's just unbelievable. I can't believe the presence of mind for Nerve to just ignore the Trailblazer and take the fight against the player.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Drift back with spray control, break the dog again, and then go back for the second player.
And how tight he is with EU as well. Because Nerve is pulling all of this attention,
insane,
EU just gets to walk out through Vent. And he picks off 2 of his own. That's the easier job of it because Nerve has already done so much. Bonka is mauled in.
Yeah, I don't blame him. These Fury players are unreal right now. It's lights out.
L comp, by the way, Som.
Yeah, I mean, you want to bring that up again?
No, I don't. I mean, the composition actually, I think, has lots of good things going for it, but Furia are just whacking NRG down every time.
Well, I was about to mention the silver lining.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, they've got ults online, but I mean, listen,
It's
that's gone down so early.
It's EU with an
up
ult.
this time, and this is something that they've been known for, but Kiko with that DPP is going to be all the way in their spawn, so it's going to be a thorn in their sides. They have to clear them out. Why not throw a bit of chaos into the mix? Might be the only way you're able to get a couple of these rounds. The trade is instantaneous, but it has cracked open the B site. Nerve, waiting, but again, Scuba's aware. The straight past their own wall. They're just trying to fight them all the way forwards. It's a kill claimed before the ult will at least trade that out, and EU's looking to see if he can get a breakage on this all the way. And okay.
That's really nice from Scuba there. Another weird situation, actually. Scuba ended up being walled off from the rest of the team. These rounds have descended into a little bit of madness, but maybe that's what NRG need.
I mean, that's what it takes. Tried a slower approach, it hasn't been working.
Yeah, so just rip an Omen ult into their spawn, kill them, repush.
There's 2 players past their own wall.
2 players past their own wall.
It's just
nutty.
The least expected play.
But also, this is exactly how the first half of Pearl went, right? NRG only won the pistol and then got it together for rounds 11 and 12 to get an 8-4 half.
Okay. Rinse, repeat.
Yeah, Furia have been in the majority of these like rifle v rifle rounds in the middle of the halves. They've been by far and away better.
There's a bit of a gap there potentially. We'll see it now though. Full throttle, sending it all the way forwards, and just hearing off the ropes there. That's just a slingshot, a rocket, but again it goes wide. No value to be gained from a big ult. NRG though, they do have that A heaven control. They're going to be looking to see if they can make a play off the back of it.
It's about getting into the site without getting caught by Koala Noob.
Koala Noob.
Once you're there, you should be able to reinforce the position with Scuba.
Okay, taking the time to pass that boom bot. They're going to be aware of this. Doesn't look like it. Ethan in the util out. Koala Noob into that elbow angle.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, you think you can punish him? The secondary to shorty out, and he is hopping straight into your face. It's a pit to try and reclaim the spike. They're throwing anything right now at the wall to see what they can get done. The K damage kicks in. Alan will be punished because of it.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy from Alan.
3v3.
He's let NRG get back into a 3v3, but the time, there's 33 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Kiko does have that control though of the side now. It's fully clear. Gonna move on.
Okay, so no pit, but a decent post plant with decent positioning. The plant itself is not optimal, and look at Ardazine.
Oh my god, he's way ahead
out.
of it, isn't he? Just holding. I think he knows exactly where Scuba is. Maybe just got an inclination, or maybe even heard just a footstep, and he's just walking out. Could have been a player holding him. He doesn't care. Spots the barrel. The rest of his team is covering all the appropriate angles, and he's just waiting for the rest of the pieces to fall into place.
Again, the post-plant play is way better for Furia.
This is unreal.
The timings that they find and the ways that they exploit these crossfires for NRG, they've torn them to pieces. It's an even better performance than what we saw on Pearl. And maybe that could be expected, because we were saying Furia are an amazing team on split, but, you know, the compositions have changed up completely.
Yeah.
NRG are normally so resilient, so good at coming back into games.
So hard, bro. I swear, man.
Yeah, he really did own Mada there. Mada's had a rough one.
9-3 at the half. Furia are just dominating the reigning world champions.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As we get the second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. And right now we're looking at NRG, defending world champions, down 9-3. Even worse than they were on map number 1. Struggling here, but with a composition that maybe you could argue will find more value on defense.
Yeah.
They have Scuba and Brock on the Viper and the Deadlock. But Furia have looked world class today.
They really have. It's been unbelievable. You nailed the read, by the way. Quite surprised,
thank you.
to be honest.
Oh, really?
Well, mainly that you're literate, but yeah.
Occasionally I can impress, yeah. This is going to be a really difficult half to get back into.
It is.
NRG need a pistol.
It goes without saying, right?
Yeah.
Pistol round necessary here for NRG.
They couldn't manage it on Pearl, and they still made a go of some level of comeback, but you just put yourself in too much of a hole.
Sun's already going to be laid out there. Slowed down, though. He's seen some value out of the Deadlock util, but isn't anybody waiting. But an Ethan, he's found himself that slight little perch, but slowed down by the Thorns. He had no exit strategy, but the players are flooding in now. NRG taking a fight to them. Mada blind shot. What? Koala Noob just snaps all the way back, lowers anything, but he buys time and space for Artisan to strike where it hurts.
He's pulled out some miracles today.
It's a rabbit out of a hat.
And that one is absurd. He was talking at the end of the previous half about how he's hopping inside the A site and somehow pulls out a shorty win over Mada. Again, by the way, it's EU with an incredible bunch of assists off the back of a siege. 3 seized players inside a smoke. And Koala Noob hops in and deletes all of them. 16 and 8. This is why we were talking about him being very resilient against these recent patch changes. NRG have to force. They're down 10-3. Yeah. I was talking about it being an option for them on Pearl. It's non-negotiable now.
Well, at this point, you're already down 1 map, and it's 10-3 on the decider for Furia. The way I think NRG thought that their week 1 match would go, and this is an important one. We haven't really spoken about the big picture at all, but got to think the winner of this one got to be a favorite for the top of the group.
You would imagine so, especially the way in which it's happened, actually. Furia closed things out in good fashion here.
Yeah, EU is trapped. It's not a prison of his own making, but he's making noise trying to bait the swing. Intentionally just bumping into it. Okay, his team's going to be breaking it for him.
He's found a very early timing. It's a really odd one, this.
Yeah, I mean, NRG don't have anybody heaven, nobody mid.
But Mada is so deep that if they do come back over towards A, he'll hear them and potentially kill them. However, EU is not trying to find an empty A site.
This is ridiculous.
He is looking for a backstab, and they are none the wiser.
Yeah, looking to put a squeeze on the players because they're all grouped up ready for the hit into B.
They got no clue.
He's looking for signs of life, isn't he? Scuba, and they don't have a clue yet. He's found that window, and now dropped down to the floor. There's a paranoia, but Brock at least responds. He's going to step forward still. Vulnerable up. Wasn't long for the wall there. Scattering of bullets is enough to just put him into the grave, but Ethan, quick flash and quick back away. He's low out. Only so much you can do for a spot like this, and the weaponry is just, again, it's not ideal, is it? Smoke forwards. He wants to make a play, but there's only so many things that you can do in a spot like this. Mada drops down, though. That's execution style. Hold on, Bucky in his hands. No, stepping forwards, but it's all Mada, and it's responded to.
First big moment in this match from Mada, actually, but that's one of the more unlikely ones. He had a Bucky and a single blast pack, but he saves NRG. Gives them one lifeline to work with. Yeah. He's just gifted a kill from Artazine, finds the perfect timing onto it. 3 players in Bucky distance. Bit of relief on Bonkar's face.
Yeah. It's just the absurdity, I think.
Can they possibly, can they make something out of this? They're still 6 rounds down.
It's earned up the showstopper. It's a big ult.
What are the buys going on for Furia?
I'm not too sure. Hold on. EU looking like he wanted to buy down, does it? No, okay. Yeah.
I mean, Alan forcing a Bucky implies that he's looking to buy a Judge in the next anyway, and Koala Noob can get a Vandal without having to eco in the next, so fair enough.
Long range of the Thorns. Sounds like spotted onto the site here. He's going to use the fast lane to see if he can get the jump on, but grab that supplementary util. Efun was in safe hands there. Ready to be sent. Oh, Koala just spotting the barrel of that gun. A judge. He chooses to contest. Showstopper. Flick of the wrist. The matter at least finds his mark. It's not going to be wasted here and now. Artisan to the rock and a hard place will be falling, and it's all watched for, all accounted for. NRG still here.
Now, if NRG pay attention to the economy coming into the next round, they are going to know that Alim is running a judge. And I think while there are plenty of things that you can do with a Neon to abuse the judge, it should inform them that Furia are looking to make a play in certain areas of the map that are more conducive to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think Koala is the greatest player ever in the game, bro. I'm not even kidding, bro.
Was that the Brock util?
No, he's talking about Koala being the greatest player to ever play the game.
Well,
oh, he TP'd into heaven and dominated it.
Let's end in the same play again. Arms in there. Another judge, why not?
Incredibly quickly. Yeah. This is where Furia's post plants were immaculate in map 1.
An angle not watched for, so Artisan quickly slips his way around the corner, gets that plant down now.
You know, Alim still has slide here. They could refight even deeper.
And the post plant's actually pretty nice. I want to say the positioning-wise, still. See if this gets taken with that paranoia. Blinded up. Spotting. What is that? Transfer and control of the rifle. Artisan single-handedly just slamming the door in their faces. Shutting them out of the sight. Furia, rapid take of the site, immediately retreating into very strong post-plant control, and this is a finisher, man. Oh my god!
Again, immaculate from Furia
Flawless.
in a post-plant situation, and NRG look, I would say, a little lost.
It's just when you think NRG, they're able to get themselves back into it.
Yeah. Brock's wall ended up causing a bit of an awkward situation for Kiko. There's also a vice wall he has to get past. Artisan doing a great job. Look at this. It's so difficult for Kiko to have any impact on a position like that. And on the other side of it, Artisan, even though he's finding value with his util behind, the rifling in front to help Alim was beautiful too. Bonkar is not happy about how his team's playing today.
Yeah. High cortisol gameplay.
I mean, that's how he's feeling, and then he has to go in and talk to the team and try to keep the atmosphere up.
Yeah.
It's tough being a coach sometimes.
Giving them an idea, something to work off, anything at all, really, because, I mean, Furia, I have to say, they're playing one layer ahead. Outside of these timeouts, remember, I mean, listen, earlier in the half, even on the previous map, they were just immediately coming out with a brand new idea.
Yeah.
Something to counteract the conditioning, the feel that NRG are getting of the way that this game has been played.
Yeah. I think it's really bold as well for Furia to decide to insta-pop into A on that kind of round.
Again, running it the same thing again.
Yeah, because in theory you could be running into a Brock grab net, which I think is going to be devastating for Alim if Brock catches the timing in one of these rounds. You know, you can be running through snake bites.
But that's what I mean by one layer ahead.
Yeah.
The previous rounds of that, they did get stopped by the snake bite, by the grab net, by all that util.
And they're just like, let's do it again.
And they're like, we'll do it again.
Yeah,
because NRG are going to assume we're not going to do it again.
Yeah, and I think that's a sign of a great team. I mean, great teams do try to run like anti-conditioning plays like that. Especially coming out of tac timeouts, but you're not going to run it 3 times in a row, I think. Or are you?
Or are you? No, they're not.
Brock set up to stop it, though, if it was going to happen. And that also allows him to get this deep wall over towards A.
That's a bit of a punish. Artisan just trying to get a wall off.
They're like all behind you guys, Karen. I'm walled.
We can split A, we can split A.
Guys, we need a bomb, we need a bomb.
Chill.
Yeah, we're chill.
I'm making a play, I'm making a play.
Just sit. Just...
Raise that block, raise that block.
Take your time.
This guy's
2A. Break the wall, yeah.
This guy's gonna dog
Break
mail
the
in
wall,
a sec,
break the
guys.
wall.
We can get ready to go B here.
Yeah, I think we still go. Guys, I think we go B.
Listen to me, please. Shut up and listen to me. Look at your crosshair. They're playing Sky and Omen B. They have Omen blind and Sky's playing Raptor.
They smoke DP main.
Look.
One more Sky.
Nice. Omen's in B main. He's in B main. In B main on me, guaranteed.
I'm TPing new box. He's on me, chill.
Yeah, chill.
40. He TP'd somewhere. Watch our Raptors.
I have Raptor, Tor.
It's not Raptor,
CT,
not Raptor.
right? CT?
He's spawn, yeah, spawn.
I'm chilling.
Carry that lock first timing. Yep.
Not a ghost. You're good. Throw sliding cross. Doesn't see anything.
Yeah, let's play it safe, guys. Play it safe. Michael, you have to fight Heaven.
Nice.
Do not peek. I'm gonna fight Heaven.
You guys. Nice! I mean, come on.
Let's go.
Bro, you know what I did? I smoked.
Okay, now listen, I know there's going to be some discourse over to shut up in the middle of that, but that's giving prime FNS. That's giving prime FNS. I'm not going to lie, that's aura. I mean...
Yeah, I agree.
He had a read.
Yeah, and he's also just trying to control the tempo that the team is playing at, right? They've had a fast early round. They've created an advantage for themselves. And also, he's got a bunch of information about where people are.
Just having fun with it.
Aldazine might be the mature kind of calming influence on the team.
Yeah, the foundation of the team.
But you need some of the crazy energy too.
This is Furia up to 12, and now just one more round is all they need. Walking up, they're going to be heard though, and the bullet's going to be going both back and forth here. An attempt to play, ult's going to be used. Getting a bit of a wrap on, aren't they? Well, might not be able to break that one. It's a nade as well to respond. I think Quallen was attempting to try and save his teammate. Is that the spike special delivery? Yep. Yeah, it was like it.
This is an impossible round. This is one of those where NRG's composition has worked perfectly. They got a grav net with a nade combo to get a kill, and then followed it through with the deadlock ultimate. I mean, perfection. Exactly as Som drew it up.
Yeah. Alan shredded as a result of it. They're just trying to break the wall at this point, but yeah.
This is the kind of round, though, that Furia can just shrug off. You know, you get owned in this round, and you're like, all right, what does it matter? We have another 6 opportunities to win the match against one of the best teams in our region. Yeah, we're chilling. They've also got massive ultimates, either available or about to come online, whereas NRG just used one of their best.
So Furia quite content. Sit tight here. They got a lot of money. They could have made a play towards it, but it looks like at this point, I mean, they just know it's not winnable. Smoke's fading, but no more time to really make a play. Yeah, just
playing with the rope.
Yeah.
The best thing for NRG to come out of this round, apart from the fact that they got one on the board, is that it lets them get better weapons too.
Oh,
does it?
You said that.
Furia doing a little bit of damage in the late round.
Yeah, might be able to pick up an upgrade or two, potentially.
Did they? I'm not sure, but the Scooper managed to scoop it up. He upgraded the Stinger to a Guardian, but, you know, that's as good as it got. There's that combo that opened up the kill onto Quallen, and then also grabbed a different player. The ramp as well, aiding the raise nade as it kind of tumbles down, helped by gravity.
No more
Furia's still not worried yet, though.
Double judge, Marder and Scuba. It's got to be perfection just to get it to OT.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Sees up at the top now. Kiko. It's a stun towards his back. He's used the TP, but it's an Omen ult as well. This TP's on TP. He's up onto the high ground perch into this corner. Not spotted and not accounted for. Kiko shuts them out entirely from the site. More time and space as well for the rest of the team to get that flood defense in order.
That's a really nice play. I love that one. Defending as an Omen, if you throw out a Paranoia into that spot and get the TP, there's a lot of different positions that you could be teleporting into, but especially against duelist compositions.
Yeah, should be a lock. I mean, Ethan's position is crazy. Off the back of an early Trailblazer, I think. And straight into the maw.
They've actually been doing this quite a lot. You remember the round where Marder got deep into... Hello.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah.
Yeah, that's over.
Sonic Sensor and a judge, and he's not even going to move. He's like, okay, well, please peek me. I mean, he's destroying them. It is disgusting work. Artsin, I think he's going to struggle to get something done here, especially with a shorty in your face. So, up to 7 now for NRG. At some point, if they keep stringing these rounds together...
Yeah, at some point, there will be danger for Furia. I think it might be if Furia lose the next one coming up. Furia are almost certainly going to use a bunch more ultimates here. They've got the Steel Garden to work with. And if they lose it, their economy is going to be in a bad spot.
Yeah, the money's getting brought down to almost zero.
Yeah, you look at Koala Noob, you look at Nerve, working with almost nothing. So this round makes it real for NRG in terms of whether a comeback could happen.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb.
Furia are fully stacked up. There's no spread default here. They're not working the map. They're just aiming to, once more, exec into B.
This is how they played the attack side a lot on Pearl, too. Just going for pops.
Winning it out. They had some Util Prime, but they heard something they didn't like.
Look at this as well. There's Deadlock Wall up in Mail to stop a potential B split from coming through.
Might have been what they heard, I think. The wall activating, and now they're working here as a result, but Hudson's just not ready for that. Yeah,
nice for Matter.
Action. It is nice for Matter.
He's really recovered in this map as well. Started out with a rough performance.
wall's finally gone down. The players did not vacate B main. Furia are slowly trying to put the squeeze into this one. It's not a fast, bursty play.
They were contacting towards the end of their attack half on Pearl too.
Yeah, it's all contact players that's just try and not give anything away. But yeah, it seems like there's that level of awareness. Tapping away though. Kiko just can't quite manage with the rifle aim, and Alim is a menace. Just the one before the trader's desk. Scuba's good for it. Retreats back to CT. But it's going to be a pit to play into, as well as that plant going down with no more resistance.
Seeker's available for Ethan, and if Mada gets a kill... Oh, Scuba's gone down though.
Yeah, Scuba's finished.
And this could be Furia.
The CT player gone down, exactly. Furia in the prime position to see if they can lock this one up, but Ethan is going to try and have something to say about it. Same with Mada, combining their might once more. And a showstopper sends it flying forwards to once more keep them alive.
Mada grabs 3 in another round to save NRG, but it's Ethan just barreling into the Viper's pit and decapitating the Viper to knock it down. I think makes the biggest difference here. That's a really nice play over towards Vent too. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
My ult ready. Last player standing.
We said though that this was the round that made it real.
Yeah.
If there could be a comeback. Now Furia have got a bit of a weak buy. They've got a half buy into this one. Artisan's going to get a little bit greedy and go for a rifle, but generally speaking, these guys are half buying here. Oh, yeah. Decides to go for the Guardian in the end.
Downgrade.
NRG is still going to play perfectly though. No room for error.
You can make no mistakes.
And so far, Ethan's been throwing this flash over towards A main early on. And if it doesn't catch anybody, they've been leaving the stack, broadly speaking, towards B heaven, B kind of area. Mada's just going to look for a little bit more information on a jump peek.
What? Okay. Slides straight in, picks up a bit of an upgrade as well.
Crazy timing. Scuba was just putting util in his hand.
Just trying to reposition. Drifting in and out, back and away. That drops the pit in mid. Doesn't give you a play for Furia to really jump on as well, because the spike is currently not retrieved. Brock on his angle will look to just spray them down, make sure they can shut it all down. The trade somehow getting away. With that against the Odin spammer Brock, it's difficult tidings here. Still Garden sidestepped. Ethan looking for all the right timing with Kiko's kill claimed, trying to find it. But EU just waiting right around the corner. The TP to evacuate back over towards A. They have a bit of a feeling that potentially was going over there, but now they've gone back to safety. And EU, he just slips the net once more. Drifting in and out between it, leaves it to Kiko and Mada. How many more miracles can they pull off? It's going to have to be so to stay alive in this match. But for Furia, time ticking. Clock is just counting down. Couple of shots, hold on Mada. He's got a 6th sense for that.
He's been great on the B retakes.
The nade as well, that's going to be rebounding straight into him. Nerve is going to have to be pushed out into the open. Hops up onto the box to a bit of safety, but time again, the time. It's the post plan that's being played here. Nerve knows that he can just play this one all the way down, and now it's that 1v1. Artisan versus Mada. Already a full stick, all the way through, jumping away, Mada! Half! And a full stick and a savior once more! How many times will he get away with it?
Mada the miracle worker for NRG. I thought they'd lost control of the clock completely there. They were so ponderous with the way that they decided to go for the retake.
He played to his house perfectly.
I mean, he did. He absolutely
when he
did.
knew he needed to.
And the timing could not have been more perfect. Artisan messing it up slightly there.
4-1.
I mean, he tries to push him just before he would get to half.
That's crazy.
These rounds are ridiculous just to keep NRG alive.
Now there's a more tense atmosphere that's brewing on that stage. It was Furia or Smiles or Last, but NRG showcasing no such thing as an easy game versus them.
Absolutely not. If Furia lose this one, it'll start sweating up there.
Smoke up once more. Scoop is there, posted with the judge. Players skirting past him though. Doesn't have another player with him to really help him with any sort of reclear util, so.
Kiko's heard the wall be placed over towards B. And so he's got a good idea right now that things are ending A. Feeding that information to Ethan, informing the stack.
Yeah. Maneuvering the troops. You can see them lying in wait, but that wall is going to be expiring. They did the acknowledgement. EU knows that there's that judge at work in the male angle. Seas didn't connect. Just missing it, and contact plays are called for once more. Necessary work for them. Mata, though, he's got a crossfire. Look at this. This is devious. Absolutely. He's maybe just missed it, though. Hearing all that noise pressure up towards heaven. There's a lot of it coming onto them now. We're going to see Alan trying to take that fight over. It's Mata. Drops off towards the back. Still the bullets. Raining Mata! Absolutely unreal stuff. Finally put an end to him, but he may have just done enough once more. It's Brock. Takes him out, nerves now left into it, 1v3. There's no real time to work with. Paranoia goes straight into the ground, going for the moles apparently, but still does not matter because Kiko's there. Safe pair of hands from all of them.
Yeah, great way of shutting it down. What a crazy defensive setup as well from NRG. Mata on top of the map, looking over to run some kind of crossfire with Brock. Missed the timing a little bit on the Neon jump beat, but in the end got it done.
Yeah.
Using the blast pack to reposition and gets a second order koala noob. He has come alive in this game, and Furia now, the pressure is on them.
We're still in the game, bro. We're still in the game.
Yeah. 5 in a row for NRG. This game at some point was 12-5. They had 7 chances to convert this match. And then since that point, it's just been tense win after tense win racked up by NRG. And Furia are on an eco round. So this has got all the chances in the world of going to overtime. It's essentially going to come down to 1 round, assuming that NRG can convert an anti-eco, which sometimes can be difficult in spots like these.
It really can. It's often the round that you don't expect. It's the one that ends up getting you across the line here, but it's going to come down to just the one. Furia.
I'd like to see Furia come out of this tactical timeout. I don't care really what they do in this round with the eco, but in the rifle round that crucially is going to matter in round 24, I've got to see them not be as one-dimensional in terms of where they're stacking people around the map. The wall that got placed in the previous round over towards B main, Kiko pushed out over towards B and just informed everybody to stack. And I think NRG have got a read right now from Pearl and Split that Artesine is calling for a ton of 4-1 setups and heavy group ups in the early or mid round.
Yeah, that's the right read.
But Furia can change it.
Adjustments needed here. They group up again. 3 players this time walking up towards mid. Trying to spot out where potentially the deadlock wall will be placed. They get ahead of it as well. Keep smoking to mail. It's going to be the haunt as well through mid.
This is more of the kind of stuff that I'd like to see from them. Furia running a 1-3-1, clearing vents, go and put some pressure over towards B heaven. Make NRG wonder which direction you're going to end.
Yeah. Trailblazer gets the acknowledgement that they have lost control over towards vents. They probably knew that ahead of time as well, but this wall still up and still cutting noise, not looking to break it just yet. Seeing just how much they can press their advantage. They want to group up Rourke with a slight peek. They are just shoulder to shoulder basically here, and they don't know how close they are. Oh, way, no way, no way. Slips straight underneath and all the way into the back. The players, it's disrupted the setup. It's an instant reaction from these NRG players as well. Kiko is going to be able to try to get a handle on it. Over the top, over the shoulders, just trying to help out Brock. Kiko eventually brought down to his knees. Ethan is straight in there again, but he's up onto the ropes, and he just manages to control the chaos. But in the midst of it, it's brought it to 1v1 once more. Mata, that miracle worker. Barely any time to work with. Alan's going to go for a plant here, but Mata has the showstopper. It should be the slam dunk. Already letting loose. No way! Alan! That is perfection in motion for the final round to close it out against the reigning world champs.
And no more deserving of a player to pull off a brilliant final moment for Furia. Alim was amazing all throughout map 1. And here completely outplays Mata.
That's unbelievable.
The guy that was keeping NRG in it the whole time. You couldn't find a better way of playing that situation. Sliding into the raise, making it super difficult for them to hit the ult. Fake of the tap. He knew exactly how Mata was going to play that. And to be honest, if we take a step backwards, it did take a big moment for Furia to finish, but they were the team ahead for the whole day today.
Yeah, it's unbelievable form that they've just come out swinging in this stage. for their opening game versus NRG. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I think they put up an astounding fight, but at the end of the day, Furia, this was unbelievable. It's a masterclass, genuinely.
They were sick. They looked elite. And I think that settles the question, to be honest. If you still had doubts about this team, who are undefeated against America's squads this year, who are you watching?
Yeah, let them be dissuaded.
Like, these players, this team outperforms expectations again and again, and you've got to get it straight. They are a top team in Americas.
Hotly contesting a top spot, absolutely.
I don't think it would be unreasonable to say they're the best team in Americas right now. NRG, G2, absolutely. For what they did at Santiago and how well they played, for sure. But there is a great argument that Furia, especially after the win today, might be the best team in the region, especially when we're playing in the region.
Yeah, with how they looked. I mean, very clear setups, good ideas on how to set up Alum. Alum had an absolutely unreal series of maps today.
Yeah.
Off the back of, I mean, listen, fantastic supported YouTube by EU. The rest of the team, I mean, the pieces are being placed perfectly for them to succeed, right? We've seen that. Yeah. But it's giving Nongshim. It's giving Nongshim.
It kind of is, actually. It really is. Yeah, I think that in terms of how they were setting up Allen to go for some of these big rounds, and how coordinated and pre-planned a lot of the ideas were, it was very difficult for NRG to deal with.
There's a good resistance put up by Mada. Multiple rounds in a row where he was the one to make that difference, but insurmountable in the end. Furia had too much of a lead. That final play, I still can't believe it. I mean, a presence of mind. Alan knew exactly what to do in a spot like that.
You know what's crazy too is there wasn't that big of a differential in terms of the first engagements, like where the first kills were going. It wasn't like Furia were dominating that aspect. They were so good at being able to scrap out, ball out. To me, it was the post plants. Like, I think that part of their game was way better than NRG's today.
That was crazy.
I don't know how. Like, this team is so good that they were gapping the world champs in those refined post plant and retake scenarios.
Yeah, normally things that we credit with NRG with completely, with the macro play, right? With how they play around and how they maneuver their players around. But today, it was all Furia. Unreal stuff as well. I'm going to look behind me and see if we're ready. It looks like we might be ready as well. So let's send it out to Dryad on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
What a win for Furia. Alan, congratulations, 2-0 against NRG. And what a way to close it out as well. 1v1 against Mada. You outplayed him in every single way. But when things were getting a little bit messy in the last map, how did you guys pull it together to close it out?
We didn't really think too much about the mistakes because we played the map good. Like, the defaults felt good. So when you're like, we're doing the right thing, just the little small mistakes at the end of the rounds. So we knew we'd just do our thing, trust ourselves, and we'll be good.
And you guys look incredible, to be honest. A lot of people are going to be talking about how you guys might be the best team right now in Americas now that we got the chance to see it. But I want to ask you about the growth that you've had. We got the chance to see you in Challengers with Nerf as well when you were playing for Core. And you guys were incredible. But here in Americas is a different story, and you're still looking really good. How do you see the growth for you and Nerf as two players that were working together from then to now?
For me, it's kind of the same. Well, always like trying to improve, make sure I'm on top of my stuff. But I think it's not only me and Nerf growing together, it's like the whole team, because we're a new roster. The more we play, the better we get. And I can't really like specify, oh, yeah, me and Nerf are getting better together. It's like the whole combined team thing.
And that is something that Shaw was saying as well when I asked him, is that you guys maybe just needed a little bit more time together, and that is why everything is working out. And it's something that we see because you guys are laughing or smiling. I feel like nobody else is enjoying the game the way that you guys are.
I mean, that's kind of our motto, our thing. We go out there, just play for fun. And as long as you're having fun, you're not really thinking too much about anything else. And you just play full instinct, play your game, and it just works out.
And I was looking at your upcoming matchups, and I'm thinking you're looking pretty good. That's all I have to say. How do you feel? How confident is the team feeling?
Don't want to say pretty good. There are no free matches, no free games. So just make sure we come in, we're on top of our stuff. And yeah, we should be good the way we're going.
I'm very excited to see more of Furia. Alan, thank you so much for the interview. This is everything that we have over here, but we're going to send it to Match Point. We have Cloud9 and EU.
Thank you.
Like, what was... All right, everyone. Welcome to Match Point. These guys were yapping about the game, by the way. Lots of good stuff to talk about. I got Cloud9. I got EU. Fellas, first, before we get into the game, congratulations, EU. That had to feel great to take down the world champs.
Yeah, it always feels good to win, honestly. It feels a little better, maybe, if we're up against NRG. Like, I'll admit it, but
does feel good.
Coming out of Santiago, right, we were wondering what the form of Furia was going to look like. We weren't sure what we were going to get, right? I know Santiago didn't go the way you wanted, but I'm sure you learned a lot from that experience. So was that confidence like pretty much set coming into this matchup against NRG?
Yeah, I mean, I think we found the style that made us good again. I think we were a lot more like staticky in Santiago, and you know, that could be a variety of reasons, but you know, we found what made us good again. And you know, we're just gonna keep doing it, and we're gonna make sure to like keep sticking with that mentality.
Hey, so far the plan worked, right? You guys took down the world champs, and it's only week 1, so that's pretty crazy stuff. But here's what we're gonna do. The challenges continue from here, gentlemen, because we are gonna be playing some trivia with a life or death game. The stakes are as high as possible. It's called Pick Your Poison. Now, here's how it's going to work. I have some trivia questions here, and if you answer it, you answer A, you go to site A. If you answer B, you go to site B. If you get the answer correct, you get a prize. If you get it wrong, you get deleted.
No.
Deleted. All right, so here we go. Question numero uno. All right, in America's Ascension 2023, might know a little bit about that. Which one of you had more total kills?
Oh God.
Where's the A or B?
You run to the site, A or B.
Is A me?
But like, which answer is?
Yeah, is A me?
Oh, sorry. A, all right. A would be you, and B would be Qualinu. Sorry.
Oh God.
That was my bad. That was my bad.
It better have been you, bro.
I don't know, bro.
I don't know either, but it better have been you.
2023, I played really good, except like the finals, I think.
It should be you.
I would imagine the finals might not have thrown off that number. All right, and the answer is B, Qualinu, which means EU gets deleted. I don't even know how the deletion works. I want to see it, but I'm also a little concerned. Apparently, it's supposed to be Brimstone ult just like non-stop, just raining down on you.
That's kind of like rough.
Is it happening?
There is a brim.
Now?
There is a brim.
There is a brim. I guess we'll see if we end up doing it.
You delete me, Brim?
You know what? In the end, if the game doesn't work out, we just blame Kurt. All right, so move on to number 2. In the partnership era, how many wins did Furia have before you two joined the team?
Bro,
the answer is A, less than 9.
Oh.
B, more than 9.
Bro, it has to be less than 9.
Yeah,
I was gonna say like 0 or 1 or something.
All right, and our answers are locked in?
Wait, we're running there? I'm a little faster.
Yeah, we're going to.
Oh yeah, here you see.
All right, there we go. We're ready.
Okay, and that is correct.
Boom.
It is A. It was less than 9 wins. No deletion, but there's actually, I just saw it there. The deletion's late, guys. It's late coming in. All right, next question. Question 3. Here we go. Which of these foods originates from Brazil? You have A, dulce de leche, or B, pão de queijo. Which one?
Bro, the second one just sounds like it.
I know what it is, pão de queijo.
I don't know what
you guys should know this playing for Furia.
I don't know what the second food is, but that just sounds...
I think it's the cheese balls or something.
Yes.
Oh, really?
It's
have
like
you ever had pão de queijo?
That was the first thing I had going into the house.
It's one of the greatest things you'll ever eat.
It's so good. I love it.
It's so
I'm pretty
good.
sure it's B.
100%. I'm going to save you guys all the struggle. It's B.
Yeah.
Pão de queijo.
Bro, I literally hear Mike and stuff say it all the time. He's like, pão de queijo.
If that's the first thing, Camino fed me that the second we got to the Furia house.
The brim ult's late on A again.
No,
and why are we getting ulted? We got it right.
No, it's on A. It's ultimate
Fun
people on A.
fact, dulce de leche is Argentinian. Didn't know that. Okay, and number 4. According to VLR, which one of your teammates has played for the most teams? Is it A, Nerve,
Mike.
B, Artson?
It's Mike. It's Mike.
Yeah.
Mike was stuck in tier 2, tier 3 hell for years.
Yeah,
I mean,
Artson started playing in like 2022.
He played with like
sure.
0-0 Nation and stuff, but I feel like he doesn't have enough teams to like compared to Mike. Mike definitely is like in tier 2 hell for
If you had to take a
Mike
guess,
started
how
2 years
many?
early.
How many teams he's played?
6 or 7.
5.
No,
5.
I'm not allowing that
5
one.
or 6. 5 or 6.
5 or 6. I'll allow 5 or 6, not allowing the second one.
My answer just doesn't work out yet.
You devious bastard. All right, here we go. So the answer is, and you guys are right, A, Nerve. Right. That's right. He played on the most squads. There you have it. You did it. Good job, guys. Well, you got 3 out of 4?
I got all of them.
You got all of them.
I was on the same answer as him for the first one.
And also the Brim ult was just late pretty much all the time. I got awards for you guys. Here it is. a sticker.
Oh, my
that
daughter's
says,
gonna love that.
Good job. Yeah, that's for the kiddos.
Yeah.
There you go. Here you go.
It's the best day of my life.
All right, well done. Good job, everyone. I'm gonna keep one for myself just because I can, because I'm the host of the show and I can do whatever the hell I want. All right, so with the first week of Stage 1 coming to an end, let's take a look at the standings and where we are right now, because we have the results coming in. It's been a great week for LATAM, a great week for Brazil. You guys are holding it down for the region. Had to feel good, like we talked about
100%.
before, to get that win against NRG. Do you feel like this is there's more that you guys can even show us from what we got here today?
100%.
International.
Yeah, we got to make another international and do better than Santiago.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the first times we had an opportunity to catch up with you post Santiago. What would you say was like the thing that really you were unexpected, caught off guard by, but then at the same time you learned a lot from?
Honestly, like, the most annoying thing and the thing that caught us off guard the most, I feel like, is just the amount of judge usage. Danby kind of like changed everything in scrims and the way matches are played. You see it like now with like Alum using the judge a lot. So we're a team that like always adapts to what happens, but having to adapt like the judge meta is a little annoying and definitely caught us off guard.
Yeah.
But shout out to Danby, I guess, for that.
Yeah, kid's a beast. What about for you, Paula?
Same thing as that. Like, so many people use the judge. It's also like we didn't have a long time to scrim like the other regions.
Yeah.
Due to unfortunate circumstances, and I feel like, you know, not to say it caught us off guard, but it was definitely like completely different to the way NA teams played.
Yeah.
And like the good thing about us is we adapt. You know what I mean? So it's like kind of Dan said, like it's hard to adapt to certain things that like we maybe didn't get as many reps.
Yeah,
against
no, it's completely fair, completely fair. Last question before I let you go, though. I'm assuming you guys chatted with some of the players out there. Who were some of your favorite players to talk with for the international teams?
Fangir.
Okay.
Fangir's by far. Like I talk to that kid every day. He's a beast. He's such a nice kid, and I want to see him again in another international.
What about for you?
The BBL guys are actually pretty nice. I had like a weird experience where after losing to BBL, I had to see them in the elevator like 3 times in a row, going up, down, back up again. But you know, even though they like flame a lot on stage, out of the server, they're pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I had a chance to catch up with them. It seemed like good kids.
All of them are great kids. Like I knew of them from Ruxic when I was on Navi, and he like introduced me to some of them. Like they're a great group of guys.
Awesome. Well, fellas, I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for dealing with my ridiculous games yet again. I appreciate your faces, and hopefully I get to see you guys more throughout the season.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the dub. That's going to do it for us here. We thank you so much for tuning in this week. Our opening week was definitely a hit. We thank you guys so much for supporting us, for being with us every single step of the way. Take care of yourselves throughout the week. And for now, we'll leave you with your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. See you next week, folks.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm expecting this one to be scrappy.
Definitely for Leviathan, they're super hungry for this victory. They haven't won against Cloud9 since 2023.
Blows might actually peek it out.
Free kill them.
Everybody thinks he's Wait a minute.
Not as free.
Now they set up for the crossfire as Cloud9 feels confident on this move-in, but they don't have eyes on Lev. And Lev just takes everyone down. Leviathan sweeping through Cloud9's pick of Pearl. The walls drop, Oxy's huge with Zelsis for a moment, and that's a third one in an instant. Puts him safely for a re-entry into A, and this scatter in the smoke, the anchor smoke, is a big place for the fight to go down. Oh my gosh, Lex is just able to find every kill outside of it. The duality of man. 3 away from taking Haven. Lev will not stop encroaching into the site. Sato with 3 and another one as they try to stand toe-to-toe with Sato. Leviathan 2-0, Cloud9.
Bound to be a fantastic match between these two teams. You've got the #1 seed coming out of kickoff versus the current, former world champions. Matters weak. Brokdo locking it down. Odin in his hands. Finding where this last player is. Hold on, Nerve. He bided his time. How about a defuse? Oh my! It's Nerve who saves the day. Massively forward position, and Ethan unaccounted for, but that's no! It's Alan now leading the charge, and he's attempting to try and deny this. Defuse from potentially going off, but it's all going wrong for NRG, and also right for Furia. 13-7 on our opening map in this series. It's dangerous, real dangerous spot to be in, especially when Koala Noob's there, eviscerating and shredding down Scuba. Can't stand up to it. Full of shots, hold on, Matter. Got a sixth sense for that. The time again, the time, it's the post plan. Nerve knows that he can play this one all the way down, and now it's that 1v1. Artisan already a full stick, all the way through, jumping away, Matter!
We're still in the game, bro. We're still in the game. We're still in the game.
Alan's going to go for a plan here, but Matter has the showstopper. It should be the slam dunk. Already letting loose. No way! Alan
That is perfection in motion for the final round to close it out against the reigning world champs.